Chapter 1774, Initial Appearance in a Foreign Region. Chapter 1774, Initial Appearance in a Foreign Region. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. Since NPCs were in charge of building the teleportation gate at the central plaza after Shurfeng paid the necessary fees, construction took less than 10 minutes. As the pitch-black barrier enveloping the central plaza disappeared, a 6-meter-tall stone gate inside came into view. The ground around the gate had all sorts of divine runes and magic arrays carved into it, which increased the mana density at the central plaza slightly. Currently, a large number of players had gathered around the central plaza, their eyes filled with interest as they looked at the teleportation gate. Some adventurer teams couldn't hold back their curiosity and directly teleported to the 3 border fortresses the teleportation gate connected to. When Shurfeng's expedition team arrived at the central plaza, it immediately attracted the attention of every player there. Now that Azura had become the master of Cold Wind City, no power in Cold Wind City dared oppose the adventurer team anymore. Only those seeking to halt their development in Cold Wind City would go against Azura now. Following Shurfeng's arrangement, Azura's expedition team started teleporting to the snow ruin in batches. What's Azura trying to do with so many players? Didn't you see that they teleported to the snow ruin? Moreover, there are quite a few low-leveled lifestyle players in the team. I guess that they plan to develop in another region's city. Crap, Azura is too amazing. It's already trying to expand to another city. With this, the guilds of Cold Wind City will fall even further behind Azura. I know, right? I heard that some of the smaller guilds have already disbanded in order to join the Azura adventurer team. Azura's recruitment standard is very high. Although I've reached the trial tower's 4th floor already, I was still deemed too weak when I tried applying. Right now, I can only slowly improve my ranking in the Adventurer Alliance. While the bystanders at the Central Plaza were discussing the Azura adventurer team, Shurfeng's group had arrived at the Snow Ruins main hall. Once everyone was present, Shurfeng used the hero's key and teleported 500 players to the other end of the primordial teleportation magic array. As for everyone else, they teleported there using the teleportation entry permit. When everyone opened their eyes again, they had already arrived inside an abandoned shrine. The shrine was so dilapidated that snowy white clouds peeked through the many holes in the roof. Meanwhile, this shrine was located at the other end of the snow rift. System, congratulations! You have arrived in the Frozen City region. We made it over just like that. When everyone heard the system notification, they had a sense of unreality. It felt as if they were still in the Cold Wind City region. All right, everyone, get ready. We're setting out for Frozen City. Shurfeng commanded. Although they had teleported to another region, they were still inside the snow rift, which remained a forbidden land for players. Needless to say, there were definitely plenty of monsters here. However, before the expedition team even got 1,000 yards away from the abandoned shrine, a group of players suddenly surged out from the snow-capped forest on both sides of the team. Very quickly, these new arrivals not only blocked off the expedition team's path of advance, but also formed an encirclement around the team. With a glance, Shurfeng and the others could easily tell that this group of new arrivals comprised at least 30,000 players, every one of them wearing Hecate's guild emblem. From the sneers and killing intent these Hecate members displayed, these guild players obviously held bad intentions towards them. Before Shurfeng and the others could do anything, the sky above them suddenly darkened. A moment later, everyone in Azura's team gained a debuff that prevented them from using teleportation tools and teleportation skills for 3 hours. The Tier 3 magic scroll, War Blockade. Shurfeng could not help but frown as he looked at the debuff on him. Commander, this is bad. They clearly came prepared. Right now, we can't even use instantaneous movement magic scrolls to leave this place, Yenya said, an ugly expression on her face as she looked at the Hecate members surrounding them. Their opponent outnumbered them by too much. Moreover, these Hecate members were all very well equipped. Even the weakest piece of equipment on them was level 50 mysterious iron rank. As for their levels, they were all at least level 53. Quite a few of them also radiated a chilling aura. These players were evidently experts that had fought on many battlefields. Most likely, they were not the slightest bit weaker than herself and the other tier 2 experts of Azura. Meanwhile, the 20-plus players standing at the forefront of the guild's lineup even felt lethal to Yenya. As Hecate's army drew closer, Azura's members grew anxious. At this time, a berserker clad in dark blue armor walked out from Hecate's army. Looking at Shurfeng and the others, the berserker laughed loudly. Ha ha! Aren't you people from Azura very amazing? Why are you getting afraid now? This berserker was none other than Vast Heaven. It is normal for them to be afraid. After all, we have a total of 40,000 elites and experts gathered here. What could they possibly do with their measly 700 players? Said a slim man clad in dark gray mage robes, standing beside Vast Heaven, chuckling. However, the Vice Guild leader sure has a high opinion of them to have actually sent so many of us here to stop them. The 11 Tier 2 players standing beside him nodded in agreement with the gray-robed man's words. The Vice Guild leader has told me to remind you all to be careful of Azura's commander. That man is very strong, Vast Heaven said as he fixed his gaze on Shurfeng. That person is Azura's commander. He doesn't look like much at all. Regardless, since the Vice Guild leader has already said so, leave that person to us. We'll leave the small fries to you, the slim man said as he glanced at Shurfeng, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Blade, I'll attack first later on. You ambush him from the side. We'll give this brat a taste of what it feels to be utterly helpless. Sure. The level 55, Tier 2 assassin standing beside the slim man replied, indifferently before disappearing from where he stood. All right, I'll go deal with those small fries, Vast Heaven said, a hint of disappointment in his voice as he watched the Tier 2 elementalist and Tier 2 assassin moving out. The Tier 2 elementalist walking straight toward Shurfeng, and the Tier 2 assassin that just disappeared were both part of the 12 heavens. They also ranked number 1 in their respective classes in Hecate. The elementalist was Cold Brew, while the assassin was Blade Hand. Either of them could defeat him easily. Working together would amplify the combat power they could display by multiple times. Hence, instantly killing a Tier 2 player would be child's play for them. At this point, Hecate's other members had also started slowly closing in on Azura's members. Facing such a force, even Yenya, who was a Tier 2 player, could not help but gulp. As for the other experts of Azura, they were already breaking out in a cold sweat. After all, this was the first time they were going up against such a massive force. Resisting the horrific aura and pressure Hecate's army projected was deeply ingrained, yet in such a situation, they could only watch the guild players draw near. We're doomed. Hecate is too ruthless. We have only 700 people on our side, yet they actually dispatched so many elite and expert players to deal with us. The members of Azura's expedition team panicked as Hecate's members closed in on them. When less than 100 yards separated the two sides, Cold Brew smiled as he looked at Shurfeng. He then chuckled and said, "You guys were pretty good at the snow ruin before to have actually claimed the hero mode's first clear and snatched our guild's Cold Wind City. It's a pity that instead of meekly staying and ruling that backwater city of yours, you even dared to come running over to this place. Well, tell me how you want to die." Everyone relied on their own capabilities to struggle for Cold Wind City. Is there a need to call it snatching? Looking at Cold Brew slowly approaching him, Shifeng smiled and said, "Moreover, in Cold Wind City, it was clearly you guys that started attacking us first. During this time, you people from Hecate have even ambushed and killed over 400 members of our adventurer team, causing us to suffer severe losses. Today, I'll use this opportunity to claim full compensation from you." "Ha ha ha! You want to take revenge on us?" Cold Brew laughed loudly. "Our guild had countless enemies. Unfortunately, we annihilated every one of them in the end. How will your Azura adventurer team take revenge on us?" As soon as Cold Brew said so, the large group of experts behind him sprang into action. Like a pack of fierce tigers, they surged towards Azura's members. "We'll take revenge like this," Shifeng replied, plucking a scroll, and the evil god's eye from his bag. He then unfurled the Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scroll Purgatory Flames and used the evil god's eye's world power on it. Burn. Purgatory Flames. Chapter 1775, Nightmares Beginning. Chapter 1775, Nightmares Beginning. In the narrow valley, as Shifeng completed the Tier 3 magic scroll's incantation, 3 crimson magic arrays appeared beneath and circled Shifeng's feet. Immediately after, the ground started to tremble, extending forward and away from Shifeng. Even Hecate's members, who stood over 50 yards away, felt the intense quaking. "Damn it! It's a large-scale destruction spell. Everyone, dodge!" Cold Brew panicked when he noticed a torrent of mana surge toward Shifeng. However, the magic scroll Shifeng had used had a very short channeling time. By the time Hecate's members had noticed it, the 3 crimson magic arrays formation had completed. In the next moment, a gigantic, flaming phoenix with a wingspan of easily over 100 meters appeared above Shifeng. The heat the phoenix radiated melted the snow around it. Boom! With a screech, the phoenix flapped its wings once and disappeared, sundering the space it had occupied. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix arrived before Hecate's army. Seeing the approaching avian, horror flashed on the faces of Hecate's members. At the same time, thoughts of escape flooded their minds. However, compared to the phoenix's speed, Hecate's members were little more than snails. Wherever the phoenix passed, a sea, a fire followed. When Vast Heaven, who led the charge against Azura's members, saw the flames, his eyes widened in shock. With a frustrated gaze, he turned towards Shifeng as the fire devoured him, his HP falling to 0 instantly as his body turned to ash. After Vast Heaven disappeared, an item took his place. If these flames even killed a Tier 2 player like Vast Heaven upon contact, Hecate's Tier 1 players didn't have a chance of survival. Agonized screams echoed throughout the valley. "Azura!" Cold Brew's expression darkened as he glared at the phoenix as it flew past him. Due to the valley's narrow terrain, the single attack had claimed more than 3,000 Hecate members. 4 of the 12 heavens, who weren't adept at protecting themselves, had died as well. The loss Hecate just suffered was egregious. "Everyone, charge! Let's teach Hecate's members that if they target our adventurer team, they'll have to pay in blood." Shifeng commanded through the team chat as the phoenix disappeared. "Azura will fully compensate you for any losses you suffer today." Against an army of 40,000 elite and expert players, even a 100-man Tier 2 team would fall. After all, players had limited stamina. Furthermore, Hecate had come prepared for this ambush. The guild had all kinds of magic scrolls and tools for this battle. Even if the 100 Tier 2 experts could maneuver around the battlefield and dodge incoming attacks, some hits were bound to land. All these players could do was try to flee. Fighting was simply suicide. Originally, Purgatory Flames was an AoE spell that dealt fire damage to an area of 20 by 100 yards, but with World's Powers enhancement, its range had grown to 400 yards. It was just enough to open a path through Hecate's army. As long as they could break free from this encirclement, they would have a chance of survival. Right. At worst, we'll just die once. Isn't that just one piece of equipment? Let them have it. We follow the commander's orders. Nice. I've been itching for some payback. Hearing Shurfeng's words, Azura's members burned with fighting spirit, their fear of Hecate vanishing. Good. Let's charge. As his team brimmed with fighting spirit, Shurfeng nodded approvingly. He then took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a Tier 3 demon to remove anyone in his way. He then followed after the demon. Kill these bastards from Hecate. Azura's members flowed into a defensive formation, with the experts around the perimeter and the lifestyle players in the center, and followed after their commander. When he saw Hecate's members start to fill the gap in their army's formation, Shurfeng used Flame Domain to reopen his path, instantly slaying another several hundred players. Do not let them escape. All ranged players, attack with everything you've got. Cold Brew shouted as Azura's members tried to escape. He then cast the Tier 2 spell, Frost Flame Bullet, at Azura's members. Frost Flame Bullet had a very strong penetrating ability. Even if players blocked the spell with their weapons or shields, they would receive a significant amount of damage. The 8 Frost Flame Bullets that appeared instantly killed 2 of Azura's experts that had stood along the edge of Azura's formation. The Hecate members who stood along the valley's sides began to launch their own attacks, raining spells and arrows down on Azura's members. Although Azura's members did their best to block these attacks, there were just too many, and some got past their defenses, plowing into these players. Azura's expedition team had lost over 30 players after a single intense bombardment from Hecate's players. The difference in strength was clear for all to see. As Hecate's members prepared to launch a second wave, Yen displayed her strength. As a Tier 2 druid, her combat power might not be a match for other Tier 2 players, but when it came to defensive and healing capabilities, she was extremely powerful. Tier 2 spell, Song of the Forest. Suddenly, a light green dome with a 50-yard radius formed around Yenya. When Hecate's attacks entered the light green barrier, their power drastically decreased. In addition, the Azura members inside the barrier recovered 2% of their HP every second. Although it wasn't much, this helped to alleviate the burden on the other healers. Due to Song of the Forest, only a dozen or so Azura members died in the second wave of attacks. Seeing the spell's powerful effects, Cold Brew gnashed his teeth and retrieved a precious Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scroll. He activated it, aiming for Azura's expedition team, but as the spell was about to take effect, Shurfeng blocked the attack by activating Absolute Domain. In the end, the spell failed to damage any of Azura's team. Shurfeng proceeded to slaughter Hecate's front line. He dispatched every melee player that approached his team as fast as possible. He also activated Heavenly Dragon's power to enhance his combat power further. Thundering Flash, Lightning Edge, Shadow Blade. Aside from the players with powerful life-saving skills, the Tier 1 players that stood in Shurfeng's path couldn't last more than one hit against the swordsman. Like the Grim Reaper, Shurfeng harvested the lives of Hecate's members, one after another. To ensure that none of Hecate's members could get past him to target his allies, Shurfeng abandoned his defense. He focused on killing as many enemies as possible, taking some hits in the process. There was no lack of expert players among the Hecate members who charged at Shurfeng, and not only did these experts have incredible aim, but they also had an excellent grasp of timing. While Shurfeng focused on carving a path of blood, spells and arrows skillfully flew towards Shurfeng's blind spots to strike the swordsman. minus 2,387, minus 1,657, minus 1,346, minus 2,046. Seeing the damages above Shifeng's heads, the attacking Hecate members gaped, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets. Impossible. My attack only did a little over 1,000 damage. Is he even human? He received so many attacks, yet his HP has barely moved. Hecate's players were horrified as they watched Shifeng take little to no damage from their ranged allies' attacks as they charged towards Azura's team. Shifeng slew practically every player in his path with a single attack, and expert players were no exception. He easily maneuvered past their defenses, landing direct hits and killing them instantly. Only expert players that had activated a berserk skill had lasted a few more hits. In contrast, their attacks were little more than raindrops to this swordsman. Even after landing several dozen attacks, they had only managed to drop Shifeng's HP to 80%. Meanwhile, Azura's healers only needed a split second to restore Shifeng's HP to full. This was a nightmare. However, things were not looking so good for Azura's members either. Although Shifeng easily held on, attacks from all sides bombarded his teammates, and they suffered one casualty after another. To make matters worse, more of Hecate's members were drawing near. Just before Hecate's melee unit reached Azura's members and surrounded them, a gigantic magic array appeared above the battlefield before a powerful force swept down from it. Under this force, Hecate's members felt their bodies grow heavy as their attributes and physiques started to wane. In contrast, Azura's members suddenly felt lighter, a surge of power flooding in their bodies. Even their minds cleared considerably. What's going on? Cold Brew could sense that the battlefield's mana density had increased, boosting Azura's attributes. Chapter 1776, Azura's Sword. Chapter 1776, Azura's Sword. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. After Shifeng spent 7,000 magic crystals to activate the Ring of Gospel's world projection and Ring of Brilliance, the attributes of Azura's members increased, and those of Hecate's members decreased. The change immediately alleviated the pressure on Azura's members. Now, Azura's ranged members were able to repel Hecate's melee members with greater ease. Even when their attacks struck the enemy MT's shields, the impact pushed the MTs back, stopping their advance momentarily. After a single round of attacks from Azura's ranged members, the offensive formation of Hecate's MTs shattered. When the second round of attacks descended, over 30 Hecate MTs died. For a moment, Hecate's melee unit couldn't close the distance between itself and Azura's expedition team. Ha ha ha. The commander's move is awesome. With this, these bastards can't even come within melee range of us. The Azura members that had begun to despair felt their hopes rekindle. They might be able to cope with Hecate's ranged attacks by blocking and dodging, but if they allowed Hecate's melee members to come in close and personal, they would definitely be in a bind. If they were pinned down for too long, Hecate's ranged members would make quick work of them. Thanks to World Projection and Ring of Brilliance, Azura's advancement had increased considerably. Now, with the exception of Hecate's Tier 2 players, Azura's members held their ground against the incoming attacks. Hecate's Tier 1 players could no longer break their formation. Meanwhile, Shifeng, who opened a path for his team, was like a killing machine. Despite Shifeng having only advanced 1/4 of the way through Hecate's blockade, more than 400 players had died by his swords. In addition, Shifeng's Tier 3 demon disrupted Hecate's formation from time to time. This prevented Hecate's members from slowing Shifeng down, and Hecate's members could only watch as Shifeng made his way through their ranks. Blade, go, stop him with the vultures. We must not let these people get away, Cold Brew said, gnashing his teeth as he watched Shifeng plow through Hecate's army unhindered. Shifeng played a crucial part in this battle. If he hadn't torn a hole in their encirclement, Azura's members wouldn't have had a chance of breaking through. Moreover, too many Hecate members had died at Shifeng's hands. Shifeng left only corpses in his wake. If they did not remove the man from the battle now, they would suffer immense losses. Got it. Blade Hand, who had hidden a short distance away from Azura's expedition team, replied through the team chat. He then led the 6 assassins around him and snuck toward Shifeng. The Vultures was a party of assassins Hecate had specifically nurtured to eliminate important figures in other large guilds. The Vultures had successfully assassinated the upper echelons of super first-rate guilds in the past. When the Vultures were within 30 yards of Shifeng, the 6 assassins each took a magic array scroll from their bags. When they were within 25 yards, they used shadow steps and instantly appeared beside Shifeng. Seal. The Vultures moved extremely quickly and simultaneously unfurled the magic array scrolls in their hands. However, Shifeng's response was also swift. He instantly knew what these newcomers intended to do. Immediately, he began brandishing his swords. Swords orbit. Dazzling stars bombarded the 6 assassins, one after another. With both hands occupied, the Vultures couldn't defend themselves. Hence, they promptly activated wind steps, utilizing the brief invulnerability the skill provided to block Shifeng's strikes while they continued to activate their magic array scrolls. Suddenly, a magic array formed beneath Shifeng's feet. He then felt a powerful gravitational pull as chains emerged from the magic array and wrapped around his body, reducing his basic attributes, movement speed, and attack speed by 60%. Moreover, a magic barrier formed around him, Blade Hand, and the Vultures, sealing them off from the outside world. No attack spells or healing spells would be able to get through this barrier. Die! Blade Hand appeared behind Shifeng, slashing his 2 daggers at the swordsman while he activated his Berserk skill. Similarly, the 6 Vultures activated their Berserk skills and used Absolute Strike, the assassin class's strongest Tier 1 skill. Since the attacks had been launched from such a close range and Shifeng's attributes and speed had been drastically reduced, he couldn't defend himself in time. As a result, all 7 attacks hit their mark at the same time. Commander! Anxiety and concern overwhelmed Yenya as she watched Shifeng take the hits. Facing 1 Tier 2 assassin and 6 Tier 1 assassins with activated Berserk skills, even Shifeng, who had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, would likely fall. He's finally dead. Cold Brew could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the attacks strike Shifeng. With Shifeng dead, the remaining members of Azura were fish on the chopping block. Moreover, the fact that they had killed Shifeng, the Azura Adventurer Team's commander, more or less justified the large number of casualties they had suffered. However, unlike Cold Brew, the Vultures and Blade Hand, who were inside the magic array, expressed neither joy nor relief. Instead, they stared at Shifeng with grim expressions. This was because their weapons had not struck Shifeng at all. Rather, a translucent barrier enveloping Shifeng's body had stopped their weapons. What a powerful assassination technique. For a moment, even I thought I was dead meat. After glancing at his 7 tense assailants, Shifeng took a look at the Void Shield he had activated. His Void Shield had already lost more than 30% of its energy. If he had failed to activate the barrier in time, he definitely would have died. It's only a protective shield. I refuse to believe it can last forever. After recovering from his shock, Blade Hand altered his dagger's trajectory and launched another attack. Similarly, the 6 Vultures launched their own assault. The 7 assassins remained cold and unmoving as they attacked Shifeng's protective shield in a frenzy, disregarding any cost. While inside the magic array, their basic attributes surpassed Shifeng's. They were also faster than the swordsmen. Meanwhile, skills that generated protective shields could only absorb a limited amount of damage. As long as they broke through the protective shield, Shifeng would die all the same. Daggers and short swords rapidly struck Shifeng's void shield. Dang! 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 Shifeng executed sword's orbit to defend himself, but each time he blocked an attack, his arms would tremble slightly. In terms of strength, he was no match for the 7 assassins. Meanwhile, the assassins' coordination prevented him from blocking all of their attacks. As a result, his void shield's energy continued to deplete. 60%, 50%, 30%. While void shield's energy drained, the expedition team's situation had taken a turn for the worst. Since Azura's members had halted their advance for a time, Hecate's members were able to land more attacks. As a result, Azura lost members rapidly. Seeing this, Shifeng could not help but sigh. Immediately, he activated Blade Liberation, his aura's intensity skyrocketing. The instant Blade Hand and the vultures came into contact with Shifeng's killing ray, they felt their arms go numb. The impact sent them flying and crashing into the magic barrier, which rippled under the force. How did he recover his strength? Blade Hand's expression darkened further as he watched Shifeng, who stood proudly in the center of the magic barrier. He could not understand how Shifeng's attributes had increased by such a large margin. However, Shifeng had no intention of giving Blade Hand's group any time to think as he took the initiative to attack. Dang! 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 Shifeng's attack speed was so high that even Tier 2 players had a hard time keeping up with his swords. Although Blade Hand and the vultures were assassins, not even they were a match for this swordsman's speed. They had to rely on their instincts to block Shifeng's swords. The 7 assassins knew that they were pushing themselves to their limits. Yet, every time their daggers or short swords came into contact with Shifeng's swords, an intense feedback coursed through their arms. The resulting impact was so powerful that they were even forced to retreat by several steps. Eventually, they could no longer keep up and were forced to use Vanish, temporarily negating Shifeng's attacks. Using the brief invulnerability, they launched a suicidal attack. The reckless assault instantly shattered Shifeng's void shield and slightly lowered his HP. Seeing that they had finally dealt damage, Blade Hand and the vultures regained a little hope. Immediately, the 7 assassins disregarded defense and launched another reckless assault. However, just as their attacks were about to strike Shifeng, their target split into 2 identical copies. Phantom kill. Blade Hand and the vultures were dumbfounded. But since their brief invulnerability was still active, they thrust their blades at the 2 copies. However, with the 7 assassins' attacks divided, and the fact that Shifeng had an absurd amount of HP and defense, the assassins failed to kill either of Shifeng's copies. When the 7 assassins' temporary invulnerability ended, Shifeng and his doppelganger simultaneously activated Shadow Blade, sending 20 strikes flying at the assassins. There was little space for players to move around inside the magic barrier, and as a result, 5 of the 7 assassins were killed instantly. Shifeng and his doppelganger then executed Purgatory Pentaslash, each bombarding the 2 remaining assassins with 5 slashes. The power of each slash grew stronger than the last, and by the time Shifeng and his doppelganger landed their 5th hit, their opponents were paralyzed. Suddenly, a streak of blue light cut down Blade Hand and the last vulture. This time, the 2 assassins were powerless. When the streak of light cut through the 2 assassins' leather armor, both were thrown into the magic barrier, staring with widened eyes as they died. They simply could not bring themselves to believe that some commander of a measly adventurer team had turned the tables on Hecate's vultures, who were powerful enough to make the various large guilds tremble with fear. Although Blade Hand wanted to say something, his HP had reached 0. His vision faded to black as his body transformed into a streak of light and disappeared, leaving behind a piece of equipment shortly after. The magic barrier around Shifeng shattered and vanished. Chapter 1777, Scourge. Chapter 1777, Scourge. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. Along with the magic barrier's disappearance, Hecate's members, who were slowly closing in on Azura's members, could not help being stunned. Everyone in Hecate knew of the vultures. The group was second only to the guild's pride, the 12 heavens, in terms of strength. When it came to fame, the vultures were far more renowned than the 12 heavens because the vultures had killed many people in the upper echelons of first-rate guilds before, and even someone in the upper echelon of a super first-rate guild. Moreover, Blade Hand, Hecate's #1 assassin, had even led the assault on Shifeng this time. Yet, after fighting for just a little over 10 seconds, all 7 of the vultures actually got killed. He's not dead, even after all that. A hint of fear flashed across Cold Brew's eyes as he watched Shifeng collect the items dropped by Blade Hand and the vultures. Although he had long since known that Shifeng was very strong, he hadn't thought the swordsman was this strong. Gritting his teeth, Cold Brew immediately commanded, "Everyone nearby, listen up. Stop Azura's commander at all costs. He has already used up all his trump cards. We cannot let him get away, no matter what. I will reward 4 pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment or 1 level 50 dark gold weapon to whoever manages to kill him." With such strength, if they allowed Shifeng to develop freely, he would undoubtedly become a scourge on Hecate in the future. Only by killing Shifeng, once now, and damaging his vigor, would they be able to disrupt Shifeng's development. Moreover, it wasn't very easy to hunt down and encircle players out in the field. They had succeeded this time, only because Shifeng had not been prepared. After today, they definitely wouldn't find another good opportunity like this to strike at Shifeng in the future. Anyhow, the sudden boost in Shifeng's attributes definitely wouldn't last long. Once they outlasted its duration, victory would be theirs for the taking. Kill. Meanwhile, when Hecate's members heard the reward Cold Brew was offering, their eyes promptly turned bloodshot. The guild had precious few level 50 fine gold weapons, much less level 50 dark gold weapons. If they could get their hands on one, it would definitely boost their combat power significantly. Following which, the Hecate members that were previously drawing closer to Azura's members suddenly changed course for Shifeng. Dozens of melee players swarmed Shifeng simultaneously. Spells and skills also flew at him, one after another. Seeing this, Shifeng swung Killing Ray lightly. Summon lightning. Suddenly, with Shifeng as the center, countless streaks of lightning spread out into his surroundings. As he was still under the effects of twofold berserk, every player that came into contact with the lightning strikes were killed, their bodies becoming piles of ash on the ground. Before the might of this attack, Hecate's members, who were fired up with bloodlust, instantly cooled down, their charge coming to an abrupt halt. Sure enough, there are still too many people. Shifeng paid no attention to the Hecate members that had stopped approaching him. Instead, he shifted his gaze to his teammates, who were currently fighting a heated battle. Although the Ring of Gospel skills had helped Azura's members significantly, the disadvantage in numbers was simply too massive. Now, less than half of the Azura expedition team remained alive. Shifeng then turned to look at the snow-capped forest a little over 1,000 yards away. "I have no choice but to try." Just as Cold Brew had expected, Shifeng was already running on fumes right now. Twofold Berserk was his final trump card. Once he activated it, either his enemies died, or he did. If he could get his team into the forest and utilize the terrain, hiding would be a snap. At that time, Hecate's members would no longer be able to surround them easily, following which Shifeng used his final trump card, Forbidden Domain. Suddenly, gray fog spread out from Shifeng's body and enveloped the path ahead of him, extending to the snow-capped forest. What's going on? Why can't I use my spells? That's not right. I can't even use my tools now. The Hecate members caught within Forbidden Domain quickly realized that something was wrong and panicked. After all, players relied mainly on skills and spells to do combat. Not being able to use these things was akin to a tiger that had lost both its teeth and claws. Most importantly, the healers could no longer heal themselves or their allies. Everyone, charge forward together with me. Upon seeing Hecate's members rattled, Shifeng quickly gave the order through the team chat and charged at the human wall before him. He then swung killing ray at the shields of the MTs blocking his way. With twofold berserk in effect, Shifeng was basically a humanoid monster. Just one attack was enough to send several MTs flying over a dozen yards away. Then, he followed up with Dragon Breath, tearing open the path that Hecate's members had refilled just recently. Although Hecate's members did their best to reorganize their formation, having been silenced, they were no different from paper before Shifeng. Every player that stood in his path would be sent flying before transforming into a streak of light and disappearing. Nobody could stop him at all. Azura's members became hot-blooded at the sight of Shifeng harvesting the lives of their enemies so effortlessly. They followed after him with renewed vigor. Although Hecate's members tried to prevent the adventurer team from advancing, the difference in combat power was simply too massive. Without any healing, Hecate's melee players fell quickly to Azura's members in just 2 or 3 moves. In the end, the guild players could only watch as the remains of Azura's expedition team entered the snow-capped forest. Boss Brew, Azura's members have escaped into the forest. Should we continue giving chase? A level 54 ranger asked as he looked at the nearby forest. No, we're retreating. The terrain inside the forest is too complex. Launching a search there will be too difficult. We might even get ambushed by them if we charge in recklessly, Cold Brew said, shaking his head. He then sent a fierce glance at the forest Shifeng had disappeared into as he said, we have plenty of time to deal with them in the future. Frozen City isn't a place they can easily survive in. Following which, Hecate's members all used their return scrolls and returned to Frozen City. Meanwhile, news of Hecate's failed encirclement soon entered the ears of the various guilds of Frozen City and set off quite a commotion among the upper echelons of these guilds. Many guilds in Frozen City even held emergency meetings over this matter. Ha ha ha, this Azura adventurer team sure is amazing. It actually managed to make Hecate eat a loss. This adventurer team is quite good. Have someone try to make contact with it. For a time, the various guilds of Frozen City did their best to find out more about the Azura adventurer team. Hecate was the ruling guild of Frozen City. Although the guild had yet to actually take control of the city, nobody in Frozen City dared to oppose the guild. Now that an adventurer team capable of inflicting such a huge loss on Hecate had appeared, how could the various guilds not feel shocked by this matter? Aside from Frozen City's guilds, the top-ranking adventurer teams of the city also obtained news of Hecate's failure through their own sources. A level 54 assassin suddenly entered one of Frozen City's high-class bars with hurried steps. Commander, something big just happened. Hecate dispatched 40,000 elites and experts to ambush an adventurer team. The level 54 assassin announced as he took a seat in front of a middle-aged man who was currently enjoying some wine in a corner of the bar. This middle-aged man was Brilliant Heaven, the commander of the Frost Lion Adventurer Team, Frozen City's second-best adventurer team. With great enthusiasm, the level 54 assassin continued. What do you think the outcome was? What else could it be? With a force of 40,000 elites and experts, you can even wipe out some of the large guilds in Frozen City. Brilliant Heaven replied disinterestedly. You guessed wrong. Hecate failed. I also heard that Hecate lost several thousand members as well, the level 54 assassin said, shaking his head. Several thousand? Which adventurer team did Hecate target? Even White Soul, the current #1 adventurer team, doesn't have this kind of capability. Brilliant Heaven could not help but be surprised by the assassin's words. No, based on some insider information from Hecate, it seems this adventurer team came from another region, the level 54 assassin said. Another region? What's it called? How many people did they send over? Several tens of thousands? Brilliant Heaven's curiosity was now piqued despite himself. It seems the adventurer team is called Azura, and it sent roughly 700 people over this time, the level 54 assassin said after taking another look at the message he received previously. Moreover, I heard that Azura's commander killed the vultures and Blade Hand all by himself. 700, and their commander killed the vultures and Blade Hand by himself? Upon hearing the assassin's words, Brilliant Heaven could not help wondering whether the assassin was drunk. However, the assassin had spoken very clearly and seriously. If that is true, then I'm afraid Frozen City will soon have a new ruler. Chapter 1778, Famous. Chapter 1778, Famous. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. After Sherfone got his team away from Hecate, he split the surviving Azura members into small groups and had them enter Frozen City while wearing cloaks to start collecting information regarding the city. As for Sherfone himself, he and Yin made their way straight to Frozen City's City Hall. Commander, this city is flourishing. It can already rival the capitals of kingdoms back on the continent of God's domain. Yin Yu was very surprised as she looked at the street outside through the advanced horse carriage's windows. As they made their way to the city hall, she saw plenty of players hawking their wares on the sidewalks. Unlike Cold Wind City, though, the majority of these hawkers were lifestyle players. These players sold level 50 weapons and equipment, and the weakest piece of equipment was bronze rank, while the better ones were even secret silver rank. Such a scene could not be found in Cold Wind City. Also, plenty of player-operated shops lined the streets. Frozen City's prosperity could definitely rival that of a kingdom's capital. Moreover, compared to the level and equipment standard of Cold Wind City's players, the players here were obviously superior. Most of the players on the street were level 52 and were fully geared in level 50 mysterious iron equipment. There were also quite a few level 53 experts sporting multiple pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. You even spotted some independent players in level 50 fine gold equipment. This place is indeed developed. If comparing purely in terms of lifestyle player standards, Frozen City is far superior to the capitals of kingdoms. As Sherfone looked at the lifestyle players on the sidewalks, he discovered that these lifestyle players were not wearing any guild emblems. Despite not being a member of a guild, they were capable of producing level 50 secret silver equipment. The forging standard of the lifestyle players in Frozen City was much higher than that of the lifestyle players on the main continent. For example, inside Starmoon Kingdom, only the lifestyle players of the Candlelight trading firm could produce level 50 secret silver equipment at a feasible cost. By the looks of it, Frozen City should be one of the Ice Crystal World's main cities. Main city? Yenya repeated. This was her first time hearing this term. That's right, a main city. You can think of other worlds as a kingdom or an empire. Although other worlds have not been unified, some cities are the counterparts of kingdom capitals and imperial capitals. These cities are known as main cities. They function as an intersection for neighboring regions. However, other worlds do not have only one main city. Depending on the size of an otherworld, it can have around 3 to 7 main cities. A city as large and as prosperous as Frozen City should be a main city, Shi Feng explained. Based on the investigations Azura's members had conducted, Frozen City's player population exceeded 8 million, which was much higher than Cold Wind City's. In fact, Frozen City's player population exceeded even White River City's slightly, which was simply impossible for an ordinary city. In addition, Frozen City had opened a path to 2 other cities just a little while ago. At the same time, the Frozen City region had multiple maps leading to other regions. All this proved that Frozen City was a main city in the ice crystal world. Originally, Shi Feng had expected to arrive at an ordinary city similar to Cold Wind City. He had never imagined that he would actually land himself in a main city. This came as a pleasant surprise. The importance of an otherworld main city was much greater than that of a kingdom capital or imperial capital on the continent of God's domain. The reason for this was access. Players in most ordinary cities in other worlds had to transit a main city in order to travel to other ordinary cities. On the other hand, players on the continent of God's domain could teleport freely between cities belonging to the same kingdom or empire. Moreover, regions housing ordinary cities had access to only one main city. One could travel to other main cities only via the main city they were connected to. Due to these reasons, the main cities of other worlds were very important. At the same time, the difficulty of taking control of a main city was also much greater. However, once players successfully seized control of a main city, they could monopolize a sizable portion of an otherworld's resources, which also made main cities prime targets for the various large guilds. Now that Shi Feng had managed to arrive at Frozen City ahead of the Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds, he had a much better chance of taking control of the city. After riding on the horse carriage for about 20 minutes, Shi Feng and Yen Yip arrived at Frozen City's City Hall. Currently, merchant players crowded the main lobby. Some of these merchant players were standing before the front counter and browsing through the shops available for purchase in the city. Others were sitting in the lounge and chatting while waiting for their turn. Did you hear? Hecate ambushed an adventurer team in the Snow Rift just recently. In the end, however, not only did Hecate lose several thousand elite and expert players, but it even let nearly half of the adventurer team get away. Of course, I've heard about it. I also know that the targeted adventurer team is called Azura, and that it's an adventurer team that came from Cold Wind City, a city that Hecate is trying to occupy. This Azura adventurer team sure is amazing. It actually managed to deal such a grievous blow to Hecate. I also heard that Azura's commander is an absolute monster that's 3 meters tall and has arms several times thicker than my thighs. He managed to wipe out the vultures and kill several thousand elite and expert members of Hecate all by himself. Even Tier 2 experts are like tofu before him. What a monster! It's no wonder even the vultures got annihilated. Commander, they seem to be talking about you. Yenya, who overheard the conversation of some resting players, giggled as she sneaked a glance at Shi Feng. Am I that gigantic? Shi Feng could not help being flabbergasted by the conversation of these players. The rumors about him were growing increasingly ridiculous. Hecate's ambush this time had indeed dealt a severe blow to Azura's expedition team. However, Azura had also gained a considerable harvest from the ambush, and this harvest came in the form of free promotion. After all, Hecate had caused quite a commotion when it dispatched an army of 40,000 players to hunt a single adventurer team. The fact that the guild returned in failure only served to garner even more attention from the general populace. At this point, practically every player in Frozen City had heard about the Azura adventurer team already. After Shi Feng arrived on the second-floor hall of the City Hall, he revealed his City Protector title. Lord Protector, how may I be of service to you today? An NPC senior administrator promptly walked over to greet Shifeng. "I wish to purchase a plot of land in the city," Shifeng said. "All right, these are the available lands in our city right now," the senior administrator said, as he took out a map of Frozen City. Green and red markers dotted the map, with the green markers signifying ownerless lands and the red markers signifying owned lands. Looking at the city map, Shifeng could not help but smile. Sure enough, the lands around that street are still untouched, Shifeng thought as he looked at a section of the city that was all green, labeled the Old City District. This section was located in the outer area of the city, and it would seem that nobody was interested in purchasing the lands there. After all this time since the launch of God's Domain, the important lands of NPC cities, whether on the main continent of God's Domain or in other worlds, had already been bought by the various guilds. No good locations would be left unclaimed. However, the NPC cities in other worlds were slightly different, particularly the old city districts of the main cities. In other worlds, only main cities had access to other main cities. This was like how teleportation between countries was limited to the capitals. Players needed to travel to the capital in order to teleport to another country. However, the way this access was gained wasn't by opening up a path in a particular map, but by activating the air routes between cities. Once the air routes were activated, players could then ride a flying ship from one main city to another. These flying ships would dock at the main city's old city districts, where the main cities would construct an airport. In the past, the various large guilds had been ignorant of this fact. As a result, some merchant players that had gambled their money on the lands of the old city districts ended up making a fortune for themselves. Currently, practically all the lands around the area reserved for the future airport were ownerless. This was a massive business opportunity for Shifeng. "Lord Protector, may I know which plot of land you wish to buy? I can also give you a detailed introduction of the lands available here," the senior administrator asked when he saw Shifeng remaining unresponsive for quite some time. "No need for introductions. I want every plot of land in this area," Shifeng said as he pointed at the several streets of the Old City District. Chapter 1779, Difference Between Cities. Chapter 1779, Difference Between Cities. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. Everything, the NPC senior administrator couldn't help but ask, flabbergasted. "Lord Protector, there are a total of 14 plots of land on these streets. Are you sure you want all of them?" Even Yen gave Shifeng an astonished look, her jaw dropping. She simply could not fathom what Shifeng was trying to do. Although the lands in the Old City District were much cheaper than the lands in the Central District, purchasing all 14 plots would still cost a fortune. Moreover, the Old City District was in a remote area of the city. Even now, nobody had bothered to purchase any of those lands. One could easily see just how poor the location was. Just finding a tenant might be impossible. "That's right. I want all of them." Shifeng nodded. "All right, the total for the 14 plots of land comes to 31,500 gold. After making sure that Shifeng wanted to buy Old City District's lands, the senior administrator excitedly calculated the total price and handed Shifeng a list. Examining this list, Shifeng noticed that the cheapest plot cost over 2,000 gold. These lands were slightly more expensive than those in the outskirts of a kingdom's capital city. However, once the air routes between main cities opened to the public, these lands would become dozens of times more valuable. Even if he didn't have a use for these lands, he could rent them out and make a fortune. Naturally, he couldn't miss the opportunity to purchase these lands. After ensuring that everything was in order, Shifeng completed the payment. At this stage of the game, 31,500 gold was a massive sum even to a first-rate guild. To Shifeng, however, this amount was nothing. Shifeng had already sent Solitary 9 with the rare materials which the Azura Adventurer team and the Adventurer Alliance had gathered to the Candlelight trading firm. On his return, Solitary 9 had brought back plenty of items from Candlelight, such as stamina potions, ice resistance armor kits, and other items that could not be found in Cold Wind City to sell or put up for trade for the Adventurer Alliance. Cold Wind City's players prefer to purchase their items with coins rather than trade rare materials for items. Hence, he had earned quite a lot of coins recently. Thus far, Solitary 9 had made 2 trips to White River City. His first trip had netted them over 20,000 gold. On his second trip, which had been several days later, Candlelight was far more prepared as it had obtained the massive stock of rare materials. As a result, the items Solitary 9 had returned to Cold Wind City with on his second trip had netted them over 60,000 gold in profit. Now, Shifeng's pockets were heavy with coins. It was a pity that Azura and Zero Wing couldn't afford such shipments every day. After all, there were only so many players in Cold Wind City. There was a limit to the market's appetite. By Shifeng's estimates, it would take the city's players at least 4 to 5 days to digest all of the items. In other words, he could only earn a fortune once every 4 or 5 days. Before Shifeng had left Cold Wind City, he had spent 10,000 gold on the teleportation gates construction. He had also left 10,000 gold behind for Azura and the Adventurer Alliance's development. He still had over 60,000 gold on hand. However, while 60,000 gold might seem significant, it wasn't enough for Shifeng to accomplish anything. He needed a lot more than this paltry amount aside from Cold Wind City's development. Shifeng was responsible for the development costs of Zero Wing's branch guild, Dollar Town, and the Lost Town in the Boneless Land, all of which required a massive amount of funds. This was especially true for Silverwing Town and the Lost Town. Silverwing Town was located beside a primordial divine ruin that was connected to Primordial City. It was a strategic location that could constantly bring in combat techniques and resources, which could aid players in their promotion quests. As for the Lost Town, it was a holy land that could help players grasp the realms of truth. It would help Zero Wing nurture countless experts for the future. These 2 towns were the foundations necessary for Zero Wing to become a super guild, and they needed to be fortified as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the various superpowers realized the value of these 2 towns, they would do everything they could to steal them from Zero Wing. This was also why Shifeng had told no one about the Lost Town. With how large Zero Wing had grown, there were many spies within the guild. The risk of leaking information was too great in God's domain. The strong preyed on the weak. On the off chance that the various superpowers discovered the Lost Town's ability, Zero Wing's current strength wouldn't be enough to defend the town from the claws of multiple superpowers. It was absolutely necessary that Shifeng fortify the 2 towns as soon as possible, and the fastest way to do so required spending money to earn even more. Purchasing these 14 plots of land was his plan's first steps. After purchasing these 14 plots of land, Shifeng chose the largest one and spent 3,000 gold to build a luxurious adventurer residence, which would serve as Azura's base in this city. He then selected another 5 plots of land and spent a total of 5,000 gold to build high-end shops. Shifeng intended to use these shops as temporary warehouses. Frozen City had far more residential players than Cold Wind City, and the resources these players possessed were doubtlessly superior to those in Cold Wind City in both quantity and quality. After making the necessary preparations, Shifeng went on to Frozen City's official forums and published a post as the Azura Adventurer Team's commander. The Adventurer Alliance is currently recruiting in Frozen City. We offer excellent benefits with no restrictions. Strong, capable players can even join the Azura Adventure Team directly. The moment this post went public, Many players that were interested in the Azura Adventure team clicked on it out of curiosity. Amazing! Truly amazing. What? We can even purchase level 50 fine gold set equipment. Quick, look! We can actually purchase combat techniques in the Adventure Alliance. There are also ice resistance gemstones among the exchangeable items. This Azura Adventure team is too generous. Does Azura plan to gather strength for a war against Hecate? Is this for real? If it's true, I'll join the Adventure Alliance right away. Magic Light Set, here I come. The post Shurfong had uploaded contained information that introduced the Adventure Alliance's benefits. To attract more players to join, he had even used the Magic Light Set and combat techniques as bait. Of course, not only did items like the Magic Light Set require a large number of Adventure Alliance points, but they also required a sufficient number of soul-dissolving flowers. Shortly after Shurfeng's post went live, the independent players throughout the entire Frozen City went into an uproar. Every one of these independent players rushed toward Azura's residence. Although the majority of them did not have soul-dissolving flowers, they were still curious to find out whether the Azura Adventurer team's claim was true, wanting to confirm the situation with their own eyes. Before 10 minutes had even passed, over 10,000 independent players had crowded around Azura's residence, seeking to join the Adventurer Alliance. They packed the street outside the residence, forcing Azura's members to step up and maintain order. When Frozen City's independent players joined the Adventurer Alliance and saw the exchange list in the main lobby, they were ecstatic. The Magic Light Set was on the list as promised, and there were actually 3 available. After getting their fill of the Magic Light Set, the independent players in the lobby turned their bloodshot eyes toward the ice resistance gemstones that increased one's ice resistance by 5 points. They immediately began to bid on the gemstones. Frozen City had far more resources than Cold Wind City, especially when it came to magic crystals. This was because Frozen City had an Azura mode regional dungeon in its area. Players could visit the regional dungeon to harvest the magic crystals they needed. Hence, Frozen City's players had slightly more magic crystals in their possession than Cold Wind City's players. Very quickly, the prices for the ice resistance gemstones shot up to 7 magic crystals, with some even reaching 8 magic crystals. Roughly 30 minutes later, the 5,000 5-point gemstones Shurfong had brought from Cold Wind City had sold out. Frozen City's appetite for the ice resistance gemstones was many times stronger than Cold Wind City's. The sales had also earned Shurfong over 35,700 magic crystals. Realizing that demand for the gemstones was so high here, Shurfong posted 10,000 6-point gemstones for sale, as well, with their minimum price set at 7 magic crystals. However, instead of selling batches of 1,000 at a time, as he had before, he only sold the 6-point gemstones in batches of 200 and 300. To Shurfeng's surprise, all 3 magic light sets had sold roughly 3 hours after he had established the Adventurer Alliance in Frozen City, netting him 18 soul-dissolving flowers. Despite all of his efforts to collect the soul-dissolving flower in Cold Wind City, he had only collected 6 stalks, yet he had secured 18 stalks only 3 hours after arriving in Frozen City. The difference between the 2 cities was greater than he had imagined. Although the magic light sets had likely been purchased by players from large guilds, potentially adding to these guilds' strength, Shurfong didn't care. After all, he had finally secured the 20 soul-dissolving flowers. After Shurfong withdrew the 18 soul-dissolving flowers from Azura's warehouse, he nearly lost himself to his excitement and clicked to remove the curse on the philosopher's hand. Fortunately, he managed to suppress his elation and found a private room in the residence. Only after ensuring that he was alone did he retrieve the crystalline hand from his bag. System: it has been detected that you have 20 soul-dissolving flowers. Do you wish to remove the curse on the Philosopher's Hand. Seeing the system notification, Sure Feng clicked Accept without hesitation. Chapter 1780, Initial Unsealing of a Legendary Item. Chapter 1780, Initial Unsealing of a Legendary Item. Hellscythe_Lucky Old Cat. The instant Sure Feng chose to remove the curse, the crystalline, skeletal hand released a purplish gold glow that lit up the entire room. The mana density in the room also started to rise at a rapid rate. Amazing! So, this is the power of the Philosopher's Hand. Sure Feng was unprecedentedly calm as a white mist surrounded him. Shortly after, the mist-turned mana gradually took liquid form. A globe of liquid mana then formed before Sure Feng. A moment later, a scene began to play in the mana globe. The footage showed a world enveloped in fire. The world's sky was covered in dense, dark clouds, and from time to time, a tower of flame would rise into the sky. Meanwhile, white flames danced on flowing, white-hot magma in this world's center. The flames were so hot that they even distorted space around them. However, Sure Feng could faintly see a gigantic gate in the center of the white-hot flames. In addition, a massive crimson figure paced inside the flames. The figure wielded a trident that seemed to be the ruler of the surrounding flames. After 1 minute of the footage, it disappeared. The room gradually returned to its original state, and the Philosopher's Hand quietly hovered before Sure Feng. However, the item was now decorated in carved, divine runes. The Philosopher's Hand's attributes had also undergone significant changes. Cursed Philosopher's Hand, legendary rank item. As the creator of the Philosopher's Hand failed to complete his wish before death, the creator's soul had attached itself to the Philosopher's Hand and cursed it to lose all of its power. As soul-dissolving flowers had been used on the Philosopher's Hand, the creator's soul had received soul guidance. As a result, the curse has been weakened slightly. Additional skill dash. Philosopher's Soul offers players guidance for 1 hour when crafting items. Cooldown, 3 hours. What an amazing skill. I've only partially removed the curse, yet the Philosopher's Hand has gained such a heaven-defying skill. It's no wonder why it had been known as an alchemy treasure. Sure Feng was astonished when he saw the updated attribute panel. Most likely, the effects of Philosopher's Soul could rival even the value of a meditation potion. However, the materials needed to produce the meditation potion were incomparably valuable, and the potion itself was impossible to mass produce. Philosopher's Soul, on the other hand, was a skill that could be used indefinitely. Although the skill could only be used to help lifestyle players craft items, not to learn combat techniques like the meditation potion, it was still a precious resource. If the public discovered this skill, guilds throughout the game would hunt Sure Feng down to steal it. In God's Domain, players had to invent items, which involved a process of trial and error to become lifestyle masters. It would take a very long time for a lifestyle player to reach the master rank. However, if one had some guidance, inventing an item would become easier. This would help lifestyle players, who were just a small step away from becoming a master, cross the final threshold. After just partially dissolving the curse on the Philosopher's Hand, it offered such a powerful skill. It was no wonder why Kingdom's Sword had developed its trading firm to the forefront of the Dark Knight Empire within a short time. After all, lifestyle masters were the core competitive power of a trading firm. This outcome made Sure Feng even more eager to complete this epic ranked main storyline quest and obtain the complete Philosopher's Hand. However, the World Forest location is a big problem. As Sure Feng recalled the scene the mana ball had displayed, frowning. Current players were likely unfamiliar with the flaming world and would take a very long time to find it, but the moment Sure Feng, who was incredibly familiar with God's Domain, had laid eyes on the world of fire, the massive crimson monster, and the trident it wielded He knew where it was. The Flame Demon's Valley. It was a neutral map that was home to flame demons. The gigantic monster in the recording was, in fact, the Flame Demon King, the Flame Demon's Valley's final boss. As the Flame Demon's Valley was rich in magic crystals and source fire ore, it had been highly contested over by the various large guilds in the past. The Flame Demon King, in particular, was one of the few world bosses available at this stage of the game. The Flame Demon King's first kill awarded fragmented legendary items and guild residence promotion orders. As a result, God's Domain's various superpowers had dispatched large armies to raid it. Unfortunately, every guild that had tried to raid the world boss had returned in failure. The Flame Demon King had only been level 83 back then. The various superpowers expedition team members had, on average, been over level 80. The expedition teams also consisted of Tier 2 players, yet they hadn't been powerful enough to stand against the Flame Demon King's strength. Every expedition team had been annihilated. Only after players had reached level 100 and obtained their Tier 3 classes did they finally defeat the Flame Demon King. Meanwhile, the main reason that level 80-plus players had failed to defeat the Demon King was the Flame Demon's Valley's intense environment. The area the Flame Demon King occupied was so hot that players would rapidly lose HP even in full fire resistance equipment and with advanced fire resistance potions. When a team battled the Flame Demon King, the team's healers constantly had to heal every member of their team. One could easily imagine the results of such a disadvantageous battle. However, not only would players' basic attributes and physique improve considerably after reaching Tier 3, but their resistances would also undergo a qualitative transformation. This was also the greatest difference between Tier 2 and Tier 3 players. This was why players had been able to defeat this boss after reaching Tier 3. Although Shurfeng's goal only consisted of traveling to the World Forest and activating the World Gate, not killing the Flame Demon King, the area's scorching fire was no laughing matter. Even if he consumed an advanced fire resistance potion, he wouldn't last more than 20 seconds in the severe environment without a healer. Furthermore, the Flame Demon King wouldn't just sit by and watch him approach the World Gate. If he factored in the Flame Demon King's interference, he wouldn't survive for more than a few seconds. Then, how was he supposed to activate the World Gate? It seems that I'll have to find a way to increase my fire resistance. No matter how Shurfeng thought about it, the only way he could activate the World Gate and complete his quest as soon as possible was to raise his fire resistance. Moreover, just increasing his fire resistance wouldn't do. He needed to help improve enough players to form a 20-man team at the very least. Otherwise, he wouldn't accomplish anything even if he was immune to the map's heat with the Flame Demon King harassing him. He needed others to distract the Flame Demon King while he activated the World Gate. At the moment, Shurfeng could only think of 3 methods to improve a player's fire resistance. The first method was to wear fire resistance equipment. The second involved fire resistance potions, and the last required raising one's tier. The last option was unrealistic. Hence, he could only rely on the first and second method. Creating advanced fire resistance potions was not a problem for the Candlelight trading firm. The problem now lay in how to acquire a large stock of fire resistance equipment. Moreover, the fire resistance equipment in question had to provide a significant amount of fire resistance. Otherwise, players wouldn't be able to survive in the Flame Demon King's abode. Trying to secure a large stock of powerful fire resistance equipment within a short time was unrealistic at this stage of the game. This was because mainstream players were just starting to cross the level 50 threshold. Team dungeons that dropped resistance equipment were still extremely rare. Hence, resistance equipment was very rare at this level, much less excellent resistance equipment. Only after players reached level 70 and above would resistance equipment start to become available in greater quantities. There's no other choice. I can only return and have Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow prioritize team dungeons that drop fire resistance equipment. Shifeng sighed. Following which, Shifeng stored the Philosopher's Hand and called Yan over to discuss the works that needed to be done in Frozen City after he left the Ice Crystal World. He then filled his bag with the 60,000 magic crystals, which he had earned through the ice resistance gemstones that provided +6 ice resistance, and a large amount of rare materials he had acquired from Frozen City and Cold Wind City. He then used a guild transfer scroll and teleported back to the continent of God's domain. Chapter 1781, Tremendous Changes. Chapter 1781, Tremendous Changes. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. Starmoon Kingdom, Zero Wing City. When Shifeng entered the guild hall's first floor hall, he noticed that the main hall was crowded with guild members either eagerly picking up a quest or exchanging for an item from the guild warehouse. With a glance, he noticed that the players present inside the hall were all level 51 and above. Some Tier 2 players sporting Zero Wing's core member emblem were forming guild teams to raid team dungeons. The entire first floor hall bustled with prosperity. Things here were completely different from before he left for the Ice Crystal World. After observing the situation in the guild hall for a short while, Shifeng hurried to the candlelight trading firm. As he rode through the streets of Zero Wing City on an advanced horse carriage, he noticed that there were many more players in the city than before, especially merchant players. In addition, he also saw quite a lot of leisure players wearing virtual clothing designed and made by real-world companies. It was obvious that players had started treating Zero Wing City as a place where they could enjoy life. Aside from merchant players and leisure players, there was also a marked increase in expert players in the city. Just within his field of vision alone right now, Shifeng already spotted several dozen level 53 and above expert players, and even 2 extremely rare Tier 2 players. This was a situation that could not be found even in Frozen City. However, the greatest change to Zero Wing City was the horse carriages on the streets. Convoys of carriages frequently drove past Shifeng. These convoys mostly belonged to NPC merchant caravans, the presence of which also represented the prosperity of a city. And the more there were of such caravans inside a city, the more prosperous a city was. After Zero Wing City's prosperity reached a certain degree, so long as the city met certain safety requirements, it could get promoted from a basic city to an intermediate city. In Shifeng's opinion, Zero Wing City's promotion was imminent. If a guild wished to promote its basic city to an intermediate city, the city needed sufficient popularity. The presence of NPC merchants on the streets was a good benchmark for a city's popularity, something which the various large guilds in the past had discovered after collecting sample information from multiple guild cities. Normally, when half of the merchant caravans present in the city were made up of advanced transport carriages, a basic city already possessed sufficient popularity to become an intermediate city. Meanwhile, roughly 1/3 of the merchant-owned carriages present inside Zero Wing City were advanced transport carriages. The city was not far off from attaining the needed popularity. Zero Wing City's development speed thoroughly exceeded Shifeng's expectations. What with the 4 towers of elements in Zero Wing City, it already fulfilled the security requirements to become an intermediate city. In other words, so long as Zero Wing City achieved sufficient popularity, it could immediately be promoted to an intermediate city. It would be great if Silverwing Town and the Lost Town could get promoted as quickly. Shifeng could not help but sigh ruefully as he looked at the streets through his carriage's window. Being Starmoon Kingdom's first guild city provided Zero Wing City with a massive advantage, with the additional benefit of an advanced defensive construction like the 4 towers of elements. It was basically impossible to stop Zero Wing City from developing rapidly. On the other hand, Silverwing Town and the Lost Town, which were both located in neutral maps, did not possess such an advantage. After riding on the horse carriage for about 10 minutes, Sure Foam arrived before the Candlelight Trading Firm, which was as lively as ever. Quite a number of lifestyle players were lined up on one side of the shop waiting to apply to join Candlelight. "Guild leader, you're back." Melancholic Smile, who was currently busy handling recruitment procedures on the second floor hall, was pleasantly surprised to see Sure Foam. "MHM, what's the situation in Zero Wing City and Candlelight right now?" Sure Foam asked when he saw Melancholic Smile approaching him. When he noticed the Master Forger's insignia pinned on her chest, he could not help his surprise, asking, "You got promoted to Master already?" "I became a Master Forger just yesterday. It is all thanks to the rare materials you had Solitary 9 and the others deliver. Those materials allowed me to carry out many experiments. In the end, I managed to create an entirely new piece of equipment," Melancholic Smile said. However, despite her humble words, Melancholic Smile still felt a little proud of herself. After all, the threshold of master was a huge one to cross. At this point in time, tons of lifestyle players were still stuck at the advanced rank, nowhere close to creating a new item. "Since you've already been promoted to a Master Forger, I'll hand over these designs to you," Sure Foam said, taking out a few designs from his bag. He had obtained these designs from the Snow Ruin. One of these designs was for the level 50 Dark Gold Weapon Sockham's Blade, one was for level 50 Fine Gold Ranked Plate Armor Arm Guards, and one was for level 50 Dark Gold Ranked Cloth Armor Robes. Upon taking a closer look at these designs, Melancholic Smile immediately fell into a daze, her hands gripping the designs for Sockham's Blade and the Fine Gold Ranked Arm Guards tightly. "Guild leader, can I really learn these?" she asked excitedly. If these were merely secret silver ranked forging designs, she wouldn't have batted an eye at them. However, it was a different story for level 50 Fine Gold and Dark Gold ranked designs, because forging items of such quality required completely different techniques and the proper matching of materials to unleash the full potential of the materials used. In short, the rank of a forged weapon or equipment was determined by a forger's capability to utilize the materials involved. If a forger was capable of forging only bronze and mysterious iron-ranked weapons and equipment, then their ability to unleash the potential of raw materials was only at a rudimentary level. Weapons and equipment at the Dark Gold rank, on the other hand, could be considered works of art. At this rank, the matching of materials was practically at a perfect level. Meanwhile, if players wished to create such works of art of their own, they needed to keep learning level 50 plus Fine Gold and Dark Gold ranked forging designs. However, designs of such rank were extremely rare and difficult to obtain. Thus far, aside from the Fine Gold rank and above designs from the Holy City of Titan, the Candlelight Trading Firm did not possess any other high-ranking designs. Of course, if Candlelight has a tailor who has reached the master rank, then that robe design will be theirs, Sure Foam said, chuckling. This situation made him realize that, aside from various rare materials, he could also get high-ranking designs for lifestyle players from the Ice Crystal world. It wouldn't be a bad idea to have Solitary 9 transfer some of the high-ranking designs they acquired at the Ice Crystal world. "Thank you, Guild Leader. I'll make sure to produce weapons and equipment that will be to your satisfaction very quickly." Melancholic Smile was brimming with joy as she stored the designs. Afterward, she started reporting on Zero Wing's current affairs to Sure Foam. Thanks to Zero Wing City and Silverwing Town, Zero Wing's development was zooming along. The guild already had over 240,000 elite members and 7,000 expert members. Those numbers could already rival those of first-rate guilds. With Zero Wing City's player population having exceeded 5 million during this period, It was close to catching up to White River City. Just the entrance fees collected daily provided massive income to the guild. Only, as the guild's member count increased, the guild's expenditures likewise increased. Moreover, the Zero Wing members developing over at Silverwing Town were constantly ambushed and harassed by the evil gods Temple and Dark players. This forced the guild to construct more defensive structures in Silverwing Town, as well as pay compensation to members that got killed in battle. Right now, the guild was basically investing every coin it earned back into itself. As a result, it was just barely running properly right now. However, it was also thanks to Silverwing Town that Zero Wing was gaining a bountiful harvest from the primordial divine ruin. The guild was now sending many more players into the ruin. After hearing Melancholic Smile's report, Shi Feng, who had been cudgeling his brain over the collection of fire resistance equipment, relaxed considerably. Now that the guild had so many experts, having a portion of them focus specifically on collecting fire resistance equipment would not hamper the guild's operation. At the very least, it would not affect the main force's development. As for funding, that was not a problem at all. Afterward, Shi Feng emptied the rare materials inside his bag and stacked them up into miniature mountains inside Candlelight's warehouse. The sight of the materials Shi Feng took out rendered Melancholic Smile speechless. The amount of materials greatly exceeded the total amount that Solitary Nine's group had brought over in 2 trips. With so many rare materials, they could earn a fortune just by selling the materials directly. If they turned these materials into products and sold them, they would earn even more. After all, many of these materials were suitable for producing level 50 weapons and equipment at the secret silver rank and above. If they made these weapons and equipment and sold them, they would rake in a ridiculous amount of money. Right, guild leader, I have an item here that the secret pavilion sent over. Originally, the secret pavilion's representatives stated that they had to hand it over to you in person. However, since you weren't around after they made several visits, they ended up giving up and passed it to me for safekeeping. Instead, Melancholic Smile said. She then took out a pitch-black gift box from her bag and handed it to Shi Feng. An item from the secret pavilion? After receiving the gift box, Shi Feng immediately opened it out of curiosity. Chapter 1782, Raising Funds. Chapter 1782, Raising Funds. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. When Shi Feng tapped on the item, the exquisite gift box opened slowly. Inside the gift box was an exquisite golden card. Embossed on the card were the words Secret Pavilion Auction Invitation Card. The invitation card for the Secret Pavilion's auction? Shi Feng took out the card to inspect its attribute panel. This is interesting. Recorded on the card's attribute panel was the address for the venue of the Secret Pavilion's internal auction. The card also served as an electronic pass that allowed entry into the auction. Meanwhile, the card could allow up to 5 people to participate in the auction. Shi Feng knew very clearly what an internal auction hosted by the Secret Pavilion entailed. These internal auctions were a hub of high-class items. Moreover, the auctions weren't limited to items found in God's domain. Real-world items that could be of help to one's progression in the game would also be available. During the first 2 years after God's domain's launch, not even the Dark Arena's Dark Auction could have compared to the Secret Pavilion's internal auction. Epic items were commonplace in these internal auctions, not worth mentioning. More importantly, the auction would include fragmented legendary items and clues that could lead to legendary items. The internal auction also offered a massive quantity of items. Sometimes the internal auctions would last 2 days due to so many items for sale. As long as one attended, they could reap a considerable harvest. For Shi Feng, this auction's timing could not be more perfect. He currently needed a large stock of high-quality fire resistance equipment, and the secret pavilion, which reached all across the continent of God's domain, definitely had some fire resistance equipment to sell. Purchasing some during this auction would save him a lot of time and effort. Taking a look at the auction's date, he noticed that it would be held in 4 days. He still had time to prepare. Later, Sure Fong gathered Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow to inform them of the secret pavilion's invitation. If it were merely a normal auction, he might not have bothered to notify these two, but this was a secret pavilion internal auction. Many of God's domain's outstanding experts would be there due to the auction's tradition. To prevent the participating superpowers from monopolizing the finale items, leaving nothing for the other powers, the secret pavilion would hold a competition to decide how many of the finale items each power could purchase. Of course, one could refuse to take part in the competition, but they'd be limited to 2 or 3 of the finale items at most. To avoid missing out on anything precious, the various participating powers would show some effort in the competition. After all, the secret pavilion's finale items were all extraordinary. Of course, not just anybody could participate in this competition. Only 25-year-olds and younger could participate. If old monsters were allowed to take part, then up-and-coming powers might as well sit still and do nothing. Because of this, the various powers usually brought their outstanding experts to the internal auction. Although these experts were relatively unknown in the current God's domain, they would definitely become famous figures in the future. As Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow were Zero Wing's vice guild leaders, it was best to let them keep an eye out for these up-and-coming experts. After all, nobody knew if these up-and-coming experts would become enemies in the future. When Aqua Rose saw the invitation card in Shifeng's hand, she stared with wide, surprised eyes. "Guild leader, you're too awesome. You actually received a gold invitation card. I've heard that the secret pavilion has only distributed 50 gold cards this time." Aqua Rose said in admiration. The secret pavilion's internal auction was a grand event in the virtual gaming world. Even veteran first-rate guilds, like Twilight Echo, would only receive a silver invitation card. Meanwhile, those with a gold card would enjoy a massive loan from the secret pavilion. Even if one attended the event with empty pockets, they could use the gold card to purchase some items, paying their bills several days later. This provided a massive advantage in the auction. The secret pavilion had distributed such gold cards to prevent the various superpowers from casually bidding on finale items and winning them by default or for a very low price. Aqua Rose found it truly hard to believe that Sure Fong had actually received a gold card. They've only sent out 50? Sure Fong could not help but take another look at the invitation card. During his previous life, he had never participated in any of the secret pavilion's internal auctions since Shadow hadn't qualified for an invitation. He had only heard details about the internal auction from other guilds. He certainly hadn't expected the secret pavilion to send Zero Wing such a high-ranked invitation card. "Guild leader, can I bring a friend to the auction as well?" Aqua Rose asked hesitantly. Depending on the type of invitation card one received, players could bring a certain number of people with them. Bronze cards, the most common invitation cards, only granted entry to 2 people, and silver cards granted entry to 3 people. Only gold cards granted entry to 5 people. "Sure, we have plenty of slots. In any case," Sure Fong answered. He had only intended to bring Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow to the auction. No one else really mattered. They were only going to get a glimpse at the various major powers' up-and-coming experts. This information would only be useful to management-level figures in Zero Wing. Bringing guild experts wouldn't benefit the guild. On the contrary, he would be wasting his experts' time. "Thank you, guild leader," Aqua Rose said joyfully. Sure Fong Aqua Rose, and Gentle Snow agreed on a specific time to meet up at the internal auctions venue in the real world. Before this, though, Shifeng had the two of them lead a team of their own to raid specific team dungeons to acquire some fire resistance equipment. As for Shifeng, he did his best to collect funds. The secret pavilion's internal auction used 3 different currencies. The first equals was credits, which was also the most preferred currency of the various superpowers. The second was in-game coins, and the third currency was magic crystals. Currently, Zero Wing severely lacked credits. Hence, that only left the option of paying with coins and magic crystals. Fortunately, the secret pavilion preferred magic crystals and coins. Hence, during the auction, magic crystals and coins would have a priority over credits. However, Shifeng had no intention of purchasing items using magic crystals, since they weren't easy to obtain. Moreover, Zero Wing currently needed a lot more magic crystals to sustain its operation compared to other guilds. Hence, he would have to rely on his coins. Shifeng had spent 3 full days cooped up inside one of Candlelight's special forging rooms, constantly producing advanced mana armor kits. Even at this stage of the game, advanced mana armor kits were still highly sought after. There simply weren't enough to satisfy market demand. However, Shifeng hadn't had much time to craft the kits, so supply hadn't increased. Now, not only could he use these advanced mana armor kits to make money, but he could also use them to increase his forging proficiency. 100,000 proficiency points were required for a basic master forger to become an intermediate master forger. Only after a basic master forger had the required forging proficiency and created the necessary number of weapons or equipment could they become an intermediate master forger. Producing both the bronze guardian puppet and the Hell Chariot required an intermediate master forger. Between the bronze guardian puppet and the Hell Chariot, it was easier to acquire the necessary materials and manpower to craft the Hell Chariot. If Candlelight could produce Hell Chariots, it would be of immense help to Zero Wing. Aside from Shifeng, the only basic master forger in the Candlelight trading firm was Melancholic Smile. However, as Melancholic Smile had just reached that rank, she would need some time to become an intermediate master forger. The best candidate to become an intermediate forger right now was Shifeng himself. While Shifeng had worked to maximize his coin profits, he had Melancholic Smile sell some of the less important rare materials they had in stock. Since the various large guilds were so eager to acquire these rare materials, they could sell for a high price. However, based on the latest market trends, Shifeng could sense that these guilds were trying to save their funds, likely due to the secret pavilion's upcoming auction. Some guilds were even selling strategic resources to raise funds. This caused the various large guilds throughout God's domain to sense the impending arrival of a storm. Only small guilds and powers remained ignorant about the situation. Some minor powers even felt lucky that they had been able to purchase quite a few items they normally couldn't find. After the advanced mana armor kits and rare materials had sold, Shifeng had earned over 80,000 gold, including some of the coins Zero Wing City and Stone Forest Town generated. Shifeng had a total of 124,000 gold coins in his bag. This was definitely enough to inspire awe in any first-rate guild. This should be enough. After taking a look at the time, Shifeng chose to log out and head to the secret pavilion's internal auction. Chapter 1783, Secret Pavilion Auction. Chapter 1783, Secret Pavilion Auction. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. Tianyuan City, Secret Pavilion Branch. The branch headquarters was a 181-story-tall building that stood in the city's business district. The area the building occupied could fit a stadium that could accommodate 100,000 people. It was one of the most iconic buildings in the entire city. It was also where countless gamers wished to work. Currently, Curious passers-by had gathered on the street outside of the building. This was because today the secret pavilion branch, which generally saw little traffic, was quite lively. One luxury hovercar after another slid to a stop before the building's entrance, with easily over 100 in line. The crowd also gaped in shock when they saw the individuals who alighted from these hovercars. Isn't that 1,000 Miles, the vice guild leader of the super first-rate guild Miracle? Why is he at Secret Pavilion's branch? Look, that is Cleansed Rue, the vice guild leader of the first-rate Guild 100 Flowers Pavilion. She is so beautiful. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's 9 Dragons Emperor is here. What's going on? Why have the upper echelons of so many powerful guilds come to the Secret Pavilion's branch? I get it. The Secret Pavilion must be holding an internal auction today. The auction is so grand this time, though so many guilds have been invited. I'm getting goosebumps from seeing so many of God's Domain's VIPs. It would be great if I could join the auction just once. The crowd was relatively familiar with the people that had stepped out of the luxury hovercars. The virtual gaming world had already solidified its position in society. Large gaming guilds, upper echelons, were far more famous than celebrity singers or movie stars among the general populace. Moreover, since God's Domain had gained so much popularity throughout the world, many people had started to pay attention to the virtual gaming world's matters. As the crowd watched one guild VIP enter the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters after another, awe and admiration filled their hearts. Inwardly, they hoped that one day they, too, could take part in such a grand event instead of being a silent spectator. Sure enough, the rumors were true. The Secret Pavilion has gone all out this time. It has invited so many major corporations. 1,000 Miles, who stood in a corner of the branch headquarters' main lobby, revealed a smile as he watched the VIPs enter the building. Commander, if that is true, then we'll be in a tight spot. Based on our investigations, plenty of major corporations will be participating. I'm afraid that these corporations will compete with us over that item, a beautiful woman in a dark purple one-piece said, frowning. If Sherfong were present right now, not even he would have guessed this beauty to be Silent March, the vice commander of Miracle's Purgatory Legion. She was far more charming and intellectual than her appearance in the game. We might not be a match for these corporations in terms of financial strength, but when it comes to resources in God's Domain, Miracle doesn't need to fear anyone. They won't necessarily win that item. 1,000 Miles said, smiling as he eyed the dozen or so corporation representatives conversing in the lobby. This internal auction was indeed much grander than before. Usually, major corporations that weren't related to the virtual gaming world didn't make an appearance. Not even the dark auction could lure these representatives. While the various VIPs in the brilliant lobby chatted, a group of 5 entered the building. The group consisted of 4 women and 1 man, and compared to the other participants, the man appeared average at best. Nobody would bat an eye at him if he walked past, however. 2 of the women beside him immediately attracted a lot of attention. One of these women radiated a cold, sacred feeling, her body akin to perfection itself. As for the other woman, she was radiant with an exquisite form. These women's smiles were so charming that others were unconsciously attracted. These women were none other than Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose, both appearing as they did in God's Domain. However, when Sherfong actually met the 2 in person, he had been slightly surprised. Although there were many great beauties in the lobby, they were no match for Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose. As for the other 2 women in Sherfeng's group, one was his assistant, Liang Jing, while the other was Aqua Rose's so-called friend. In reality, though, this woman was Aqua Rose's elder cousin, and she looked quite similar to Aqua Rose. Although this female cousin wasn't quite as beautiful as Aqua Rose, she radiated a mature, wise feeling. There are so many guilds here. Aqua Rose quietly exclaimed. After a brief glance at the people in the lobby, she noticed that many were celebrities in God's domain. There are also quite a few corporate representatives. The secret pavilion's capabilities are quite impressive. Gentle Snow added, a hint of admiration in her eyes as she surveyed the room. Although some auctions in God's domain could attract a few major corporations, these auctions definitely weren't as successful as the secret pavilion's internal auction. After watching the room for a moment, Gentle Snow had noticed 6 major corporations that were frequently on the news. Countless large guilds wanted to partner with these major corporations. Unfortunately, none of these guilds had gained these corporations' interest. On the contrary, these major corporations had annexed quite a few large guilds in God's domain, developing their own guilds rapidly. Compared to Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, though, Liang Jing, who stood behind Shifeng, was utterly baffled. She simply could not understand what was going on, even wondering if she were dreaming. Just this morning, Shifeng had her accompany him on the earliest flight to Tianyuan City. Then she had met Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, surprised by their appearances. She had never actually expected Shifeng to know such stunning women. She had worked as the head secretary of Big Dipper's chairman Shao for 3 years now, and she had seen many VIPs before. Based on Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's temperaments, she recognized that the women were far from ordinary. However, after arriving at the secret pavilion's branch headquarters, she was beyond astonished. Although she rarely paid attention to matters regarding the virtual gaming world, she knew a lot about the various major companies and corporations around the world. This was especially true for corporations. She had spotted the representatives of over a dozen major corporations since she had entered the building. Normally, these representatives were VIPs that not even Chairman Shao qualified to meet, yet they had gathered in one location to attend an event that she, too, attended. The only explanation that she could think of for such a situation was that she must be dreaming. Although Shifeng was a martial arts master and someone that even Chairman Shao had to treat with importance, he wasn't worth mentioning compared to these representatives. These people lived in entirely different worlds. Furthermore, the only thing Shifeng did, aside from his position as a martial arts instructor, was play God's domain. While God's domain was very popular, in Liang Jing's opinion, it was only a virtual reality game. Even if a virtual reality game were quite impressive, how could it possibly attract the attention of powerful international corporations? What Liang Jing did not know was that God's domain was unlike any virtual reality game in the past. God's domain was capable of extending its players' lifespans. If one took care of their body properly, it was possible to extend their lifespans by decades and centuries. Hence, God's domain had attracted the attention of countless corporations to compete over the game and its limited resources. While Liang Jing reminded herself that she must be dreaming, a healthy middle-aged man wearing an elegant suit and tie approached Shifeng's group. Upon noticing this middle-aged man, many first-rate guilds and super first-rate guilds' upper echelons turned to watch Shifeng's group. Damn it! Why did he choose Zero Wing? 9 Dragons Emperor gritted his teeth, nearly cracking them, as he watched this elegant man stop before Shifeng. While 9 Dragons Emperor's eyes turned bloodshot, the middle-aged man introduced himself to Shifeng's group. Hello, you must be Zero Wing's representatives, right? Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Xinglua, the Starline Corporation's representative. May I know if we can find a quiet place for a proper chat? After the man introduced himself, some of the large guild's upper echelons, who hadn't recognized the representative, were dumbfounded. Even Liang Jing, who stood behind Shifeng, gaped when she learned the middle-aged man's identity. The Starline Corporation, that was one of the top 50 corporations in the entire world. Chapter 1784, Unyielding Soul. Chapter 1784, Unyielding Soul. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. The Starline Corporation has its Ion Zero wing. Not possible, right? Didn't Starline reject a partnership offer from a super first-rate guild before? Why would it suddenly set its sights on Zero Wing? If this is true, we'll have to be careful of Zero Wing in the future. The corporate representatives and the upper echelon of various guilds inside the hall discussed among themselves in hushed tones as they watched Lu Xinglua and Shifeng's group enter a private lounge. Meanwhile, Nine Dragons Emperor, who had quietly watched these proceedings from a corner of the room, frowned deeply. Previously, he had sought out the Starline Corporation for partnership, but got rejected outright. He did not even manage to meet with a corporate representative like Lu Xinglua. The Starline Corporation was one of the major corporations that had invested in God's domain early on, unlike those that joined the struggle after the game had garnered global fame. Hence, the Starline Corporation already had a solid foundation in God's domain, so much so that even the various superpowers feared the corporation greatly. If Zero Wing really partnered with the Starline Corporation, then he would have a much harder time dealing with Zero Wing in the future. Uncle Yuan, what do you think this is all about? Is the Starline Corporation actually trying to partner with Zero Wing? Purple Jade, who was wearing a white dress, asked curiously as she watched Shifeng's group enter the private lounge. I'm not sure. From what I know, the Starline Corporation has never taken the initiative to seek a partnership with a guild before. Could Zero Wing still have some secrets that we are not aware of? Yuan Tiexin replied, shaking his head. He was also very confused by this situation. In fact, even the Secret Pavilion wanted to collaborate with the Starline Corporation, which held a large amount of energy resources, especially the extremely rare high-level energy. If the Secret Pavilion could get its hands on sufficient high-level energy, it would be able to nurture many more experts than before. This was also the reason why many super first-rate guilds and super guilds sought a partnership with the Starline Corporation. Inside the spacious private lounge, both sides were currently seated on leather sofas and observing each other. At this moment, Shifeng was honestly surprised that the famous Starline Corporation would approach Zero Wing. As for Liang Jing, she was already close to fainting. After the silence persisted for a while, Lu Xinglua shifted his gaze to Aqua Rose's cousin, revealing a playful smile as he said, "Miss Mu Lingsha, your unyielding soul really is tenacious. Do you think that just because you managed to worm your way into the Secret Pavilion's internal auction this time, you'll be able to obtain that thing and avoid defeat?" Due to Lu Xinglua's words, the atmosphere inside the room suddenly became tense. Meanwhile, Shifeng and Gentle Snow automatically turned to look at Aqua Rose's cousin, who had remained silent all this time. "She's someone from Unyielding Soul?" Gentle Snow blinked repeatedly, her heart full of surprise as she looked at Mu Lingsha. Unyielding Soul was a veteran super first-rate guild. At its peak, it had been stronger than many super guilds. Although it had not made headlines during the past few years, it was still much stronger than the current Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. She found it very hard to imagine that such a super first-rate guild would need to rely on Zero Wing to get into the internal auction. What Gentle Snow did not know was that the Secret Pavilion had not sent an invitation to Unyielding Soul this time due to the Starline Corporation's meddling. Hence, Mu Lingsha had turned to Aqua Rose for help. The first reason for her decision was her family ties with Aqua Rose. The second reason was Aqua Rose's having been under Unyielding Soul and Mu Lingsha's care during her youth. Hence, the two of them could be considered best friends as well. As for getting Twilight Echo's help, that first-rate guild had refused to share any of its participation slots with Mu Lingsha when she asked. Just when Aqua Rose was feeling troubled by Mu Lingsha's request for help, Shi Feng happened to reveal that he had received an invitation, a golden invitation card at that. Since there were additional slots, Aqua Rose ended up asking for one, for her cousin. Meanwhile, despite having heard Lu Xingluo's question, Mu Lingsha remained silent for a long time. Just as she was about to say something, Lu Xingluo turned his gaze to Shi Feng and Gentle Snow, who wore confused expressions on their faces. "It seems you don't know about this matter. Fine, then. I'll treat this as Zero Wing being ignorant and overlook your transgressions. Afterward, just notify the secret pavilion security and have them escort Miss Mu out of the building. In compensation for your wasting a participation slot, I'll send you 1 million credits later," Lu Xingluo said. He then sent one last glance at Mu Lingsha before standing up to leave. At Lu Xingluo's words, Mu Lingsha fell into despair. In the secret pavilion's internal auction, nobody had the authority to meddle with the people brought along by other invited persons. Only the invited persons themselves were allowed to send away their companions. The Starline Corporation possessed massive influence both in the game and in the real world, as proven by the fact that the secret pavilion had not sent an invitation to Unyielding Soul this time. If even an entity as powerful as the secret pavilion had shrunk back because of the Starline Corporation, there was no need to mention what kind of response a minor existence like Zero Wing would make. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose, who was sitting beside Shi Feng, also turned pale at this turn of events. She had never thought that their actions would get discovered. Mu Lingsha was her best friend. However, Aqua Rose also owed Zero Wing a huge debt of gratitude. Caught in a dilemma, she was at a loss as to what to do. Just when Lu Xingluo's party made for the lounge's door, a voice suddenly rang out inside the room. 1 million credits. Chief Lu Shur is generous. Unfortunately, Zero Wing can't accept this generosity. Since there aren't any other matters to discuss, we'll be taking our leave first. Although these words were spoken with a calm tone, they deeply ingrained themselves in the minds of everyone present. Aqua Rose, Mu Lingsha, and Liang Jing instinctively turned to Shi Feng, the originator of these words. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow revealed a bitter smile as she helplessly shook her head, her expression conveying that she had expected this outcome. However, although Gentle Snow had a troubled look on her face, her eyes shone with joy and excitement. After all, it was because of this attitude of Shi Feng's that she had chosen to join Zero Wing back then. Despite Zero Wing having grown considerably, Shi Feng remained the same as before. He did not change his principles just because he now had more responsibilities on his plate. Although Shi Feng's decision would bring no small amount of trouble to the guild, she still strongly supported this decision. Guild leader. Aqua Rose was greatly moved as she looked at Shi Feng, who currently wore a calm and indifferent expression. Meanwhile, Liang Jing's mouth was hanging wide open. Although she did not understand what exactly was going on here, she knew very clearly just how frightening the Starline Corporation was. If Shi Feng were to blatantly defy Lu Xingluo, Starline's representative, he would definitely incur a disaster. Moreover, it would be a disaster that could drive even Chairman Xiao to despair. Lu Xingluo, who had just arrived at the door, suddenly stopped, thinking he had misheard. He turned around and looked at Shi Feng, who had just gotten up from the sofa, and asked, "Does this mean you are rejecting my goodwill?" Although Lu Xingluo had spoken in a very bland and calm tone, the air inside the room seemed to have frozen when he was done speaking, the atmosphere becoming somewhat stifling. The pressure he exerted with his words even made Liang Jing shudder. Lu Xingluo was only an ordinary person. However, behind him was a monumental existence. If he wanted to, he could easily crush a company like the Big Dipper Group at any time. I have taken your kindness to heart, however. Zero Wing does not need an outsider to tell it what it should or should not do, Shifeng replied coldly. After he was done speaking, he led Aqua Rose and the others out of the private lounge. A short moment later, only Lu Xinglua and the tall man standing beside him remained inside the private lounge. Guild leader, do you need us to take action? The tall man asked quietly. No, this is the secret pavilion's territory. We naturally have to let the secret pavilion be the one to take action. Go and notify the secret pavilion's representative right now. Tell them that I do not wish to see Zero Wing in this auction, Lu Xinglua said, sneering as he watched the departing figures of Shifeng's group. Understood. After hearing Lu Xinglua's words, the tall man promptly left the lounge to notify the secret pavilion. Chapter 1785, Gold VIP. Chapter 1785, Gold VIP. Hellscythe Lucky Old Cat. Inside the top floor hall. When Shifeng's group exited the private lounge, it immediately attracted the attention of the various major powers present. Huh, they're out so soon? Could they be done negotiating already? Zero Wing's group had entered the private lounge less than 5 minutes ago. Everyone could not control their curiosity at this sudden development. However, just as everyone was wondering about the results of the talks between Zero Wing and the Starline Corporation, a tall man wearing a black suit walked out of the private lounge as well. When this tall man exited the lounge, he sent a sneer at Shifeng's group before heading for Yuan Tiexin, who was entertaining the representatives of the various major powers present. What's going on? Did the negotiations fail? Everyone in the room was familiar with this tall man. After all, he was Lu Xinglua's bodyguard, who also served as his aide. Meanwhile, the bodyguard's expression was not what one would make after a successful negotiation, no matter how they looked at it. Rather, it seemed more like he was ridiculing Zero Wing's group. Walking beside Shifeng, Aqua Rose noticed Lu Xinglua's bodyguard's direction, and her complexion darkened. Are they planning on using the secret pavilion to deal with us? Aqua Rose could not help frowning in worry as she watched the bodyguard getting increasingly closer to Yuan Tiexin. The Starline Corporation had already relied on its influence to stop the secret pavilion from sending an invitation to Unyielding Soul, a super first-rate guild. Getting the secret pavilion to remove Zero Wing from the auction would be even easier. If Zero Wing were to miss out on this internal auction, it would suffer a massive loss. No need to panic. Let's see how things develop first, Shifeng said calmly as he looked at Lu Xinglua's bodyguard. If it really isn't possible, then we'll just leave. While it was indeed true that the items auctioned by the secret pavilion were extraordinary, Zero Wing was not so desperate that it would collapse just because it couldn't get them. At this time, Mu Lingsha walked up to Shifeng. Thank you. Because of my problem, I have caused Zero Wing to provoke the Starline Corporation. I'd like to use a plot of land in Dark Knight City as compensation. The land is under my name and is located near the city's central district. Mu Lingsha thanked Shifeng sincerely. When faced with the threats and pressure of the Starline Corporation, few would be willing to help Unyielding Soul. After all, even Twilight Echo, a veteran first-rate guild that had close ties with Unyielding Soul, had yielded to Starline's tyranny. Nonetheless, Zero Wing, a guild that had practically no relations with Unyielding Soul, had actually stood up to Starline for Unyielding Soul. Upon hearing Mu Lingsha's words, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow turned involuntarily to look at her in surprise. They had never thought that Mu Lingsha would use a valuable plot of land located within the Dark Knight Empire's imperial capital as a token of gratitude. Nowadays, major corporations and companies around the world were investing in God's domain, boosting the prices of lands in major NPC cities as a result, especially in kingdom capitals and imperial capitals. A plot of land without high potential would still sell for a fortune. As for those with high potential, even if one offered tens of thousands of gold to purchase such a land, nobody would be willing to sell. Shi Feng found it difficult to refuse such compensation. The Dark Knight Empire's imperial capital had a player population of over 10 million. If he could set up the Candlelight trading firm on this plot of land, the trading firm would gain access to all these players. At that time, Candlelight's income would definitely increase by a significant margin. Hence, Shi Feng ended up accepting Mu Lingsha's offer. Meanwhile, over at Yuan Tiexian's location, Lu Xingluo's bodyguard had arrived before Yuan Tiexian and relayed his employer's words to him. Upon receiving this unreasonable demand, Yuan Tiexian fell silent. He simply could not figure out just what Zero Wing had done to anger Lu Xingluo this much. I hope that the secret pavilion can make a decision soon. The Starline Corporation dislikes having to wait, Lu Xingluo's bodyguard said in an indifferent tone. In his opinion, there was no need to consider this decision at all. The Starline Corporation was entirely out of Zero Wing's league. It would be in the secret pavilion's best interests to go along with the Starline Corporation's demands and remove Zero Wing from the auction. The nearby people who overheard the bodyguard's words were momentarily dumbfounded. They had never thought that Zero Wing would be so bold as to actually provoke the Starline Corporation. Zero Wing really is overestimating itself to go against the Starline Corporation. When Nine Dragons Emperor received this piece of news, he could not help but laugh. Previously, he thought that Zero Wing would obtain the Starline Corporation's support. If that had happened, he would most likely be doomed. After all, Phoenix Rain would have indirectly gained a powerful helper in the fight to become the great pavilion master. However, now that Zero Wing had provoked the Starline Corporation, not only did this outcome not provide Phoenix Rain with the slightest bit of help, but it would also become a huge hindrance to her becoming the great pavilion master. After all, the guild elders would have to take the Starline Corporation into account when considering Phoenix Rain for the position. Meanwhile, when the various major powers attending the auction received news about this matter, they were similarly shocked. Zero Wing's foolishness had thoroughly exceeded their imagination. The guild had actually provoked the Starline Corporation for some unknown outsider. The Starline Corporation was in possession of plenty of high-level energy, which many superpowers had tried to purchase to no avail. Now that Zero Wing had become a thorn in the corporation's side, many superpowers would probably gun for Zero Wing to curry favor with Starline. At that time, even if they failed to establish a partnership with the corporation, they should still be able to purchase some high-level energy to strengthen their own guilds. Damn it! The secret pavilion will most likely earn the Starline Corporation's favor. Zero Wing sure is pitiful. Despite this being the guild's first time at one of the secret pavilion's internal auctions, it is already going to get chased off before it can even take part in the actual auction. The representatives of the various superpowers looked at Shi Feng's group with pity in their eyes. Uncle Yuan? Purple Jade was dying of curiosity as she looked at Yuan Tiexian, who had remained silent all this time. Yuan Tiexian was the host for this auction. All matters relating to this secret pavilion branch were currently under his management. In normal times, the secret pavilion would definitely remove Zero Wing from the premises without hesitation to curry favor with the Starline Corporation. After all, there was simply no comparison between the two. What is it? I'm just asking to have Zero Wing's people removed from the auction venue. Is this a difficult matter for you to accomplish? Lu Xingluo's bodyguard demanded in irritation as he looked at the unresponsive Yuan Tiexian. It is indeed very difficult, as I do not have this authority, although I am the host for the auction this time. Zero Wing is just like the Starline Corporation, and is a VIP invited with a gold card Yuan Tiexin explained after taking a deep breath. Chapter 1786, Book of Undying. Chapter 1786, Book of Undying. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. Zero Wing received a gold card. Zero Wing's group does include 5 people. It's actually true. The various major powers who perked up to listen in on the conversation between Yuan Tiexin and Lu Xingluo's bodyguard couldn't help their surprise upon hearing this revelation. When the secret pavilion hosted an internal auction, it would only send 50 golden invitation cards. These gold cards would only be given to powers the secret pavilion acknowledged. The various representatives hadn't paid much attention to the number of people in Zero Wing's group. It was rare to see the powers with a gold card use all 5 of their slots. They generally only brought 2 or 3 people. Hence, the major powers that attended the secret pavilion's internal auction had stopped paying attention to how many attendees a particular power had with it. They were all quite familiar with the powers that qualified for a gold card, and even if some people arrived as a group of 5, it was likely that 2 friendly powers had decided to attend together. However, most of the eavesdropping powers were more surprised to learn that the Starline Corporation wanted Zero Wing removed than they were to learn that the secret pavilion had invited the guild as a gold VIP. So, what if Zero Wing received a gold invitation? Lu Xingluo's bodyguard asked nonchalantly. Although he was Lu Xingluo's bodyguard, he was also an expert in God's domain. He knew a significant amount about the game. Had the Starline Corporation not dissuaded the secret pavilion from sending an invitation to Unyielding Soul, the guild would have received a gold card, treated like a gold VIP. Yet due to the corporation's interference, hadn't the secret pavilion failed to send the super first-rate guild an invitation. Is that so? Yuan Tiexin responded with a tinge of anger in his voice. The secret pavilion will not rescind an invitation from any of its guests, regardless of if they are bronze or silver VIPs, unless they have made a mistake. If you have nothing else, please wait in the banquet hall quietly. The auction will begin soon. Not inviting someone to the auction and removing an invited person from the auction were 2 entirely different things. If word got out that the secret pavilion had removed Zero Wing from the auction at the Starline Corporation's request, who would dare do business with the secret pavilion in the future? Although the high-level energy in the Starline Corporation's possession was indeed tempting, the secret pavilion did not necessarily need the Starline Corporation to acquire high-level energy. There were still plenty of major corporations that had the resource. Lu Xingluo's bodyguard was furious. He had never expected the secret pavilion to show the Starline Corporation so little respect. As he thought about correcting this insult, he locked eyes with Yuan Tiexin's 2 bodyguards, whose auras were no weaker than his. Clenching his teeth, he turned and left. The spectating powers were dumbfounded. None of them had dreamed that the secret pavilion would disrespect the Starline Corporation. However, the representatives from the various super first-rate guilds and super guilds weren't overly surprised about the outcome. Although the Starline Corporation wielded considerable influence, the several corporations backing the secret pavilion were no weaker than Starline. The Starline Corporation was somewhat unique in how much high-level energy it possessed, and that was the only reason the various superpowers showed it some respect. After all, in the current era, many aspects required high-level energy. It was also because of this reason that the Starline Corporation had always done things in a tyrannical way. This was also something superpowers like themselves had long since gotten used to. However, while they would concede to the Starline Corporation in small matters, no superpower would bow to the corporation in crucial matters, much less a transcendental power like the secret pavilion. Uncle Yuan, you were so amazing. When we return, the guild leader will likely request a meeting, Purple Jade said, giggling. You little girl. Yuan Tiexin rolled his eyes at Purple Jade. He then shifted his gaze towards Shifeng's group. However, Zero Wing really knows how to cause trouble wherever it goes. It even dares to meddle in matters between the Starline Corporation and Unyielding Soul. The Starline Corporation and Unyielding Soul were going at each other's throats in the Dark Knight Empire in a struggle that would only end once one of them had been utterly defeated. Meanwhile, the chances that Unyielding Soul would lose were very high. It would not even be surprising if Unyielding Soul fell from its position as a super first-rate guild. Unyielding Soul's main headquarters was in the Dark Knight Empire, and the guild had focused a lot of its efforts on developing in the Empire. If it lost the Dark Knight Empire, its strength would diminish tremendously. Meanwhile, in the private lounge Lu Xinglua occupied, Lu Xinglua's bodyguard quickly relayed Yuan Tiexin's response. Guild leader, the secret pavilion is refusing to show us the respect we deserve. Should we put some pressure on the pavilion? The tall bodyguard asked. No, there's no need to sour our relationship with the secret pavilion over this small matter. So what if Unyielding Soul gets to attend this auction? With the guild's foundations, competing with us here will be futile, Lu Xinglua said, shaking his head. He was not his bodyguard. He knew just how powerful the secret pavilion was. If the Starline Corporation truly angered the secret pavilion, the corporation would get the short end of the stick, not the pavilion. The secret pavilion simply had too much influence in God's domain, and it had even more resources. Very few superpowers in God's domain could compete with the pavilion. What about Zero Wing? The bodyguard asked again. A worm. Once we return, notify the players from Dark Soul and have them take care of it, Lu Xinglua said, snorting. Even a super first-rate guild like Unyielding Soul amounted to nothing in his eyes, much less an up-and-coming guild like Zero Wing. Of course, although he did not regard Zero Wing with any importance, since a worm had dared to insult him, he would stomp it to death. Understood, the bodyguard sneered. Had Zero Wing obediently accepted their goodwill, it would have received at least 1 million credits, but now that Lu Xinglua wanted to mobilize Dark Soul, it wouldn't be long until the guild was obliterated from God's domain. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, the previously dull atmosphere had livened considerably after the drama between the Starline Corporation and Zero Wing. After everyone chatted for a while longer, some staff members came and notified the guests about the start of the auction. The representatives then made their way towards the venue the secret pavilion had prepared. Compared to the auction venues in God's domain, the secret pavilion's venue wasn't worth mentioning. The venue could, at most, house around 3,000 people. That was a fraction of the auction venues in God's domain, which could easily house tens of thousands of people. However, nobody looked down on the small venue. The most insignificant of the guests were representatives from first-rate guilds. Second- and third-rate guilds could never qualify for an invitation. Moreover, the secret pavilion had prepared plenty of items for this auction. As the first internal auction since God's domain had launched, the secret pavilion had over 2,000 items for sale, and none of these items could be purchased in the game. Among these items, over 150 had been set aside for the finale. Needless to say, these finale items were extraordinarily valuable. The cheapest among these items had a minimum bid of 2,000 gold. Once the bidding began, even first-rate guilds would despair. However, every one of these finale items was definitely worth its weight in gold. Otherwise, the secret pavilion wouldn't have bothered with them. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the secret pavilion's internal auction. As always, items will go to the highest bidder. This time, though, we will give priority to bids involving God's domain's magic crystals and coins, Yuan Tiexin explained after stepping onto the main stage. Without further ado, let us begin the auction and welcome our first item for the day. When Yuan Tiexin finished speaking, The image of a thick tome appeared on the virtual display above him. Several words graced the tome's cover in large text, and based on the footage, it was clear that the tome passively gathered mana around it. The tome certainly wasn't an ordinary item. The item instantly grasped the crowd's attention. The Book of Undying. Sherfong could not help his shock when he saw the image. Why is this thing here? Chapter 1787, Tome of Astronomical Value. Chapter 1787, Tome of Astronomical Value. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. Inside the luxurious auction hall. Upon seeing the Book of Undying, every representative's eyes shone with greed. Although they couldn't read the tome's statistics like they could in God's domain, all of these people were representatives from major powers. They all possessed great insight. As expected of the secret pavilion, the first time is already so frightening. The various major powers present could not help but discuss the Book of Undying. When Yuan Tiexin saw the crowd before him stir, he was immensely satisfied. This had been the reaction he had aimed for when he chose the Book of Undying as the first item. I believe that you all recognize the rarity of this Book of Undying. For the buyer's benefit, I won't share the specifics of this tome's attributes. I will only give a general summary. This tome is a dark gold ranked item. Even so, it is a super rare item that can resurrect the dead. This item will halve the death penalty for players it resurrects. It can also be used on NPCs. I believe you can recognize its value, Yuan Tiexin explained. After hearing the item's introduction, everyone in the venue became even more passionate to acquire the Book of Undying. The various superpowers representatives, in particular, felt their blood pressure rise considerably. The Book of Undying's ability to resurrect players was subpar at best. After all, there were plenty of tools and skills in God's domain that had the ability to alleviate the death penalty players suffered. However, it was an entirely different story if the Book of Undying could resurrect NPCs. The Book of Undying was especially valuable to superpowers that possessed powerful personal guards. Although there were other means to resurrect a personal guard, these means were not easy to accomplish. Moreover, the price one had to pay to use these means was astronomical. Hence, superpowers generally avoided risking their personal guards. However, as the Book of Undying was a dark gold item, not a one-time use item, it could be used indefinitely. In other words, with this item, one could freely resurrect their personal guards. They would not have to worry about their personal guards dying by accident. The Book of Undying was far more valuable than some ordinary epic item. I won't waste your time. The starting price is 1,000 gold, with each increment being no less than 50 gold. In addition, credit bids will not be accepted. Yuan Tiexin shouted, 1,500 gold, 2,000 gold, 2,500 gold. The price quickly soared to 5,000 gold, and the various major powers were surprised by how fast the price had risen. The bidding even troubled first-rate guilds. Although their guilds earned quite a bit of wealth every day, their daily operations required a lot of coins and resources. In preparation for the auction today, the various major powers had raised a significant amount of funding, but even so, these first-rate guilds had only prepared around 30 to 40,000 gold. They couldn't possibly throw all their money at a single item. Moreover, all of the attending powers had specific targets in mind. They all wanted to win the items that their guilds needed most. 8,000 gold. 9 Dragons Emperor, who sat in one of the second-floor rooms, increased the price by 3,000 gold, immediately silencing the various major powers in the first-floor hall. While the various powers could afford to raise the bid further, on the off chance that won the tome, they'd have trouble winning the items they truly wanted. 10,000 gold. However, a few seconds after the 8,000 gold bid went up Shi Feng, who occupied room number 8, raised it. Who placed that bid? You can buy epic equipment with that kind of money. It seems Zero Wing is the bidder. This is insane. This is only the first auction item. The major powers in the first floor hall could not help but turn to look at Shi Feng's room, astonished by the man's generosity. What they didn't know, however, was that Shi Feng understood more about the Book of Undying than its current owner. He knew exactly how valuable the item was. On its own, the Book of Undying was only worth around 10,000 gold, roughly as much as an epic weapon. While the Book of Undying was capable of resurrecting NPCs, it wasn't capable of resurrecting all NPCs. The secret pavilion had failed to mention this bit of crucial information. At the end of the day, the Book of Undying for auction was only a dark gold item. Although the skill it possessed was heaven-defying, there was a limit to the skill's effects. At dark gold rank, the Book of Undying could only resurrect Tier 2 NPCs and players. It wouldn't be effective on Tier 3 and above existences. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a dark gold item. This had been why the secret pavilion had been willing to part with the tome, putting it up for auction. The various major powers had likely guessed the tome's limitations as well, which explained why they weren't enthusiastic to purchase the item. If the Book of Undying were an epic item, the various superpowers would likely bid like madmen. No one would have been surprised to see the tome's price climb to 5 times more than its current bid. However, even though the Book of Undying was only dark gold rank, the fact that it was available was a pleasant surprise for Shi Feng. Although the tome wouldn't help him resurrect Tier 3 NPCs and above, it was enough for Shi Feng's uses right now. At the very least, he could involve Anna and Kite in combat without worrying about them dying. After Shi Feng had raised the bid for the Book of Undying to 10,000 gold, 9 Dragons Emperor gave up on the item. For him, the Book of Undying was a collector's item of sorts. Paying more for it wouldn't be worthwhile. 10,000 gold going once. 10,000 gold going twice. However, just when Yuan Tiexin was about to finalize the sale, a new bid appeared. 12,000 gold. Many people turned to the bidder in astonishment. Meanwhile, the person who had placed this new bid was none other than the Starling Corporation's Lu Xinglua. 13,000 gold. Shi Feng raised the bid once more. This surprised everyone further. They never thought that Shi Feng would be so desperate for the Book of Undying. That was 13,000 gold they were talking about. With that kind of money, he could purchase a valuable plot of land in any capital. 13,500 gold. 14,000 gold. 14,500 gold. Whenever Shi Feng placed a new bid, Lu Xinglua quickly added another 500 gold. When the price rose to 20,000 gold, the various major powers were utterly dumbfounded. Paying 20,000 gold for a dark gold item was ridiculous. It'd be far more beneficial to build a town with this money. 24,000 gold. Not wanting to waste time, Shi Feng raised the price by another 4,000 gold. As the price rose, Yuan Tiexin's breathing became a little heavier. The bid was already more than double what he had expected. Forget it, I don't want this item anymore, Lu Xinglua said, chuckling as he relented. Once Lu Xinglua dropped out of the bidding, Shi Feng eventually won the Book of Undying, surprising many of the representatives with Zero Wing's financial strength. They also inwardly ridiculed Zero Wing for spending 24,000 gold on a dark gold item. Even Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose felt that it was excessive to purchase the Book of Undying for such a high price. However, after Shi Feng paid the 24,000 gold by connecting to God's domain's main God system via his quantum watch and received the Book of Undying from the secret pavilion, his smile was bright. The Book of Undying was a dark gold item, but he knew something the secret pavilion had failed to discover. There wasn't just one book of Undying in God's domain, but 13. Every one of these tomes was a dark gold item, which Undying Dionysius had penned personally. Even Tier 6 gods had failed to kill Dionysius, hence his title of Undying. In the end, an ancient god had sealed Dionysius away. Meanwhile, the 13 books of Undying contained all of Dionysius's power, and there were rumors stating that Undying Dionysius had recorded a method of self-resurrection in his books. How could these tomes, written by such a powerful existence, be just ordinary dark gold items? The books of Undying were powerful in the fact that they could be merged. When one combined 2 copies of the Book of Undying, its ability would improve. Only after merging all 13 books of Undying could one display the tome's true power. As for the complete book's rank, no one had known even 10 years after God's Domain's launch. However, most people guessed that it would be a legendary item. This was because only 10 copies had ever been found, and the strongest book of Undying had only absorbed 2 other copies, reaching epic rank. As an epic item, the Book of Undying could resurrect Tier 3 NPCs. Now that a Book of Undying had appeared before him, it wouldn't do him any harm to start collecting the tomes now. On the off chance that he found 3 copies one day, he could upgrade the tome to epic rank, and it would be of great help to him. Once the Book of Undying's auction had concluded, Yuan Tiexin proceeded to introduce other auction items. However, none of the following items were nearly as valuable as that first tome. Moreover, representatives could pay for the following items with credits. Shifeng had to admit that the secret pavilion offered a large variety of items, including 20-plus pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment and 50-plus level 50 secret silver equipment pieces that increased fire resistance. In the end, Shifeng had spent over 3 gold to acquire all of them, if not for Lu Xingluo's interference, raising the price from time to time. He could have easily purchased this equipment for only 4,000 gold. By the time the ordinary items had sold, more than a day had passed. The secret pavilion then hosted a friendly competition to determine how many finale items each of the various powers could purchase. This friendly competition also gave everyone a glimpse of the various superpowers' up-and-coming experts. Finally, we'll start the bidding for our first finale item of the day. Yuan Tiexin announced, chuckling as he glanced at the second-floor rooms. I believe that many of you are familiar with this next item. On cue, several images appeared on the display above the stage. When these images had appeared, a commotion tore through the attentive crowd. Even the representatives in the second-floor rooms stared with bloodshot eyes. When Mu Lingsha, who sat beside Aqua Rose, saw these images, her fists balled as excitement lit up her face. She simply couldn't keep her calm. Chapter 1788, Grade 1. Chapter 1788, Grade 1. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. When the images appeared above the main stage, the representatives of super first-rate guilds and super guilds in the second-floor rooms became restless. They promptly relayed what they were seeing back to their respective guild leaders. Guild leader, those rumors were true. The secret pavilion really has that thing. The secret pavilion sure knows how to keep a secret. Are you absolutely sure about this? Based on the images, there's no mistaking it. However, there are simply too many major powers and corporations present. I'm afraid acquiring it will be difficult with the money we brought. Good. I'll have someone mail you all the funds we have available. Due to the several images, the various superpowers in attendance all started secretly raising funds. This situation enveloped the entire auction venue in tension. The major powers in the first-floor hall sensed an imminent storm. The secret pavilion really is a sly, old fox. Is it trying to have us superpowers and corporations tear at each other's throats? Nine Dragons Emperor tightly balled his fists, his eyes gleaming with indescribable excitement. He turned to Marshal Dragon, who sat beside him, and said, "Quick, have Blood Dragon sell all our available resources in the Black Dragon Empire. Mortgage some of the unused golden lands in Black Dragon City as well. In any case, collect as many coins and magic crystals as we can." Pavilion Master, isn't that a little too much? Marshal Dragon was stunned by Nine Dragons Emperor's decision. The golden lands of Black Dragon City were worth a fortune, with countless buyers waiting in the wings. If the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion were to mortgage these lands and fail to buy them back in time, it might lose these lands to other powers. It's fine, as long as we can get that thing. This small price is inconsequential, Nine Dragons Emperor said as he shook his head. His eyes were filled with madness and ambition as he looked at the images displayed above the stage. Understood. Marshal Dragon immediately contacted Blood Dragon. Meanwhile, in another room, the elegant and scholarly Lu Xinglua stood up involuntarily and stared at the pictures the secret pavilion had revealed. Good. Wonderful. As long as we obtain this, the entire Dark Knight Empire will be mine for the taking. Nobody will be able to oppose me anymore. Lu Xinglua laughed. Congratulations, Guild Leader. At that time, both Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul will meet their end. Zhong Langcheng, Lu Xinglua's bodyguard, exclaimed in excitement. How is the fundraising I tasked you with coming along? Lu Xinglua asked, turning around. Guild Leader, rest assured. Our funds are all here now, Zhong Langcheng replied, smiling. Meanwhile, in the room occupied by Zero Wing, the site of the first finale item, the secret pavilion, was auctioning Set Shifeng's heart racing. The secret pavilion actually dares auction something like this, he exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, he understood why the Starline Corporation had done its best to prevent Unyielding Soul from taking part in this auction. If it were him, he would have done the same. He also understood why Mu Lingsha was willing to part with a plot of high-potential land in the Dark Knight Empire's imperial capital, just so that she could participate in this internal auction. The reason for this was the thing the secret pavilion was trying to sell. It was simply too frightening. The first finale item was neither a weapon nor a piece of equipment. It also wasn't a tool. Instead, it was the management rights to an Orvane. If it were any ordinary Orvane, most likely even the first-rate guilds present wouldn't bother bidding for it. If it were a manatite vein that could produce small amounts of magic crystals, then it would tempt even superpowers to go all out. Meanwhile, above a manatite vein would be an energy vein that produced energy Oregon. The discovery of an energy vein would definitely trigger a war among super guilds. However, manatite veins and energy veins, or veins capable of tempting even superpowers to take action, were considered only grade 2 Orvanes in God's domain. The Orvane the secret pavilion had just revealed was a grade 1 Orvane, a magic crystal vein. Based on the pictures shown, although the magic crystal vein the secret pavilion discovered was not a rich one, its value was still beyond that of a rich manatite vein or a rich energy vein. This magic crystal vein would supply enough magic crystals to sustain the daily operations of 2 super guilds and still have excess to spare. The surplus was because magic crystals were just the main product of a magic crystal vein. The byproducts of a magic crystal vein were also worth a fortune. One such example was magic silver, one of the top-ranking ores in God's domain in terms of hardness. It was considered a super rare material. When used in forging weapons and equipment, the final product would be unbreakable. This special property meant that even if the durability of the item with magic silver reached 0, the weapon or equipment would not become useless. Although its attributes would decrease by a significant margin, it could still be used. Due to this special property, an ingot of magic silver could sell for roughly 20 gold on the market. Any that appeared at such a price would be purchased almost instantly. While the occupants of the second-floor rooms were going crazy over the revealed images, Yuan Tiexin swept a glance at the various private rooms. Smiling, he said, "Everyone has now seen the item in question. If you are not familiar with it, you may find the relevant information in the libraries of kingdoms or empires. However, I believe that everyone present knows its value. The auction for this first finale item will be very simple. Same as always, it will go to the highest bidder. However, the secret pavilion will not be accepting credits for this sale. The winner of this auction will receive a 40% share in this magic crystal vein. In other words, the winner will receive 40% of this vein's harvest." Everyone might not know what 40% of the harvest entails. I won't go into the specifics, but suffice to say, 40% of this vein's harvest is definitely more than what you can get from an entire energy vein. Moreover, the byproducts of this magic crystal vein are all highly sought-after materials that can help elevate a guild's lifestyle players to a whole new level. However, before we start this auction, the secret pavilion also has to state one thing clearly. The winner of this auction will have to station a large number of experts and elites at the vein for the long run, and the number cannot be fewer than 100,000. If you are incapable of fulfilling this condition, winning the auction would be pointless. If nobody has any problems, then let us begin the auction for today's first finale item. The minimum bid will be 100,000 gold, and each increment must not be lower than 1,000 gold or 2,000 magic crystals. Upon hearing Yuan Tiexin's words, the lively auction venue suddenly fell deathly silent. The upper echelon of the various first-rate guilds seated in the first-floor hall could not help but gape. Any thoughts in the first-floor hall of competing for the mana crystal vein immediately vanished. The long-term requirement of having a 100,000-man army guarding the vein aside, just the starting price was already enough to make every first-rate guild in attendance give up. 100,000 gold. Although these first-rate guilds understood that this was a very normal price, actually hearing it coming out of Yuan Tiexin's mouth still shocked them. In preparation for this auction, these guilds had gone through plenty of trouble just to collect around 30,000 gold. Yet now, it was revealed that they were far from qualified to bid on this magic crystal vein. The powers that could rival first-rate guilds were also silent. They finally understood just how wide a gap there was between themselves and the various superpowers, who lived in an entirely different world. They weren't even eligible to take part in this auction. All they could do was play the role of a spectator. Chapter 1789, Crazy Struggle. Chapter 1789, Crazy Struggle. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. 100,000 gold. Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he shook his head. In reality, he, too, was very tempted by the magic crystal vein. However, despite all his efforts, he had managed to raise only a little over 124,000 gold. After deducting the amount he spent on the book of undying, fire resistance equipment, and rare materials, he had just a bit more than 90,000 gold left. He didn't have the slightest chance of winning the upcoming auction. As the various major powers in the first-floor hall were marveling over the magic crystal vein's high price, the occupants of the second-floor rooms started calling out bids, one after another. 100,000 gold. 110,000 gold. 120,000 gold. After the first bid appeared, the price of the magic crystal vein increased rapidly, the scene stupefying the various first-rate guilds present. Despite the minimum increment being set at 1,000 gold, the various superpowers and major corporations were raising the price in 10,000 gold increments, as if 10,000 gold were no different from 10,000 copper. In less than a minute, the price had already reached a staggering 200,000 gold. Only after the price reached 270,000 gold did the price increases decline to 2,000, or 3,000 gold increments. Even so, this was still plenty frightening to the various first-rate guilds present. Damn it! Why are there so many people competing for the vein? Nine Dragons' Emperor frowned as he watched the price ramp up. Turning to Martial Dragon, he asked, "How are things coming along on Blood's side?" He had prepared only 210,000 gold for this auction. Including the magic crystals he had on hand, his funds came to roughly 250,000 gold. Just now, he had mortgaged several golden lands in Black Dragon City, netting an additional 140,000 gold and putting his total at 390,000 gold. This was already 10 times the amount a first-rate guild could produce in short notice. However, the various superpowers and major corporations were like bottomless pits as they continuously hiked up their bids. Now, the price was already close to 300,000. Moreover, he knew full well that the various superpowers were still only probing each other's depths. They had yet to truly make a move. Despite the restraint of the various superpowers and major corporations, the price of the magic crystal vein was already approaching the limit of his budget. Pavilion Master, Blood Dragon has already asked the guild elders for a loan. The elders feel that this is a good purchase and are willing to lend us 60,000 gold. If we succeed in the purchase, they want 10% of the vein's shares as interest. If we fail, they want 30% interest, Martial Dragon said, helplessly. Although they all belonged to the same guild, the guild elders each operated their own faction. Although their factions were not strong individually, when they banded together, they were a frightening force to behold. Meanwhile, this combined power was under the great Pavilion Master's control. Hence, Pavilion Masters like Nine Dragons Emperor and Phoenix Rain could not command these elders. They could only try to rope in these elders to their side. Those old bastards actually have the gall to ask for 10% of the shares. Nine Dragons Emperor turned ashen upon hearing the loan conditions. The guild elders had outright asked for a quarter of the shares he would be getting. Fine, I agree to their conditions. However, tell them that 60,000 gold is too little. I will also need all of their magic crystals. Otherwise, I'll just give up on the auction. Although 60,000 gold was a significant sum, it was still insufficient for him to compete against the various superpowers. Only after he and the elders pooled everything they had would they stand a chance in the auction. While Nine Dragons Emperor was raising funds, the price of the magic crystal vein had already increased to 352,000 gold. At the same time, the various superpowers and major corporations were also doing their best to gather more funds. However, this price had already rendered the crowd in the first-floor hall utterly speechless. It seems some guilds and corporations are already approaching their limit. Lu Xinglua smiled when he noticed the rate of bidding slowing down. Turning to his bodyguard, he said, "Let's begin, then." "Understood." Zhong Langchen immediately keyed in a series of zeros on the bidding interface. 500,000 gold. The moment this price appeared, the entire auction venue went into an uproar. Even Shifeng's mouth twitched involuntarily when he saw this bid. With that kind of money, he could already build 2 cities in Starmoon Kingdom. Seeing this price also allowed him to understand just how frightening the various superpowers were. The difference between himself and them was not something that he could easily bridge just by having more information on God's domain. Why does the Starling Corporation have so much money? Nine Dragons Emperor felt like puking up blood when he saw this amount. Although the Starline Corporation was strong and had annexed quite a few first-rate guilds, it had also spent a lot of money to develop its guild, far more than what super first-rate guilds had spent. Logically, the corporation shouldn't have that many coins to spare. At this moment, let alone 9 Dragons Emperor, even the representatives of the Sacred Temple, Battle Wolves, Pantheon, 9 Heavens Pavilion, and other super guilds were taken aback by the Starline Corporation's bid. Although they, too, possessed that much money, spending it would no doubt cause their guild a cash flow shortage in the near term. The Starline Corporation's guild would definitely suffer an even greater setback. Shortly after Lu Xingluo placed the bid of 500,000 gold, Mu Lingsha also clenched her teeth and topped it, 510,000 gold. This price likewise stunned the various superpowers present. Although Unyielding Soul was a super first-rate guild, as its development in the Dark Knight Empire had not gone smoothly, the guild should not have that much money to spare. However, what the various superpowers did not know was that in order to contest for the management rights of the magic crystal vein, Unyielding Soul had long since mortgaged many of its properties and was prepared to duke it out with the Starline Corporation. After all, if the Starline Corporation acquired the magic crystal vein, Unyielding Soul's development in the Dark Knight Empire would be doomed. Hence, Unyielding Soul had accumulated a total of 625,000 gold's worth of coins and magic crystals to compete with the Starline Corporation. Ha ha ha! You want to compete against the Starline Corporation in terms of financial strength? Lu Xingluo sneered at Mu Lingsha's new bid. A pity, truly a pity. The Starline Corporation might not have as powerful a background as a super first-rate guild like Unyielding Soul, but we do have high-level energy. In order to acquire the magic crystal vein, the Starline Corporation had traded 400,000 gold's worth of high-level energy with the Secret Pavilion. Of course, it had stipulated that Unyielding Soul would not be invited to the internal auction, including the 300,000 gold the corporation raised. Starline had a total of 700,000 gold prepared to purchase the vein. At this stage of the game, even the various super guilds were incapable of taking out 700,000 gold, which was why he was confident of acquiring the magic crystal vein. After some back and forth, the price eventually reached 630,000 gold, the bid being placed by Lu Xingluo. This figure caused many of the superpowers present to give up on the auction. They also could not help but marvel at the Starline Corporation's financial strength. Aqua, I wish to borrow money from Zero Wing. I am willing to use a few plots of golden land in the Dark Knight Empire as collateral. These lands are worth around 70,000 gold in total. I wish to borrow 60,000 gold. I will pay you back in 5 days with 30% interest. If I fail to repay the loan, these golden lands will be Zero Wing's, Mu Lingsha said after making some calculations. At this point, she could tell that the price of the magic crystal vein was already close to Lu Xingluo's limit. After all, the man was no longer as decisive when placing his bids. Meanwhile, through Aqua Rose, she had learned much about Zero Wing. Hence, she knew that Zero Wing had prepared quite a lot of funds for the auction this time, several times more than the average first-rate guild. In fact, hence, it should be possible for Zero Wing to lend her 60,000 gold. If she had these 60,000 gold coins, she would have a greater chance of winning against Lu Xingluo. This, Aqua Rose was slightly troubled as she turned to look at Shifeng, unsure whether she should agree to this request or not. Miss Mu, how about this? I can lend you 100,000 gold's worth of funds. However, Zero Wing does not need any collateral or the 30% interest. We only want to borrow some manpower from Unyielding Soul. What do you think of this proposal? Shifeng suggested. Although he had thought of using this opportunity to acquire some of the magic crystal veins shares, the percentage of shares he could obtain in the end would most likely not amount to much. In that case, The number of magic crystals Zero Wing could get from the vein would be a drop in the bucket, given Zero Wing's current magic crystal shortage. Meanwhile, earning an additional 18,000 gold from the 30% interest would not help Zero Wing by much, either. Rather than these negligible benefits, it would be far more meaningful to borrow Unyielding Soul's strength instead. After all, it was normally impossible to borrow the strength of a superpower without paying an exorbitant price. You don't need any collateral or interest. You're willing to lend us 100,000 gold in exchange for only manpower? Mu Lingsha's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Shifeng, her mind finding both Zero Wing's financial strength and Shifeng's proposed conditions inconceivable. Chapter 1790, or Vein of Astronomical Value. Chapter 1790, or Vein of Astronomical Value. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. Upon hearing Shifeng's proposal, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow could not help but stare at him in disbelief. They could not understand why he would actually abandon such a good opportunity to make money and, instead, settle for just borrowing manpower from Unyielding Soul. Meanwhile, during the time Shifeng and Mu Lingsha were discussing this point, Yuan Tiexin had slammed his gavel for the second time. 630,000, going twice. Is there nobody present willing to offer a higher price? Yuan Tiexin asked as he glanced at the audience before him. Although 630,000 gold already exceeded the secret pavilion's original estimates, earning a few more coins would not do the pavilion any harm. Greedy bastard! Lu Xinglua frowned at Yuan Tiexin's deliberate prolongation of the auction. 630,000 gold was already far outside of his expectations. He had never thought that Unyielding Soul would be capable of taking out so much money with such an expenditure. Even if he could eventually recover the cost from the profits generated by the magic crystal vein, it would take a very long time before he could recoup his entire investment. Not to mention, he would also have to station an army of 100,000 players at the vein over the long run, which would further increase the time needed to recover his cost. The only fortunate matter was that the magic crystal vein produced magic crystals and rare ores that were very difficult to acquire on the market. For the foreseeable future, the Starline Corporation would no longer have to worry about its guild's daily magic crystal expenditure. Meanwhile, inside Shifeng's room, "All right, I agree with your conditions." Mu Lingsha nodded to Shifeng. Although she was neither Unyielding Soul's guild leader nor vice guild leader, she was the heiress of Unyielding Soul's biggest shareholder. Moreover, Unyielding Soul had already granted her full authority over the auction this time. If it was only getting some of Unyielding Soul's members to help Zero Wing with a task, she could easily approve this matter with her authority. "All right, I'll write up a contract. You should place a bid first." Shifeng smiled when he heard Mu Lingsha's reply. With the help of a super first-rate guild like Unyielding Soul, he could proceed smoothly with the next step of his plans. Compared to what he stood to gain through this help, making a few thousand coins of profit was not worth mentioning whatsoever. Since both sides had come to an agreement, Mu Lingsha hurriedly placed a new bid. 632,000 gold. Mu Lingsha shouted. The secret pavilion's internal auction was different from the auctions held in God's domain, where players had to have enough currency in their pockets to place their bids. The secret pavilion did not bother verifying how much the bidders had. It would be fine, so long as the buyer could pay for their purchase afterward. The silent auction venue immediately livened once again with Mu Lingsha's bid. How does Unyielding Soul still have money? Lu Xinglua's gaze turned chilling as he glared at Mu Lingsha's room. He had thought that the auction for the magic crystal vein was already over, never imagining that Mu Lingsha still hadn't given up hope. He immediately placed a new bid to thoroughly suppress her. 640,000 gold. 642,000 gold. 650,000 gold. 652,000 gold. A heated struggle between Lu Xinglua and Mu Lingsha broke out, the price reaching 672,000 gold in short order. This situation shocked the various superpowers present. These superpowers were fully aware of the financial strength of their rivals. Even if some of them were superior to others, the disparity was not that much. However, the wealth the Starline Corporation and Unyielding Soul were displaying had already exceeded the liquid assets a superpower should wield. This was no longer a competition of liquidity. This was basically an all-out struggle between two superpowers. This is impossible. Unyielding Soul can't possibly have this much money, Lu Xinglua said as he looked at Mu Lingsha's room. Just then, he happened to catch sight of Mu Lingsha signing some kind of contract with Shifeng. Damn it! That little bug dares to lend money to Unyielding Soul. At this moment, even a fool could tell that Zero Wing had lent Unyielding Soul a lot of coins. Hence, Super First Rate Guild was able to persist in this auction. Mu Lingsha, do you think you can win against the Starline Corporation just because you borrowed some money from a little bug? Lu Xinglua placed another bid, 700,000 gold. Although Zero Wing had lent coins to Unyielding Soul, how much could an up-and-coming guild that could rival first-rate guilds possibly have? It would already be plenty amazing if Zero Wing had even 70,000 or 80,000 gold. If Lu Xinglua included the amount of money Zero Wing spent earlier, he estimated that the guild would be able to lend around 50,000 gold, at most, to Mu Lingsha. Previously, she had also stopped placing bids after the price reached 630,000 gold, which meant that her personal limit was 630,000 gold. Including the 50,000 gold from Zero Wing, she would have only around 680,000 gold in total. With his bid of 700,000 gold, he would definitely triumph over Mu Lingsha. The people inside the auction venue gasped upon hearing Lu Xinglua's bid. If he were to spend so much money to acquire the magic crystal vein, he would have to wait for 3 months or so just to recoup his costs. However, 700,000 gold at this stage of the game was definitely more valuable than 700,000 gold 3 months later. After all, coins and magic crystals were constantly depreciating in value in God's domain. Of course, the purchase also wasn't without benefits. With the magic crystal vein, Lu Xinglua would convert 700,000 gold into magic crystals and various rare ores. In the long term, it was still more beneficial to have the magic crystal vein than not to have it. However, before Yuan Tiexin could even hammer his gavel once, Mu Lingsha made another bid. 710,000 gold. Are you kidding me? How does Unyielding Soul have so much money? The people present were dumbfounded at Mu Lingsha's bid. Logically, the increment in price should taper off as the auction approached its end. Yet, now, Mu Lingsha had actually raised the size of her increment to 10,000 gold. Impossible! Lu Xinglua could not help but turn to look at Shifeng, confusion written on his face. How can a new guild like his possibly have so much money? Guild leader, what should we do? We only have a little over 703,000 gold left. We don't have any more money to continue bidding. Zhong Langcheng said anxiously. Good. Very good. Lu Xinglua's gaze turned deathly chilling. Contact the secret pavilion and tell them I have some business with them. Understood. Zhong Langcheng immediately contacted a representative from the secret pavilion. Meanwhile, when Mu Lingsha saw that Lu Xinglua had stopped bidding, she could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief. Had Shifeng lent her only 60,000 gold, she definitely wouldn't have been able to compete with Lu Xinglua. However, with 100,000 gold, she was able to thoroughly suppress him. Moreover, during the time she was competing with Lu Xinglua, as she worried that she wouldn't have enough funds, she had someone in her guild mortgage several plots of golden land in Dark Knight City and gained another 60,000 gold. The coins would be transferred later to her God's domain account. Seeing that nobody was bidding, Yuan Tiexin very quickly slammed his gavel once, saying, 710,000, going once. Is there anyone willing to place a higher bid? You should know that this is very likely to be your only chance to see a magic crystal vein. You might not get another chance like this in the future. At this moment, Yuan Tiexin was ecstatic. After all, in just under a minute, he had earned nearly 100,000 gold more for the vein. However, despite Yuan Tiexin's words, the auction venue remained silent. Nobody was willing to place any more bids. 710,000, going twice. Seeing that nobody was responding even after some time, Yuan Tiexin understood that this was the highest price he could sell the vein for. He then readied himself to slam his gavel for the third time and confirm the final owner of the magic crystal vein. When Mu Lingsha saw this, she was thrilled. 720,000 gold. At this time, however, Lu Xinglua suddenly broke the silence. How is this possible? Mu Lingsha was astounded as she looked at Lu Xinglua's solemn expression. Nevertheless, she very quickly placed another bid, saying 730,000 gold. 750,000 gold. Lu Xinglua said, sending a chilling glare at Mu Lingsha and Shifeng. Despite Lu Xinglua's glare, Mu Lingsha showed no intentions of giving up whatsoever. 760,000 gold. 770,000 gold. 780,000 gold. 800,000 gold. In the end, Lu Xinglua directly raised the price by an additional 20,000 gold, causing Mu Lingsha's complexion to darken considerably. That price exceeded the limits of what she could afford. In the end, after Yuan Tiexin slammed his gavel 3 times, Lu Xinglua was announced the winner of the Magic Crystal Veins management rights. This outcome sent the entire auction venue into an uproar. 800,000 gold. This was already double the liquid funds a superpower possessed at this stage of the game. Although Lu Xinglua had acquired the Magic Crystal Vein, throughout the remaining part of the auction, he glared hatefully at Mu Lingsha and Shifeng. In order to emerge as the final victor, he had been forced to sell a large amount of high-level energy to the secret pavilion, far more than what the corporation had authorized. Although he eventually won the auction, he had to spend nearly 200,000 gold more. How could he possibly be in a mood for celebration? Langcheng, once we return, gather all the information you can find on Zero Wing and pass it to Dark Soul. Have Dark Soul mobilize right away. If Dark Soul is lacking in strength, have a portion of our main force support it. I want Zero Wing to disappear from God's domain immediately. Lu Xinglua said, a mere bug dares cause me to lose 200,000 gold. Understood. Zhong Langcheng replied eagerly. The thing he loved doing the most was none other than annihilating small guilds. Chapter 1791 Crazy Actions. Chapter 1791 Crazy Actions. The uproar caused by the auction of the Magic Crystal Vein distracted the various powers in attendance from the many excellent finale items appearing after the vein. Most focused their attention on the implications of the Magic Crystal Vein. Now that the Starline Corporation had the Magic Crystal Vein, combined with its financial strength and military strength, its development in God's domain would most likely skyrocket in the future. Particularly when it came to magic crystals, the Starline Corporation would have a massive advantage over everyone else. Now that Starline has obtained the Magic Crystal Vein, the Dark Knight Empire will probably belong to Starline from now on. Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soulsure are pitiful. The two of them going all out was what allowed Starline to annex 2 former super first-rate guilds in one go. Without the sudden influx of experts and veteran players, Starline wouldn't have developed so quickly and become capable of rivaling Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul. Now that Starline has acquired a magic crystal vein, as well, it'll be able to nurture more experts through the Divine Colosseum. That's right. Most likely, it won't be long before Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul get chased out of the Dark Knight Empire. Unyielding Soul is truly unfortunate. It was just a little bit short of acquiring the magic crystal vein. It really makes you wonder where the Starline Corporation managed to get so much money from. Everyone secretly discussed the matter between the Starline Corporation and Unyielding Soul. The auction of the magic crystal vein had determined the future of the Dark Knight Empire. This situation also prompted some first-rate guilds, which had been developing in the Dark Knight Empire all this time, to draft alternate plans. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's private room, after this auction, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose gained newfound recognition of the financial strength of major corporations. Compared to the major corporations, the amount of money Zero Wing possessed was not worth mentioning whatsoever. They also realized just how far Zero Wing was from becoming a superpower in God's domain. The guild was already severely lacking just in the aspect of financial strength. So, this is the Starline Corporation's strength. Mu Lingsha could not help a bitter smile when she saw Lu Xinglua acquiring the magic crystal vein. Despite all her efforts, she still lost in the end. Fortunately, she did not suffer a total loss in this auction. At the very least, she had forced Starline to spend a large portion of its wealth. With this, Starline would not have the funds to develop rapidly within the short term. Following which, Mu Lingsha turned to look at Shifeng and said, "Thank you for your help. As per our agreement, I will have Unyielding Soul help you out once." That's just wonderful. In reality, the thing I need Unyielding Soul's help with is very simple. I need you to lend me 60 Tier 2 experts to raid a team dungeon. I believe that with Unyielding Soul's strength, that should be doable, Shifeng said, directly revealing the task he wanted Unyielding Soul's help for. Currently, expert players in God's domain had already reached level 53 and level 54. The number of experts that had gone to attempt their Tier 2 promotions was also very high. At this stage of the game, most first-rate guilds already had a dozen or so Tier 2 experts in their ranks, with some having even more than 20. As for super first-rate guilds, they definitely had more than 60 Tier 2 experts. Help with raiding a team dungeon? Mu Lingsha was slightly surprised by Shifeng's request. She had expected Shifeng to have Unyielding Soul act as a deterrence to Beast Emperor in the Orc Empire. She had never thought that Shifeng would only want to borrow some Tier 2 experts to raid a team dungeon. All right, that won't be a problem. When will the raid be? Where should we meet up? In reality, Mu Lingsha wasn't the only person surprised by Shifeng's request. Even Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow were confused at this situation. They had the rare opportunity of getting Unyielding Soul to owe them a favor, yet Shifeng was wasting this favor to borrow some experts to raid a team dungeon. Although there were some team dungeons that Zero Wing was currently still incapable of raiding, given enough time, Zero Wing would have more Tier 2 experts of its own. There was simply no need to get the help of other guilds. I hope that we can start tomorrow. The meeting point will be Starmoon Kingdom's White River City. As for the exact time, I'll have Aqua notify you once we enter God's domain. May I know if that is acceptable? Shifeng asked. Tomorrow? It seems you're quite pressed for time. However, all the better. The sooner this favor is repaid, the sooner Unyielding Soul will be able to relax, Mu Lingsha said, smiling. All right, I'll head back and make the necessary arrangements. I'll be sure to send over the people you asked for on time tomorrow. Big Sis Lingsha, are you returning so soon? The auction for the finale items is just beginning. There are bound to be some excellent items coming out. Isn't it a waste to leave right now? Aqua Rose asked, surprised when she noticed Mu Lingsha standing up from her seat. My goal this time is only the magic crystal vein. Now that the Starline Corporation has acquired it, I naturally have no reason to stay. Rather than waste time here, it is much better if I return and start making the necessary preparations, Mu Lingsha explained. However, I must also remind you that Lu Xinglua is a vengeful bastard. Now that you have gone against him, although he won't be able to dispatch his guild's armies after you, he is very likely to send a large number of experts to target Zero Wing. It is best if you all beware. Thank you for your reminder, Shi Feng said. In reality, Shi Feng had a much greater understanding of the Starline Corporation than Mu Lingsha did. During his previous life, the Starline Corporation had quickly become the overlord of the Dark Knight Empire by relying on its advantages from entering God's domain at the game's launch and having a large amount of high-level energy. Moreover, aside from the Empire, Starline had also taken control of several neighboring kingdoms. Eventually, the corporation annihilated Unyielding Soul and developed into a bona fide super guild. Meanwhile, Lu Xinglua, the guild leader of the Starline Corporation's guild, was also famed for being incomparably ruthless. As Lu Xinglua had close ties with dark players, those who became his enemy were often hunted down by dark players. Some first-rate guilds had even gotten wiped out because of this. After Mu Lingsha was done speaking, she promptly left the room. Now, only 4 people remained inside. Guild leader, just which dungeon are we going to raid that we actually need Unyielding Soul's strength? Gentle Snow asked, quietly, unable to rein in her curiosity after seeing Mu Lingsha leave. Although she wasn't one to self-praise, she believed that Zero Wing's dungeon raiding capabilities were not the slightest bit weaker than those of the superpowers of God's domain. In fact, Zero Wing might be stronger than even some superpowers. Given a little more time, Zero Wing would be capable of raiding even super large-scale team dungeons. Hence, there really wasn't a need to employ the help of a super first-rate guild. No, we're not just going to borrow Unyielding Soul's strength, Shi Feng said, smiling. Afterward, we're going to borrow the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strength as well. Borrow the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strength. Gentle Snow grew even more confused at Shi Feng's words. She simply could not figure out what Shi Feng intended to do. Shi Feng wasn't satisfied with getting the help of just one super first-rate guild. He was even going to get the help oft with super first-rate guilds. Aqua Rose was similarly surprised by Shi Feng's declaration. Guild leader, we can't possibly be trying to raid the Flaming Ruins now, right? A hint of shock flashed across Aqua Rose's eyes as she suddenly thought of a possibility. No matter how she tried, the only team dungeon that she could think of that would necessitate the help of Unyielding Soul and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would be Starmoon Kingdom's Flaming Ruins, a level 50 super large-scale team dungeon. Up to now, nobody in the game had managed to acquire the first clear of even a level 50, 100-man hard mode team dungeon. Trying to challenge a 200-man team dungeon was simply insane. After all, the raid difficulty of a super large-scale team dungeon was many times greater than that of a 100-man team dungeon. It simply wasn't a challenge that current players could overcome. Moreover, the final loot one would get from the 2 dungeons was mostly of the same quality. Rather than waste time raiding a super large-scale team dungeon, it was much better to raid a large-scale team dungeon. Of course not, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Our goal is the neutral map Eclipse Gate's super large-scale team dungeon, Eclipse Throne. Meanwhile, during the time the secret pavilion was holding its internal auction, things were very lively over at Dark Soul's residence in Light Shadow City, a dark city in the Dark Knight Empire. Currently, many rarely seen experts had gathered. This really is a rare occurrence. Boss, why did you suddenly have us all come here? Are we waging war on a guild? Lonely Lamp, a core member of the Dark Hunters Adventurer team, asked curiously as he looked at the core members of Dark Soul in the room. A direct order came from the Starline Corporation, a level 54, tier 2 male berserker looking to be in his 40s said, smiling. Which guild is unlucky enough to get targeted by the Starline Corporation? Lonely Lamp asked, laughing. The last time Dark Soul had mobilized such a powerful force was when they were targeting a first-rate guild. In the end, said first-rate guild had very nearly disappeared from God's domain. Fortunately, though, the first-rate guild managed to pack up and leave the Dark Knight Empire in time. Rubbing his beard, the Tier 2 Berserker thought back to the message he received a while ago before replying, "It seems it's a guild called Zero Wing." Chapter 1792, Upgrading a Magic Weapon. Chapter 1792, Upgrading a Magic Weapon. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. We're targeting Zero Wing. Lonely Lamp could not help his surprise when he heard the Tier 2 Berserker's words. Could it be Starmoon Kingdom's Zero Wing? That's right. Looking at Lonely Lamp curiously, the Tier 2 Berserker asked, "Is there a problem?" And no. Lonely Lamp shook his head, his complexion darkening slightly. He had never thought that the various adventurer teams belonging to Dark Soul had actually been gathered this time to deal with Zero Wing. "This is interesting," a soldierly man seated before Lonely Lamp said, his lips curling up slightly. "Originally, I was planning to take care of this Zero Wing sometime in the future. Now, it seems that won't be necessary. Commander Shark, does Dark Hunters have some kind of grudge against Zero Wing?" a beautiful, womanly lady wearing dark blue robes asked, a faint smile on her face. "MHM. We crossed paths when carrying out a client's commission. Although we managed to complete the commission, our side suffered quite a loss as well," the soldierly man named Black Shark replied, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "To be able to make your Dark Hunters eat a loss, Zero Wing must be quite capable. It's no wonder the Alliance Master has gathered us here today," the beautiful lady said. "When the time comes, if Commander Shark needs any help in the battle, do make sure to ask Dark Claw." "Then I'll have to thank you in advance for the help, Commander Spirit," Black Shark replied. Lonely Lamp could not help but grow excited upon overhearing the conversation between Black Shark and Veiled Spirit. Even now, he still remembered with hate the time Sherfong had killed him, although his commander had also stated previously that they would make Zero Wing pay. He was painfully aware of just how powerful Zero Wing was. Even if the entire Dark Hunters Adventurer team mobilized, they wouldn't be a match for Zero Wing. However, it was a different story now. Dark Soul was a dark alliance of over 10 dark adventurer teams. If these adventurer teams mobilized simultaneously, the alliance would have no problem throwing the entire Starmoon Kingdom into chaos. After all, the dark adventurer teams capable of joining Dark Soul were all frighteningly powerful. Just as everyone inside the meeting room was discussing this matter, 3 players suddenly entered the room. At the lead was a level 50 male Guardian Knight wearing pitch-black armor. The beast-like young man carried on his back a crystalline shield that released crimson flames. Following this Guardian Knight was a level 55 female ranger and a level 55 male elementalist. The equipment these 3 players wore elicited a little envy in the adventurer team commanders present. These 3 players had a minimum of 3 pieces of epic equipment each. The Guardian Knight in the lead, in particular, had 4 pieces of epic equipment plus a weapon and shield of indiscernible rank. However, although the weapons and shields ranks were not distinguishable, the density of the mana circulating around them indicated that they were definitely extraordinary items. Meanwhile, this young man was none other than Tigerbreaker, the Alliance Master of Dark Soul. Although Tigerbreaker looked very young, nobody present dared underestimate him because he had risen to fame much sooner than anyone else here had. He was actually already over 45 and had once inspired fear and helplessness even in super first-rate guilds. This man was also why the various Dark Adventurer teams present were willing to join an alliance like Dark Soul. I assume you all have been notified of the reason you are gathered here, Tiger Breaker said after taking his seat. The Starling Corporation's intent is to have us annihilate Zero Wing as soon as possible. Rest assured, the remuneration provided is very bountiful. Like usual, whoever contributes more will get more. According to the data we collected, Zero Wing has the strength of a first-rate guild. As for our plan of annihilation, we'll go about it like always and target Zero Wing's core combatants and upper echelon. First, whatever loot you get from your kills will belong to you. If there are no problems, we'll move out now. Tiger Breaker's words immediately filled everyone present with enthusiasm. They had been eagerly awaiting such a large-scale campaign for a long time now. This was their motivation for joining Dark Soul to begin with. While their respective adventurer teams might have great difficulty annihilating a large guild all by themselves, doing so would be a walk in the park if over a dozen of them worked together. Every time their alliance received a mission to annihilate a guild, they made a fortune for themselves. The profits they gained from annihilating first-rate guilds, in particular, were astronomical. Alliance Master, what happened with the Starling Corporation that it's in such a rush to annihilate Zero Wing? The level 55 male elementalist standing beside Tiger Breaker asked curiously after seeing that the representatives of the various Dark Adventurer teams had left. In the past, they always gave us a few days to prepare. Now, they're not even giving us a day. I'm not sure about this, Tiger Breaker replied, shaking his head. However, it doesn't matter. The target has the strength of just a first-rate guild. It's not the first time they're doing such a task. Indeed, with the current strength of the various adventurer teams, every one of them can easily mess up a first-rate guild all by themselves. If they work together, even the top-ranking first-rate guilds will suffer, the male elementalist said, chuckling. Right, after they're done with this mission, our next target will most likely be Unyielding Soul. Make sure you get the necessary preparations done. Even though Unyielding Soul has fallen behind the times, it is still a super first-rate guild. It won't be an easy opponent, Tiger Breaker said. Alliance Master, rest assured, as long as that batch of resources arrives, we'll be able to nurture a large group of experts very quickly, the elementalist said confidently. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. After the secret pavilion's auction, Shifeng immediately returned to the Greenwater Villa and logged back into God's domain. The first thing he did after getting online was contact Phoenix Rain and have her send every Tier 2 expert she had to White River City. After making the necessary arrangements, he handed 30,000 gold to Aqua Rose and had her continue fortifying Silverwing Town. He then took out another 30,000 gold and secretly fortified the lost town. Next, he gathered the rare materials he brought over from the Ice Crystal World and 19 lifestyle players at the Candlelight Trading Firm. Finally, he used the Holy City's emblem and brought the 19 lifestyle players to the Holy City of Titan. At this point, the Abyssal Blade was still just a level 45 magic weapon. Although the Abyssal Blade remained very powerful, it was severely mismatched for his current level. Compared to killing Ray, the Abyssal Blade was no different from baggage to him. Meanwhile, the Eclipse Throne was a level 50 super large-scale team dungeon. In the Eclipse Gate, a neutral map. Its difficulty was much greater than even that of the level 50 super large-scale team dungeons in Kingdoms and Empires, not to mention the special environment inside the Eclipse Throne. He would have to increase his combat power further if he wanted to improve his chances of successfully raiding the dungeon. Hence, Shifeng planned on forging level 50 weapons in Titan City in order to upgrade the Abyssal Blade. In the outside world, Level 50 fine gold and dark gold weapon designs were very rare. In Titan City, however, so long as one had sufficient status, one could use magic crystals to exchange for all kinds of weapon production designs. However, only the player that exchanged for these designs could learn them. At the same time, the weapons produced using the designs obtained in Titan City were slightly weaker than average weapons of the same rank. To Shifeng, however, this weakness did not matter at all. After all, the weapons he produced would be sacrificed to the Abyssal Blade. What kind of attributes those weapons possessed was not important. After arriving at Titan City's Forging Association, he spent 3,000 and 6,000 magic crystals to purchase level 50 fine gold and dark gold weapon forging designs, respectively. He then rented a special forging room and set to work. In order to increase his production success rate, Shifeng even utilized the Philosopher's Hand's power. After working away for over half a day, he finally ended up with 100 level 50 fine gold weapons and 30 level 50 dark gold weapons. He had used nearly 80% of the materials he had prepared for this occasion. I can finally upgrade it. After taking a good look at the pile of weapons stacked on the table before him, Shifeng unsheathed the Abyssal Blade. Devour! Chapter 1793, Black Dragon Appears. Chapter 1793, Black Dragon Appears. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. Inside the blazing hot special forging room. After Shifeng chose to upgrade the Abyssal Blade, he felt space inside the room freeze. Pitch black divine, runes lit up the silver sword before him, and the black dragon coiled around the hilt opened its eyes abruptly, as if the ornament had gained life. The black dragon let loose a deafening roar. Roar. The dragon's roar made the room tremble so violently that Shifeng even thought it might collapse, following which a terrifying aura saturated that was so powerful that Shifeng felt his body grow multitudes heavier. He couldn't move an inch. How is it so powerful? Shifeng stared at the hovering Abyssal Blade, afraid. The weapon's current aura was many times stronger than it had been during the previous upgrades. If not for the magic arrays that reinforced the special forging room, he had no doubt that the roar would have crumbled the room. The dragon's roar hadn't only affected the special forging room Shifeng occupied. Candlelight's lifestyle players, who practiced forging techniques in their own rooms, heard the deafening announcement and felt the world quake. They all felt a horrific pressure weigh on them the moment after the roar, preventing them from moving. What's going on? Why can't I move? Everyone was afraid of the sudden pressure. They could all sense death linger, as if they stood before the opened mouth of some ferocious beast. When the Abyssal Blade's aura reached its peak, even the Forging Association's Tier 2 NPCs dropped to the ground. Only the patrolling Tier 3 NPCs remained standing, but when these NPCs turned to the Forging Association, they did so with grim expressions. They felt as if they were staring at a live dragon, not a building. After another 10 seconds, the aura disappeared, and everything returned to normal. However, Shifeng, who stood before this phenomenon's cause, looked decidedly less than pleased. He no longer stood in the special forging room. In fact, it seemed as if he had been transported to some kind of dusky world. Only he and the gigantic magic array he stood on seemed to occupy this world. So, this is a magic weapons backlash? Shifeng thought as he looked at the pitch-black dragon that stood over 10 meters tall. Before him, the black dragon quietly observed him in return. Although it didn't move, it radiated a horrific aura that even made Katie Green, a Tier 5 Sacred Magic Knight, look like a joke. A dragon! Shifeng was absolutely certain that the black dragon before him was a bona fide dragon, although it was much smaller than ordinary dragons. However, its aura was several times stronger than an ordinary dragon's. "Human, give me your body," the black dragon uttered in the human language as it watched Shi Feng with crimson eyes. Saying so, the black dragon widened its mouth and bit down on Shi Feng with lightning speed. It had only needed an instant to reach the swordsman, and the attack caught Shi Feng off guard. "Is this it for me?" Shi Feng panicked. But when the black dragon's maw was only 10 centimeters away from Shi Feng, it suddenly stopped. Before Shi Feng knew it, silver chains had appeared around the black dragon's body, binding the creature. Damnable magic array! The black dragon roared and struggled fiercely against the chains. Regardless, the chains refused to budge. On the contrary, they steadily sapped away the black dragon's power, shrinking its body. The chains only disappeared after they had reduced the black dragon to 6 meters in height. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had noticed the dragon's attributes. Black Dragon King Dragon, Lord, level 50, HP 32, 000, 000/32, 000, 000. What a high HP! Shi Feng could not help but gasp when he saw the Black Dragon King's statistics. An ordinary level 50 lord would only have around 10 million HP, with the high HP ones having around 15 million, yet the Black Dragon King had 32 million HP. Before Shi Feng could say anything, the Black Dragon King charged at him, one of its scaly claws transforming into a streak of light as it swiped at him. The Black Dragon King was only slightly slower than a Tier 3 Great Lord of the same level. Human food. With each step, the ground below the dragon's feet sank. Its immense strength could even put great lords of the same level to shame. The dragon race was an apex race in God's domain. They were even capable of slaughtering gods. Their superior life ratings allowed them to challenge opponents above their own tiers. Although the Black Dragon King was only a Tier 2 lord, a Tier 2 dragon was much stronger than an ordinary Great Lord. If it came down to a fight, the Black Dragon King could easily kill a Tier 3 Great Lord. As a mountain-like claw descended on Shi Feng, explosions rang out as it tore apart space itself. A Lord-ranked dragon, Shi Feng smiled as he watched the Black Dragon King. He then swung Killing Ray to block the dragon's claw. Boom! When the pitch claw collided with Killing Ray, sparks scattered, and the earth beneath the collision sunk slightly, yet despite the impact, Shi Feng hadn't moved. He didn't even receive a single point of damage. Human, the Black Dragon King was momentarily stunned to find Shi Feng unharmed. Although Shi Feng was over 10 levels higher, the difference in life ratings could easily make up for the gap and more. Normally, it should be able to send Shi Feng flying with a single slap. However, the human had stopped the dragon's attack with relative ease, taking no damage. It's no wonder why so many experts were devoured by their magic weapons. The backlash is actually so powerful. Shi Feng smiled at the stunned Black Dragon King. It's a pity that I have the heavenly dragon's breath. Although I haven't fully repaired the ring yet, it still gives me an advantage against dragons. Following which, Shi Feng activated Shadow Blade, sending 1 sword light and 9 shadows at the Black Dragon King. Responding quickly, the Black Dragon King swiped its claws and blocked 3 attacks, but the remaining 7 struck the monster, each dealing over minus 20,000 damage, over minus 40,000 with critical hits. Not giving the Black Dragon King an opportunity to react, Shi Feng followed up with Chop, forcing the Black Dragon King to take a step back. He then used Thundering Flash, and damages exceeding minus 30,000 appeared above the Black Dragon King's head, one after another. A dragon might be a troublesome foe for others, but it was no problem for Shi Feng. Shi Feng already had frightening basic attributes. In addition, he had the Heavenly Dragon's Breath's passive skill, Dragon's Domination, which decreased enemy dragons' basic attributes by 20% and increased his own by 500 points each. Right now, the level 50 Black Dragon King was weaker than Shi Feng when it came to basic attributes. However, inside this special space, Shi Feng couldn't use the items and tools he carried in his bag, so facing a dragon with 32 million HP was still a considerable challenge. Wasting no time, Shi Feng activated Power of Darkness, increasing his basic attributes by another 120%. Now, his normal attacks dealt over minus 40,000 damage, and his skills could deal over minus 100,000. This put the Black Dragon King at a disadvantage, and its HP fell at an unprecedented rate. Despicable human. When the Black Dragon King's HP fell to 50%, it expressed its anger with a deafening roar. Pitch-black flames then appeared around it, transforming into flaming swords that surrounded Shi Feng. The Black Dragon King had summoned 30 of these fiery weapons, each sword carrying the Black Dragon King's power. Despite Shi Feng's superior basic attributes, he had no choice but to dodge or block the burning swords. If any of these summoned weapons struck him, he'd lose over 26,000 HP in an instant. Meanwhile, under the effects of Power of Darkness, Shi Feng only had a measly 180,000 HP. If he were struck 7 or 8 times, he'd be dead. Hence, Shi Feng had no choice but to defend himself while fighting. Whenever his HP fell below 30%, he would activate Life Domain and heal himself. However, once Shi Feng's berserk skill ended, the two combatants entered a stalemate. Time continued to pass. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Finally, after 40 minutes, the Black Dragon King's HP fell to 10%, and Shi Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his strength, defense, and HP significantly. With Heavenly Dragon's power, Shi Feng could completely suppress the dragon. He turned some of his focus away from defense, enduring the flaming sword's attacks to strike the Black Dragon King's chest. The hit was a critical, dealing more than minus 100,000 damage to the Lord. Following which, the Black Dragon King's HP began to decrease much faster than before. 8%, 6%, 3%. Shi Feng also steadily lost HP. Despite Heavenly Dragon's powers buffs, each flaming sword shaved off over 10,000 HP. Against the 30 flaming swords' relentless attacks, it was inevitable that he'd lose HP rapidly. 90%, 70%, 50%. Die. Once the Black Dragon King had very little HP remaining, Shi Feng used Lightning Slash. Suddenly, a damage of over minus 400,000 appeared above the Black Dragon King's head and devoured of the Lord's last strand of HP. By the time the Black Dragon King's body disappeared, Shi Feng had less than 1/3 of his HP remaining. Chapter 1794, Dragon Soul. Chapter 1794, Dragon Soul. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. I finally won. Shi Feng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief as he watched the Black Dragon King's body fade away. A dragon's strength was simply too high. If Heavenly Dragon's power hadn't suppressed the monster while boosting Shi Feng's basic attributes, the battle might have ended differently. Fortunately, the Black Dragon King had only been a level 50 lord, the same level that Shi Feng was trying to upgrade the Abyssal Blade to. Had the Black Dragon King been the same level as Shi Feng, the battle would have definitely been far more difficult. With this knowledge, Shi Feng would have to be more careful during future upgrades. Without preparing for such a battle, upgrading the Abyssal Blade would be extremely dangerous. Once the Black Dragon King was gone, the gigantic magic array under Shi Feng's feet compressed, transforming into a new Abyssal Blade. The new Abyssal Blade was a fully silver sword with pitch-black divine, runes etched on the blade. Gray mist circled the weapon, and it gave off a chilling aura. This is the newly upgraded Abyssal Blade. When Shi Feng gripped the new Abyssal Blade. He could clearly feel the sword pulsate. It felt as if the sword had become an extension of his body. What truly surprised Shifeng, however, was the new information in the weapon's attribute panel. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 2070 all attributes, plus 170 attack speed plus 27, ignore levels plus 20 attacks have. 70% chance to cause 220% damage. 30% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 24%. If wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 5. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 50 can be upgraded. Devour 100 level 55 fine gold weapons and 30 level 55 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 55. Equipment Tier 2 can be evolved. Devour 100 mana crystals or eternal ice crystals to evolve to Tier 3. Additional active skill 1. Phantom Kill Tier 2. Instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 90% of the wielder's attributes and all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time. Duration 1 minute 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Additional active skill 2. Abyssal Bind Tier 2. Binds up to 3 enemies simultaneously and prevents movement, reducing defense and magic resistance by 100%. The higher tiered the target is, the weaker the effect will be. Duration 5 seconds. Cooldown 40 seconds. Additional active skill 3. 9 Dragons / Tier 2. Instantly creates 16 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder's use. Each phantom sword deals up to 80% damage. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Additional active skill 4. Abyssal Curse Tier 2. Prevents all targets within a radius of 50 yards from moving or attacking for 6 seconds and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there is only one target in range. Cooldown 20 minutes. Additional active skill 5. Dragon Soul Tier 2. Grants a doppelganger a dragon soul, transforming it into a black dragon. The transformed doppelganger will have the same life rating as a black dragon. Duration 3 minutes. Cooldown 48 hours. Additional passive skill Abyssal Will. Improves wielder's physique depending on the surrounding mana density. The higher the mana density, the greater the improvement. Additional Profound Inheritance Black Emperor Tier 2. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of death aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 12 seconds, or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 4 seconds. Maximum of 30 stacks of death aura. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 8 hours. The famed Smith Ollises personally created the Abyssal Blade using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal Blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Unable to be destroyed. After this latest upgrade, the Abyssal Blade's attack power was on par with a two-handed epic weapon of the same level, although it wasn't quite as strong as Killing Ray. After all, the Abyssal Blade was only level 50, whereas Killing Ray's level automatically increased to match its user's level. Regardless, the Abyssal Blade was still very powerful. The new skill, Dragon Soul, was particularly impressive. He could turn one of his doppelgangers into a true black dragon. Just thinking about this excited Shifeng. That was a bona fide dragon they were talking about. An archaic species was insignificant before a true dragon. Even angels had a slightly lower life rating than dragons. This skill was now Shifeng's greatest trump card. Unfortunately, the skill only had a short, 3-minute duration. Once Shifeng had finished marveling at the new Abyssal Blade, he sheathed the weapon and contacted Silent Wonder, Candlelight's current chief alchemist. Aside from the lifestyle players with the highest chances of becoming masters, Shifeng had also brought the Candlelight trading firm's top 5 alchemists to the holy city of Titan. Naturally, after Silent Wonder had become an internal member and read the Moon God's secret journal, she had quickly become a master alchemist. Now, she was the trading firm's #1 alchemist in terms of alchemy techniques. Since Candlelight had too many lifestyle players for Melancholic Smile to manage alone, Shifeng had split the management responsibilities for each subclass among their respective chiefs. "How is the Elven Silver production coining along?" Shifeng asked. Elven Silver was an alchemy recipe that could only be found in Titan City. Each copy cost an exorbitant 800 magic crystals. Elven Silver was also very difficult to produce. Even if an advanced alchemist had the help of various support tools, they would be fortunate if they could achieve a 20% production success rate, and each attempt cost roughly 4 gold. Elven Silver only had one function: temporary physical reinforcement. Not only could it increase one's physique and stamina, but it would also improve their resistance significantly. It was an extremely valuable potion and had been a must-have when raiding super large-scale team dungeons during Shifeng's previous life. Since Candlelight's alchemy standard had been lacking, Shifeng hadn't had his alchemist's attempt to produce Elven Silver. However, Silent Aspiration had also become a master alchemist, so Shifeng had decided to give them the recipe. Guild Leader: the Elven Silver potion's brewing procedures are too complex. Even now, we only have 217 bottles. May I know if that is enough? Silent Wonder said, a little embarrassed. 217. So many. Shifeng was slightly surprised when he heard Silent Wonder's report. He knew that even a basic master alchemist would only have a 25% theoretical success rate, roughly 30% if they had the proper support tools. Moreover, each bottle of Elven Silver required a very long time to brew. A basic master alchemist would be fortunate to brew around 100 bottles after a full day of work. Yet despite having only been in Titan City for half that, the 2 master alchemists and 3 advanced alchemists that had been given the task had produced over 200 bottles. Good. Bring them to me. Understood. Silent Wonder nodded before disconnecting the call. Shifeng then turned his attention to crafting all-round devices. The Eclipse Throne had a chance of dropping top-tier fire resistance equipment. The dungeon's recommended raid level was level 55 to level 60, and it was far more challenging than the level 50 super large-scale team dungeons at Kingdoms and Empire's borders. Aside from the dungeon's corrosive gas, its low mana density made it particularly difficult. Shifeng's team needed the all-round devices to raid the dungeon. Shifeng spent the rest of the day producing 80-plus all-round devices. Including the all-round devices he had made some time ago, he had more than enough to outfit a team of 200 players. Time is almost up. They should have arrived in White River City by now. Shifeng smiled as he took a look at the time. Before he had realized it, a new day had arrived in God's domain. There were less than 20 minutes remaining before the agreed meeting time. Immediately, Shifeng took out a return scroll for White River City. After activating the scroll, his body transformed into a streak of light and left the special forging room. Chapter 1795, Gathering of Heroes. Chapter 1795, Gathering of Heroes. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. Starmoon Kingdom, Zero Wing's residence in White River City. Silence dominated the crowded guild hall due to the group of the guild's main force members resting in the lobby. The lowest level player among this group was level 54, tier 2, and the weakest equipment they wore was level 50 fine gold rank. The players who led the group even wore multiple pieces of epic equipment. These people were none other than Fire Dance, Cola, Shadow Sword, Blackie, Turtle Dove, Yi Wumian, Violet Cloud, Minor Wind, and Flying Shadow. Most of these players had been in the guild since its founding and had participated in countless guild wars and expeditions alongside Zero Wing's guild leader. Zero Wing had already become the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom, both in terms of financial power and strength. Countless players in the kingdom studied Fire Dance and the others' battle videos. Unknowingly, they had become idols in Starmoon Kingdom. Flaming Rose Fire Dance, Tyrant Bear Cola. Why have all of these celebrities gathered here? Is our guild about to embark on some important operation? They're too cool. When can I become a core member and join their ranks? Our guild has recruited a lot of new members recently. As a result, the requirements to become a core member have become stricter. In other guilds, you can become a core member as long as you reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor and have enough GCPs. In Zero Wing, however, I've heard that you need to reach the Trial Tower's 6th floor, at minimum. I've heard the same, but even if you become a core member, it's very difficult to get recruited for the guild's main force. Right now, even the main force's weakest member can reach the 6th floor's late stage and has a grasp of at least 2 basic combat techniques. If you want to become a party leader, you'll need to reach the 7th floor's middle stage or higher and grasp at least 3 basic combat techniques and 1 advanced combat technique. The guild members inside the guild hall were ecstatic when they saw Fire Dance and the others. This was especially true for the new recruits. Many of Zero Wing's new recruits had only decided to join Zero Wing because of experts like Fire Dance and her companions. Suddenly, shrieks echoed throughout the hall. A man in his 30s had entered the hall, carrying 2 long swords at his waist. Arcs of blue electricity danced around one of the weapons, while a gray mist surrounded the other. Ambient mana collected around the man passively, and he radiated an aura so powerful that those around him unconsciously stepped aside. This middle-aged man was none other than Shi Feng's Black Flame persona. Guild leader. The guild leader has arrived. It's really the guild leader. His aura is so powerful. He is so much stronger than the battle videos make him out to be. When the guild members saw Shi Feng, excitement and reverence filled their eyes. Black Flame was a living legend in Starmoon Kingdom and was responsible for many miracles, never suffering defeat. Just the name Black Flame made expert players in Starmoon Kingdom shudder. In response to the exclamations, Shi Feng could only offer a troubled smile as he approached Fire Dance and her team. Guild leader, all 85 Tier 2 players we have right now are present. We can set out right away, Aqua Rose said as Shi Feng walked over to the group. Shi Feng examined the main force members that had stood to greet him. The group included the experts from the Black Dragon Empire branch that Gentle Snow managed. Even Yulan, who managed Zero Wing City's daily affairs, was here. Silent Blade, Yu Zipping, who had recently been promoted to Tier 2, was also present. Some of these players had been incredibly famous during his previous life. In this life, however, these people had gathered in the guild he had created. Not even a first-rate guild could field 85 Tier 2 players at this stage of the game. Zero Wing had only nurtured so many thanks to the primordial soul Shifeng had acquired from Primordial City. Good. Let's move out, Shifeng said, nodding. He then led the group toward the agreed meeting point in White River City. Shifeng and the 85 Tier 2 players left Zero Wing's residence on their mounts. The players on the street gasped when they saw Shifeng's group. These Zero Wing players were, after all, quite eye-catching. Their mounts alone were terrifying, with the weakest at Mysterious Iron rank. Meanwhile, the players' statistics were simply horrific. When Shifeng's group had taken to the street, the various powers in White River City began to panic. They all feared that Zero Wing had targeted them. White River City Airport. Due to the appearance of the Eclipse Gate, the airport had become one of the most popular hubs in White River City, especially for the city's various guilds and adventurer teams. Not only was the Eclipse Gate a high-resource map, but the map also produced plenty of rare herbs and ores. There was also the precious energy essence, which could be used to nurture guild mounts. The Eclipse Gate was undoubtedly the best option to grind and earn money for players who didn't want to travel to the Distant or Empire. Currently, the players from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul had gathered in the airport's rest area. These two guilds' presence made the other players in the rest area nervous, feeling a great pressure weigh on them. The teams were frightening, with each made up of around 60 Tier 2 players. Players recognized these guild members as Tier 2 players due to the Tier 2 class insignias that only Tier 2 classes received. This insignia could only be acquired by completing a very difficult quest, and not only was it proof of one's strength, but it also increased skill and spell effects by 10%. Big Sis Rain, Zero Wing is amazing. They actually borrowed so many experts from Unyielding Soul. Even Unyielding Soul's first Vice Guild leader, Unyielding Heart, has made an appearance. Blue Phoenix exclaimed, looking at the middle-aged man some distance away. The man was slim and wore a set of dark blue sacred armor, with a pure white cloak thrown over his shoulders. Unyielding Heart had been well known in the virtual gaming world for many years now. He had been responsible for various miracles in previous virtual reality games. His performance had been just as frightening after he had joined God's domain. He had single-handedly slain 2 of Crimson Emperor's domain realm experts when he had led Unyielding Soul's Trump Card Legion to capture the Dark Knight Empire's serene town. His success had allowed Unyielding Soul to gain an upper hand, surpassing Crimson Emperor's development in the Dark Knight Empire. Blue Phoenix found it truly hard to imagine that an important figure like Unyielding Heart would actually help Zero Wing. Unyielding Soul should have some internal arrangement with Zero Wing, Phoenix Rain said as she glanced at Unyielding Heart. Honestly, his arrival had surprised her as well. Even if Unyielding Soul had some kind of business with Zero Wing, it shouldn't have been easy for Zero Wing to acquire Unyielding Heart's assistance. After all, the position of First Vice Guild leader came with a lot of responsibilities, and Unyielding Soul's situation in the Dark Knight Empire wasn't looking good. Logically, Unyielding Heart should not have the leisure to work for another guild. On the other side, Unyielding Soul's members were just as surprised to see the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members in the airport. Vice Guild leader, that woman over there, seems to be Pavilion Master Phoenix Rain from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a level 54, Tier 2 male cleric whispered to Unyielding Heart. Moreover, the genius Blue Phoenix is here. It seems Zero Wing isn't as simple as we thought. Indeed, although rumors have mentioned that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has a good relationship with Zero Wing, I didn't expect the pavilion to dispatch one of its pavilion masters for a request for help. It seems their relationship runs much deeper than the rumors make it out, Unyielding Heart said, frowning slightly as he considered the matter. He had come here with very little expectations of Zero Wing. He had only joined the expedition due to Mu Lingsha's request, but he had never dreamed that Zero Wing could even acquire the assistance of God's Domain's famous demon queen, Phoenix Rain. Currently, Phoenix Rain held the most sway among the two pavilion masters in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. She also had the strongest chance of becoming the next great pavilion master. Phoenix Rain's presence in a foreign area alone was enough to cause a commotion nowadays. If the public realized that she was here to help Zero Wing, it would cause a sensation that would sweep across God's domain. While the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul discussed each other, excited cries reached them from outside of the airport. Many players in the lobby ran over immediately to take a look. A short moment later, a group of players entered the airport's main lobby. All of these players were at least level 54, with some at level 56. Their equipment was just as impressive. At this stage of the game, level 50 fine gold equipment was even extremely rare in the various superpowers, yet such equipment was the weakest that could be found on these 80-plus players. Chapter 1796, Extraordinary Foundation. Chapter 1796, Extraordinary Foundation. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. Inside the sports arena-sized main lobby, the appearance of Shurfeng's group triggered an uproar among the players present. Is this real? These people are all equipped with level 50 fine gold equipment at the very minimum. Why is Zero Wing here? Crap! Zero Wing actually has more than 10 people at level 56. How are they leveling up so quickly? When the players inside the lobby saw Zero Wing's team of 86, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Although the various large guilds were making excellent progress in raiding level 50 team dungeons, most of the equipment they acquired were only level 50 secret silver equipment. Level 50 fine gold equipment were so rare that only the upper echelons of large guilds had a few pieces on them. Nevertheless, every one of Zero Wing's team of 86 was geared in level 50 fine gold equipment at the very minimum. This was simply inconceivable. The levels of Zero Wing's members were even more incredible. Currently, most expert players were only at level 53. Only experts that leveled up extremely quickly would be at level 54. As for those capable of reaching level 55, they were top-ranking existences in Starmoon Kingdom and could rank within the top 20 or top 30 in empires. Although the various large guilds usually had some experts that would choose not to reveal their levels, they still wouldn't be too far ahead. Yet Zero Wing actually had more than 10 players at level 56. In other words, if Zero Wing wanted to, it could easily monopolize the top 10 positions of the ranking list of an empire. The members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul were similarly shocked when they saw Shurfeng and the other members of Zero Wing. Why does Zero Wing have so many Tier 2 players? Both Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart were astonished when they finished counting Zero Wing's members. The shock they felt from this revelation was much greater than that from the sight of Zero Wing's equipment. Currently, first-rate guilds would be fortunate to have even 20 Tier 2 players. After all, the Tier 2 promotion quest was no walk in the park. Moreover, in view of future promotions, most players would choose to challenge the hard mode Tier 2 promotion quest at the very minimum, which had considerably high requirements for a player's equipment standard and combat standard. With the current level and equipment standard of players, completing the hard mode promotion quest would be extremely difficult. One of the reasons why their two super first-rate guilds had so many Tier 2 players at this stage of the game was the many peak experts in their guilds. Another reason was that they gave their peak experts priority when allocating resources. These two factors were how their guilds managed to nurture so many Tier 2 players. Yet, despite Zero Wing being such a small guild, it actually boasted over 80 Tier 2 players. a number only slightly lower than what their two super first-rate guilds possessed. Sorry for the delay. I had to make some preparations, Shurfong said, smiling as he looked at Phoenix Rain, an unyielding heart. You came just in time. However, Guild Leader Black Flame, this is such a surprise. I never thought that you would be leading the dungeon raid personally, Phoenix Rain said, her gaze filled with curiosity and surprise as she looked at Shurfong. Her curiosity was because Black Flame was in attendance. He rarely made an appearance himself, leaving such matters to Yifeng, Aqua Rose, and Gentle Snow. As for her surprise, it was due to the feeling Black Flame was giving her. Right now, she picked up intense lethality from the man as she stood before him. This feeling was much more intense than when she last met face-to-face with Black Flame. I am Unyielding Heart, Unyielding Soul's Vice Guild Leader. Guild Leader Black Flame, you are even more amazing than the rumors make you out to be, Unyielding Heart said, after he evaluated Shurfong and the other experts of Zero Wing briefly. Indescribable shock flooded his heart. In his opinion, the guild leader capable of developing Zero Wing to the point where it could rival veteran first-rate guilds was definitely a very capable administrator. Even if Black Flame was as strong as rumored, in his opinion, Black Flame should be only as strong as the peak experts of superpowers like Unyielding Soul. However, right now, Unyielding Heart was actually feeling the threat of death from him, something he had rarely come across since entering God's domain. Moreover, he also felt a considerable threat from several other players from Zero Wing. Unyielding Heart found it truly unbelievable that a guild that had no backing would be capable of acquiring so many experts. Vice Guild Leader, I just used an advanced identification skill on them. Aside from Black Flame, quite a few players from Zero Wing possess weapons and equipment of indiscernible rank, a male cleric standing beside Unyielding Heart said, shuddering. I believe these weapons and equipment are either magic weapons or epic rank, and they number over 40. Over 40? Are you sure about this? Unyielding Heart could not help being surprised once again. Unyielding Soul was a super first-rate guild. However, thus far, it only had roughly 40 epic weapons, epic equipment, and magic weapons in total. Zero Wing actually surpassed Unyielding Soul in this aspect. How was such a thing possible? Although Unyielding Soul was no longer as strong as it was during its peak, it was still much stronger than the ordinary super first-rate guild. At the very least, it was still slightly stronger than the current Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, which, according to its investigations, only had around 30 epic weapons, epic equipment, and magic weapons. Even if the pavilion managed to hide some, it would be a miracle if the pavilion had 35 of such items. I'm absolutely sure of it, the male cleric said, a bitter smile forming on his face. He, too, had hoped that he had seen wrong or was hallucinating. However, he had already checked this information multiple times using his advanced identification skill. Not to mention, he could not read a single piece of information from Black Flame. All he got was a bunch of unknown when observing the man, a fact that he did not reveal. When he looked at Black Flame, he even suspected that his identification skill was malfunctioning. However, when he tried inspecting Unyielding Heart's equipment, his skill worked as normal. He also refrained from saying that Black Flame aside, Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, Cola, Turtle Dove, and Violet Cloud actually possessed more unidentifiable items than Unyielding Heart. When looking at Fire Dance and the others, Cycling Light even got the impression that the team he was looking at right now was the main force of a superpower rather than one of a first-rate guild. Is Zero Wing really just at the standard of a first-rate guild? Cycling Light muttered to himself. In reality, Cycling Light wasn't the only one having such thoughts. Unyielding Heart did as well. Setting aside other factors, the combat power of Zero Wing's main force was already on the level of super first-rate guilds. Guild Leader Black Flame, may I know which super large-scale team dungeon you have called us here to raid? Is it the Flaming Ruins or Silent Castle? Phoenix Rain asked curiously, if we know which dungeon we're raiding, we'll be able to plan ahead. In Starmoon Kingdom, there were only 2 level 50 super large-scale team dungeons that were relatively easy to raid, the Flaming Ruins and Silent Castle. Among super large-scale team dungeons, these 2 dungeons could be considered basic dungeons. All the others were of the intermediate difficulty. Raiding an intermediate super large-scale team dungeon before even raiding these basic dungeons would be tough. Meanwhile, raiding super large-scale team dungeons required players to switch to equipment that was more suitable to the environment inside the dungeon. Only, as Zero Wing had refused to reveal its target dungeon all this time, her side was not able to make any proper preparations. Now that they were about to set off to their target dungeon, she naturally had to ask, raiding a super large-scale team dungeon? Unyielding Heart could not help his surprise as he looked at Feng. He felt that Zero Wing was a little too crazy. Currently, the various superpowers were still trying to raid large-scale team dungeons. As for raiding super large-scale team dungeons, they did not even bother with such thoughts, as they all felt that the returns were not worth the cost. After all, although the difficulty of a super large-scale team dungeon was much greater than that of a large-scale team dungeon, the quality of the loot one could acquire from both types of dungeons was mostly the same. Yet, while the various superpowers had not even managed to obtain the first clear of a level 50 large-scale team dungeon, Zero Wing actually wanted to raid a level 50 super large-scale team dungeon. No, neither of those 2 dungeons are our target, Feng said, shaking his head. He then pointed at the large flying ship that was approaching from the distance and said, our target is the Eclipse Gate's Eclipse Throne. Chapter 1797, Hell Mode. Chapter 1797, Hell Mode. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. The Eclipse Gate. Phoenix Rain's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Feng. That's a neutral map super large scale team dungeon. Although she did not have a particularly good understanding of the Eclipse Gate, she knew that super large-scale team dungeons found in neutral maps were generally far more challenging than their counterparts in kingdoms and empires. If the super large-scale team dungeons were ranked based on difficulty, then neutral maps team dungeons would be intermediate rank or higher. None of the current superpowers even dared to harbor thoughts of raiding such an arduous team dungeon. Guild Leader Black Flame. Although Unyielding Soul has agreed to help Zero Wing, I must make it clear that Unyielding Soul has dispatched our best experts to do so. If you wish to raid a super large-scale team dungeon, we are willing to make the attempt twice at most anymore, and it would affect our leveling speed too much. Unyielding Heart stated the bottom line for his assistance. Feng's declaration had left him similarly astonished. Even raiding the super large-scale team dungeons within a kingdom's borders was problematic. Trying to raid a neutral map super large-scale team dungeon was simply ludicrous. At this point, the various superpowers had only succeeded in killing the first few bosses in level 50 large-scale dungeons. They had failed to clear the dungeon itself. However, if they tried to raid a kingdom's super large-scale team dungeon, they'd likely fail to defeat the first boss. Even if they had a full team of Tier 2 players, they had less than a 20% chance of getting past the first boss in a neutral map's large-scale team dungeon. Although players wouldn't lose an entire level of EXP when they died in a dungeon, they would lose 10% of their EXP if they die inside a super large-scale team dungeon. After reaching their levels, even expert players, who had an impressive leveling speed, would need 7 or 8 hours to earn 10% EXP. If Unyielding Soul accompanied Zero Wing into Death's Embrace 3 to 5 times, Unyielding Soul's main force would fall behind the other superpowers' main forces by 1 or 2 days. That's fine. Feng nodded. Naturally, No guild would lend its Tier 2 players to another team unconditionally. It was understandable that Unyielding Heart had set certain limits. In fact, Phoenix Rain had already informed Shifeng of her bottom line. "It's fine." Shifeng's composure surprised Unyielding Heart a little. The point of his statement regarding his limits was to inform Shifeng that he wouldn't tolerate meaningless ventures, and that Zero Wing's guild leader should cherish this opportunity. However, Shifeng's response was utterly void of anxiety. The man hadn't even frowned. It was as if this limitation wasn't a problem at all. Even Phoenix Rain carefully observed Shifeng's reactions. She was curious as to why Shifeng was wasting such a good opportunity on such an impossible task. With their 3 guilds' combined strength, they'd have very high chances of success even in a level 50, 100-man team dungeon. Yet Shifeng had decided to attempt the impossible. "Since everyone's here, I'll reform the team. I'll also handle the team's leadership. Do either of you have any issues with that?" Shifeng asked Phoenix Rain, and Unyielding Heart. Neither of the 2 guild leaders had any particular opinions on the arrangement. Both guilds had come to offer their assistance. After all, the most they could do was support Zero Wing. Very quickly, Shifeng created a new team of 200 Tier 2 players. He then led the team to a flying ship that was headed for the Eclipse Gate. Meanwhile, inside a high-class restaurant in Starmoon City, a large group of cloaked players drank and bantered. Intense killing intent wafted from every one of these players, and some even radiated a dense bloodlust. "Commander, our scouts have just reported back, stating that Zero Wing's main force members and upper echelons have boarded a flying ship for the Eclipse Gate. Should we move out? Or should we notify the other adventurer teams?" Lonely Lamp excitedly asked Black Shark, who was currently enjoying a glass of blazing fruit wine. "They've finally left their nest?" Taking a big gulp, Black Shark smiled and said, "Forget about the other adventurer teams. I'm not in the habit of sharing such golden opportunities. Notify our team. Tell them to bring those items and set out immediately. We must not let the other adventurer teams get ahead of us." "Understood," Lonely Lamp replied. He had waited for this moment for a long time. Shortly after, the Dark Hunters adventurer team set off toward the Eclipse Gate. Eclipse Gate, Sun-Chasing Fortress. The Sun-Chasing Fortress was the only safe zone NPCs guarded in the Eclipse Gate. A large number of flying ships docked in the fortress each day, and since the fortress was a hub for multiple kingdoms' forces, the Sun-Chasing Fortress's player population was even higher than a kingdom's capital. When Shifeng's team exited the airport, they were greeted by the sight of players hawking their wares and forming teams by the street. The fortress was no less lively than Starmoon Kingdom's Starmoon City. However, although the Sun-Chasing Fortress was very popular, the various large guilds weren't particularly fond of this place, since players couldn't purchase lands in an NPC fortress. Instead, it had become a hub for independent players, and there were far more of these players than those from guilds. To avoid attracting too much attention, Shifeng had his team members don their black cloaks before leaving the fortress on the backs of their mounts. Even so, their group still earned sidelong glances from the players they passed. The Eclipse Throne was an ancient fortress in the Eclipse Gate's inner region. Corrosive behemoths roamed around Eclipse Throne, and a corrosive fog, which would numb players' senses and slow their reactions, was ever present around the dungeon. Because of these factors, very few players were willing to grind here. Fortunately, this also meant that the monsters in this area had a higher chance of dropping energy essence, so a few players still wandered the area. Old 3, be careful not to lure those corrosive spiders. Commander, are you that distrusting of my abilities? A 20-man team occupied itself by grinding corrosive scorpions in the dense, wet jungle. The team's level 53 shield warrior maneuvered through the forest while over 100 level 54, special elite ranked corrosive scorpions chased after him. Meanwhile, the team's 3 healers maintained the shield warrior's HP, while the remaining ranged players bombarded the scorpions with one AoE attack after another. With over 10 players launching AoE skills and spells simultaneously, the corrosive scorpion's HP rapidly decreased. After a short moment, the corrosive scorpions began to fall. Very quickly, every monster chasing the shield warrior had died. At this time, an assassin, which had followed the shield warrior stealthily, collected the scorpion's loot. Ha ha ha! Commander, we got one! An energy essence dropped. The level 53 assassin exclaimed as he picked up a dark green crystal. Good. Lure more monsters. The level 54 elementalist leading the team this time commanded, nodding approvingly. He was very satisfied with the loot acquired from this batch of monsters. As this assassin prepared to head off to lure more monsters, he noticed a team of players swiftly moving through the jungle ahead. This team completely disregarded the monsters around them as they made a beeline for the ancient fortress. As a result of these players' recklessness, they had lured many of the jungle's monsters. After getting a better look, the assassin discovered over 1,000 monsters running after these strange players. Among them were over a dozen level 55 Great Lord ranked corrosive behemoths and over 100 level 55 Lord ranked corrosive spiders. Crap! What are these people trying to do? The level 53 assassin gaped. Although the corrosive behemoths were only level 55 Great Lords, the corrosive gas their bodies released was extremely powerful. MTs weren't able to approach these monsters. Because of that, any team that visited this jungle did their best to avoid the corrosive behemoths as much as possible. Although the corrosive spiders' gas wasn't as detrimental as the behemoths, they could also launch spiderwebs to seal players' movement. Having to face a force that included both the corrosive behemoths and spiders would be an absolute nightmare for players. However, before the level 53 assassins could say anything, one of these reckless players, a man, halted the team before the fortress walls. The man then swung his blue longsword. Suddenly, golden divine swords fell from the sky, restricting the corrosive spider, which led the monster army to a specific area. Towering pillars of fire then rose from the ground, engulfing the trapped corrosive spiders. At the same time, the other team members launched one AoE attack and large-scale destruction spell after another. For a moment, the jungle shook with the bombardment. Before 2 minutes had passed, every monster chasing the reckless team was dead. Even the dozen or so corrosive behemoths lay motionless on the ground. This scene dumbfounded the 20-man adventurer team that grinded corrosive scorpions some distance away. Who are those people? By the looks of them, they seem to be guild players. The guild emblem the guy in the lead is wearing, I think it belongs to Zero Wing. They should be Zero Wings members. What's going on? Why are Zero Wings members here? Shock overwhelmed the adventurer team's members as they watched Shurfong and the others loot the fallen monsters. Just as these adventurers wondered what Shurfeng's group was trying to do, Shurfong arrived before the passage leading into the ancient fortress. Are we not going to rest first? Phoenix Rain asked curiously. No, we don't have the time for that. As long as we are surrounded by this corrosive gas, our stamina will continuously deplete, and the corrosive gas in our bodies would become denser. If we waste too much time here, we'll run out of stamina sooner or later. We need to hurry, Shurfong said, shaking his head. Surely we don't need to be in such a rush, right? We still have plenty of stamina. At the rate that we're losing stamina, we should have more than enough even if we're raiding a super large-scale team dungeon. Unyielding Heart said after briefly estimating his stamina consumption. He felt that Shurfong was trying to move too fast. They were going to challenge a super large-scale team dungeon. It would be wise to let the team rest. so they could fight in peak condition. If we're only talking about the hard mode Eclipse Throne, then, of course, we'll have enough stamina for the raid, but we're here for Hell mode. The corrosive gas is much stronger inside. Being inside the dungeon will further agitate the gas, and we'll lose stamina far more quickly. We need to hurry. Sherfong explained. Chapter 1798, Fortress Assault. Chapter 1798, Fortress Assault. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. Hell mode. Unyielding Heart stared at Sherfong in disbelief. Only after taking some time to process Sherfeng's statement did he ask, Guild Leader Black Flame, you must be joking, right? He had barely been able to accept the fact that Sherfong wanted to raid a neutral map super large-scale team dungeon, but raiding the dungeon's Hell mode was too much. This was beyond foolish courage. It was plain suicide. The Hell mode of a level 50, large-scale team dungeon was already difficult enough that the various superpowers couldn't even get past the first boss, let alone the Hell mode of a level 50, super large-scale team dungeon. Moreover, a super large-scale team dungeon's Hell mode was far more severe than hard mode. Each death would take 15% of the player's EXP. 2 deaths in Hell mode was the equivalent of 3 deaths in hard mode. Even Phoenix Rain frowned at Sherfeng's declaration. She had to admit that Sherfeng was too full of surprises. Although she doubted that the man would execute a plan that he wasn't confident in, raiding the Hell mode of a level 50, super large-scale team dungeon at this time simply wasn't realistic. Hell mode might seem difficult, but it isn't impossible. As long as we cooperate well enough and react quickly enough, the dungeon won't pose much of a threat, Sherfeng explained. He was very familiar with the Eclipse Throne. It was one of the few dungeons that dropped top-tier fire resistance equipment. He had raided the dungeon more than 20 times in his previous life, and he had raided the Hell mode roughly 7 or 8 times. He knew how to dominate this dungeon. Moreover, he had specifically invited the experts from 2 super first-rate guilds. How could he possibly settle for the hard mode Eclipse Throne with such a rare opportunity? Not much of a problem. Phoenix Rain was at a loss for words. It seemed as if Sherfeng were treating the Eclipse Throne like some 6-man party dungeon. However, with things as they were, she couldn't really argue with Sherfeng's decision. Not only had Zero Wing invited the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, but it had also secured Unyielding Soul's help. In the end, she decided to leave the decision of how to utilize this chance to Zero Wing. Following which, Sherfeng chose the Eclipse Throne's Hell mode. His team members wore skeptical expressions as they followed the man into the horrific skeletal head that had appeared before the ancient fortress's entrance. Hell mode. Am I seeing things? Are Zero Wing's members insane? They actually want to raid the Hell mode Eclipse Throne? Most of the various superpowers are still struggling to get the first clear of level 50, 100-man hard mode team dungeons. Well, Zero Wing is Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. Since they dare to enter the dungeon, they should have some confidence of clearing it. Confidence. That can't be possible, right? That is the Hell mode of a 200-man team dungeon. We are talking about, not a 50-man team dungeon. After the adventurers in the jungle watched Sherfeng's team disappear into the dungeon, they broke into a heated discussion. They were all very confused as to why Zero Wing would take such a huge risk to raid the Hell mode Eclipse Throne. Meanwhile, inside the Eclipse Throne, once Sherfeng and the others entered the fortress, they felt their 5 senses dull. Corrosive gas surrounded them, steadily depleting their stamina. The ambient mana was also significantly less dense than outside of the fortress. This decreased the player's efficiency with their skills and spells. Although the dense corrosive gas and thin ambient mana was alarming, those factors became of little significance once they saw the corrosive monsters roaming the dungeon. Corrosive Zombie, Undead Lord. Level 56, HP 13, 000/13 000/000. Corrosive Abomination, Undead, Great Lord. Level 56, HP 37, 000/37 000/000. Corrosive Earth Dragon, Undead, Grand Lord. Level 56, HP 90, 000/000/90 000/000. There were easily over 10,000 corrosive monsters wandering down the streets before them. Moreover, these monsters had formed patrol squads and marched down the streets. Aside from the large number of monsters, rapid-fire ballistas had been set up on the castle walls ahead. Multiple corrosive zombies manned each of these war weapons, and as long as those monsters discovered their team, they would face an intense bombardment. These players felt as if they were on a crusade against an army of corrosive monsters, not a dungeon raid. Why is the difference so massive? Phoenix Rain wore a solemn expression as she watched the corrosive army that surrounded the castle. She had challenged a super large-scale team dungeon before, but her team had quickly given up the attempt once they realized that they were no match for the first boss. Her team had at least been able to clear out the mobs and reach the first boss. Here, however, she wasn't even sure that they could get through the mobs. Although the super large-scale hard mode team dungeon she had challenged had been occupied by a lot of monsters, her team hadn't had to face such an exaggerated number as they did now. Here, a single patrol squad easily had over 300 monsters. The weakest among these monsters was a lord. Even a 200-man team of Tier 2 experts would have a hard time against 300-plus lords, great lords, and grand lords. Furthermore, this dungeon's environment prevented players from exhibiting their full combat power. They also had to worry about the war weapons mounted on the castle's walls. If they accidentally lured a second wave of monsters, they'd have no choice but to flee. Guild Leader Black Flame, we're not going to fight our way through this army, are we? Unyielding Heart felt an intense pressure bear down on him as he surveyed the monsters and rapid-fire ballistas, but seeing Shurfeng's previous confidence, the man should have a method to get past these obstacles in mind. Of course not, Shurfeng said, shaking his head. We're charging into the castle. Charging straight through those monsters. Unyielding Heart asked, flabbergasted as he pointed at the monsters on the streets before him. For a moment, he even wondered if Shurfeng were truly Zero Wings guild leader. Are you certain? Yes. If we try to clear out these monsters slowly, we'll run out of stamina before we even get to the first boss, Shurfeng said, determined. But before we move out, I want everyone to use these items. Saying so, Shurfeng took out the all-round devices and elven silver potions he had prepared and distributed them to every member on the team. If players wished to raid the Hell Mode Eclipse throne, they needed to restore their 5 senses, mana, and stamina. Otherwise, they'd be annihilated before they even met the first boss. Raiding a super large-scale team dungeon was different from a large-scale team dungeon. Rather than a dungeon raid, it was more appropriate to call it a miniature war. Most importantly, a team was limited to 200 players. Trying to clear the dungeon with brute force while at such a massive numerical disadvantage would be nearly impossible. At the very least, such a feat was impossible with his team's current standard. When brute force wasn't a viable option, a team would have to raid the dungeon by using their numbers and making appropriate sacrifices at the right times. By doing so, clearing the dungeon was possible, albeit a little cruel. This time, though, Shurfeng did not intend to use such a method. Rather, his plan was a little more forceful. Although Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart were still willing to believe in Shurfeng's confidence, they couldn't help but wonder if they were as safe as Shurfeng claimed as they watched the monsters cover the streets. What's this? when Phoenix Rain, Unyielding Heart, and the other team members received the all-round devices and Elven Silver, they didn't understand what Sure Fong intended. However, gasps escaped them after they inspected the two items' attribute panels. Chapter 1799, Another Magic Crystal Treasure Chest. Chapter 1799, Another Magic Crystal Treasure Chest. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. Guild Leader Black Flame. Do you have more of these items? Unyielding Heart could not help but ask after inspecting the all-round device and Elven Silver in his hands. If you have extras, I'd like to buy some. Ordinary players might not recognize the value of the all-round device and Elven Silver, but they were absolute treasures to superpowers. As players reached higher levels, they would encounter environments with low mana density more often. Some severe environments even inflicted debuffs, yet these locations were often high-resource maps or the sites of high-ranked quests. Dealing with such maps would often give the various superpowers painful headaches. Yet, even now, they hadn't found a solution. The all-round device and Elven Silver Sure Fong had just handed out just so happened to solve all of those problems. Aside from the increased mana density the all-rounded device offered its user, it also provided a 5% increase carrot. Attributes. I still have some left, but as they are very rare, they won't be cheap, Sure Fong said, smiling. If you want to buy them, it'll be 300 magic crystals for each AH-rounded device and 100 magic crystals for each bottle of Elven Silver. How many do you want? Unyielding Heart's interest in purchasing the all-round devices and Elven Silver potions didn't surprise Sure Fong. In the slightest, superpowers had an extensive sphere of influence. Hence, they would encounter low mana environments more frequently than ordinary guilds. If Unyielding Heart wanted to buy them, he could also use this opportunity to make a small fortune. They're so expensive. Unyielding Souls members were astonished when they heard the two items' prices. They were also surprised that Zero Wing had prepared so many all-round devices and Elven Silver just to raid the Eclipse throne. All right, I want 100 all-round devices and 100 bottles of Elven Silver, Unyielding Heart answered without hesitation. You want that many? Sure Fong was surprised by Unyielding Heart's generosity. This transaction was actually worth 40,000 magic crystals. You don't have that many? Unyielding Heart's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at Sure Fong. Unyielding Soul had a great use for the all-round device and Elven Silver, and Unyielding Heart judged that 100 of each should be enough for his guild's purpose. I don't have that many in stock right now. I'm sure you recognize how valuable these items are. It isn't so easy to acquire them. If you want that many, I'm afraid that I'll need a few days to get them ready. Sure Fong responded truthfully. Both the all-round device and Elven Silver took a long time to produce, and their production success rates weren't very high. Currently, he only had a dozen of each remaining. It would take quite some time to craft 100 of each item. A few days. After some mental calculations, Unyielding Heart said, "That's fine. If you can acquire the stock within 3 days, I will offer you an additional 5,000 magic crystals." As soon as Unyielding Heart finished his statement, Phoenix Rain spoke up. "Guild Leader Black Flame, I also want 200 of each item, but I don't have any time constraints. It is fine as long as you can get them ready for me." Hearing Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain's offers, Sure Fong was at a loss for words. His asking price was already incredibly high. He had never dreamed that Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain would be so interested in the all-round devices and Elven Silver. He had secured 2 massive orders just by revealing the 2 items in the Eclipse throne. Once he filled these orders, he would earn over 100,000 magic crystals. This revenue flow was much faster than mining a manatite vein for magic crystals. Afterward, following Shifeng's command, everyone equipped the all-round device and drank the elven silver they had received. In the meantime, Shifeng signed a contract with Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain, assuring that the two couldn't go back on their word once he had crafted the items. Not only did the team's players feel much lighter after they had drunk the elven silver, but their five senses also recovered. Most importantly, their stamina consumption rate had drastically decreased. Now, these players felt more confident as they watched the monsters waiting for them. Once the team was ready, Shifeng organized its formation. Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian would spearhead the team, while the other Tier 2 MTs would guard the team's sides. The remaining melee players would be responsible for protecting the team's ranged DPS and healers. Meanwhile, the ranged DPS would be responsible for pushing away and slowing down the incoming monsters with their spells and skills. After the team had prepared, and under Shifeng's command, these players charged for the castle's main gate. Without hesitation, Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian slammed their shields into the corrosive monsters. As soon as they did, the corrosive zombies and corrosive abominations blocking their path were knocked aside, the strength the three MTs displayed stunning the Tier 2 MTs from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul. They were all Tier 2 MTs, so they knew what kind of strength a Tier 2 metric tons should wield. Their equipment should be the best available at this stage of the game, and their strength was only slightly higher than a High Lord of the same level. They still weren't a match for a Great Lord of the same level, yet Zero Wings MT Trio easily shoved aside the Great Lord-ranked corrosive abominations. This proved how high the MT Trio's strength was, much higher than the other MTs. A moment later, one Grand Lord-ranked corrosive earth dragon charged towards the team, but despite the monster's approach, Kola accelerated as Silver Divine runes lit up along his saber. He swung the blade to counter the Grand Lord's approaching claw. Boom! As the sound of an explosion echoed throughout the fortress, sparks scattered, dancing around Kola and his foe. The corrosive earth dragon stumbled back by 3 steps while Kola remained unharmed and in place, standing steady. This scene stupefied the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members, watching with dropped jaws. Who is this guardian knight? Unyielding Heart could not believe his eyes. Unyielding Heart wore multiple pieces of epic equipment and wielded a magic weapon. He was also a berserker, the class famed for having the highest strength in the game among the 12 main classes. However, despite all these factors, his strength was only a match for a Great Lord of the same level even after he used an offensive skill. Yet, Kola had just forced back a level 56 Grand Lord. Moreover, he had done so without using a berserk skill. This was the first time Unyielding Heart had met such a powerful guardian knight since joining God's domain. However, this was a common occurrence for Zero Wings members. Kola held a Tier 3 mana weapon, and if he activated the weapon skill, suppressing a level 56 Grand Lord would be child's play. After the corrosive earth dragon stumbled backward, the team followed after Kola and the others steadily advancing. Fortunately, the rapid-fire ballista's attacks didn't pose any threat to the team. Every member was an expert, and now that they had recovered their 5 senses, dodging the ballisto attacks was easy. Trailing after the MT Trio, the team reached the castle's main entrance in less than 10 minutes. Surprisingly, when they reached the gate, the corrosive beasts that had chased after them turned and fled. The monsters seemed oddly terrified of something. We reached the castle, just like that. When everyone turned around to look at the thousands of retreating corrosive beasts, they found it hard to believe what was happening. It felt like some strange dream. So, this is the Sword King's strength? When Unyielding Heart glanced around the perfectly intact team, he more or less realized that Shifeng hadn't come to the Eclipse throne to get himself killed. He was actually confident of succeeding here. By Unyielding Heart's estimates, it might have taken the team more than 5 hours to reach the castle gates if they had attempted to carve a path towards the castle, yet Shifeng had shortened that time to 7 minutes. Moreover, the team had reached the gates without a single casualty. Unyielding Heart finally realized how Zero Wing had grown to the standard of a first-rate guild so quickly without any background or support. All right, that's enough rest. We should continue forward. Shifeng stated after the team had mostly recovered from their brief run. After entering the castle, the team had encountered far fewer monsters. Although these monsters were of significantly higher quality, most of the monsters inside the castle were great lords, with frequent appearances from grand lords. However, against 200 Tier 2 experts that were unaffected by the low mana environment and corrosive gas, these monsters were no trouble. The grand lords didn't even last more than 5 minutes. Naturally, the monsters' loot was extraordinary. The most inferior items that had dropped were rare materials for crafting fire resistance items. If the team were lucky, the monsters would even drop level 55 fine gold fire resistance equipment. By the time the team had reached the first boss, a total of 6 such equipment pieces had dropped, inciting the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul's envy. Level 55 fine gold equipment was the equivalent of level 50 dark gold equipment. Despite these players' position as their superpowers Tier 2 experts, they only had a few pieces of level 50 dark gold equipment, much less dark gold equipment that increased fire resistance. After fighting and advancing for over an hour, the team reached a large arena inside the castle. Tall walls and steel cages lined the arena, and standing in its center was a 5-meter-tall humanoid monster. The monster was geared in crimson armor and wielded a one-handed axe in each of its 2 hands. Despite the monster's immobile state, it radiated an intense aura that made the watching players afraid. Troll Hero, humanoid creature, mythic, level 57. HP 500,000, 000/500,000,000. Everyone involuntarily gulped upon seeing the Troll Hero's statistics permeated by their fear. Not only was the Troll Hero a bona fide mythic monster, but it also had an attribute boost due to its home being a team dungeon. After the team members examined the Troll Hero for a moment, they noticed the steel cage hanging above the boss's head. What's that? A treasure chest? That should be a treasure chest, though I can't tell its rank. That's not right. An ordinary treasure chest is either made of wood or metal, but that treasure chest is made entirely of magic crystals. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members fell into a heated discussion after discovering the treasure chest within the steel cage, but when Shifeng noticed the treasure chest, his eyes glowed with excitement. A magic crystal treasure chest. Chapter 1800 Violent MT. Chapter 1800 Violent MT. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. This is the first time I've ever seen such a treasure chest. What rank is it? This is a super large-scale Hell Mode team dungeon. No matter how you look at it, that treasure chest should be dark gold rank. It might even be an epic treasure chest. The team started to discuss their guesses as they gazed at the magic crystal treasure chest with bloodshot eyes. Even Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart felt a pang of envy when they glanced towards the treasure chest. Although they didn't know the treasure chest's exact rank, it shouldn't be anything insignificant. Treasure chests often offered better loot than the items that dropped from a boss. In other words, securing that treasure chest was on par with killing an additional boss in this super large-scale team dungeon. Of course, Shifeng was ecstatic. Unlike his teammates, he knew just how valuable a magic crystal treasure chest was. It was definitely far more valuable than an epic treasure chest. Moreover, this magic crystal treasure chest glowed with golden light. Even superpowers would go mad over the items inside. Could this be a reward for being the first team to raid the Eclipse throne? Sherfong wondered as he looked at the magic crystal treasure chest. He hadn't seen a treasure chest in the dungeon during his visits in the past, even when he had raided the Hell Mode version. After the team finished its debate about the magic crystal treasure chest, they shifted their attention to the troll hero standing in the arena. No matter how much they desired the treasure chest, they couldn't reach since it had been locked away in a cage. To open the cage, they'd need a key, and it was obvious that they could only obtain that key by defeating the boss before them. However, when the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Souls members looked at the motionless troll hero, they couldn't help but gulp audibly, fear returning to their gazes. Despite having reached Tier 2, they still had an instinctive fear of mythic monsters. Their previous encounters had been traumatizing. Monsters at this rank were simply undefeatable. Moreover, as one of a Hell Mode dungeon's bosses, every aspect of the troll hero had been boosted, especially its HP. Compared to hard mode, the Hell Mode troll hero should have at least an additional 40% HP. This increased the pressure the team had to face by a considerable margin. However, in contrast to the reactions of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Souls members, Zero Wings members seemed relatively relaxed before the troll hero. They were as calm as usual. Unyielding Heart was surprised to see such a lack of reaction from Zero Wings members. All of Unyielding Souls members present had their fair share of tough battle experiences, but despite the wealth of experience, they couldn't help their anxiety about facing the troll hero. And yet, Zero Wings members were so calm. Do they think they can beat the troll hero? Examining Zero Wings members for a moment, Unyielding Heart realized that not only weren't they anxious, but they even watched the boss like hunters tracking prey. Guild Leader Black Flame, how should we go about raiding this boss? Should we test its skills and combat method first? Phoenix Rain asked. Normally, when going up against a boss monster that could potentially annihilate an entire team in a single attack, players would send in a small number of players to probe the boss for its combat method and skills so that they could set up a better foundation for the actual raid. It's best that we don't do that. This is a mythic boss. If we send in too few players, we won't learn anything at all. Instead, we'd be wasting EXP. Let's just start the raid, Sherfong said, shaking his head. He then commanded, Cola, Turtle Dove, you two will take turns tanking the boss. Other MTs, prepare to replace them at any time. Melee DPS, stay back and leave the attacks to the ranged DPS for now. Only go in after we ensure that it's safe. This Phoenix Rain could not help but be appalled at Sherfeng's instructions. His commands felt too half-hearted. It seemed as if he had given up on the battle already. Unyielding Heart gave Sherfong a similarly confused look. He could not figure out if Sherfong were an expert or a fool. Sherfeng's instructions during the start of the raid had been precise and effective, yet the man was barking out such cursory commands now. Although starting the raid without probing would spare their guild members, avoiding unnecessary deaths that could compromise their participation, blindly sending the team into battle was both reckless and counterproductive. However, what Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart did not know was that Sherfong was already familiar with the troll hero's skills and combat method. The troll hero was a pure warrior. It didn't wield any spells, but it did have frightening strength and agile movements. Most importantly, it possessed the passive skill, self-regeneration. This skill was the reason the troll hero had earned the title of Eclipse Throne's Undying Gatekeeper. Self-regeneration allowed the troll hero to recover rapidly from heavy injuries. This skill ensured that the troll hero's combat power couldn't be affected. Moreover, Unlike normal bosses whose battle recovery restored 1% of their HP every 5 seconds, the troll hero regenerated 2% of its HP every 5 seconds. The longer it fought, the more strength it would gain as well. Fortunately, it could only use this power-up once every 5 minutes, but there wasn't any upper limit. Due to this passive skill, countless teams' progress in the Eclipse Throne had slid to a halt. No other boss in the Eclipse Throne tested a team's raw power like the troll hero. Technique wasn't as important when raiding this boss. Players simply had to attack with everything they had and pray that they had enough DPS. Without waiting for unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain's comments, Cola and Turtledove charged forward. Seeing this, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Souls MTs exchanged a few hesitant glances before helplessly following after the two Zero Wing MTs. When Cola and Turtledove were less than 100 yards away from the troll hero, the latter abruptly opened its eyes. When its gaze landed on the two MTs, the boss revealed a sneer and roared, "Foolish challengers! Do you believe you can defeat the strongest warrior in Lord Armas's army?" The troll hero then threw its axes at Cola and Turtledove. Shwa, shwa. The two 4-meter-long axes flew from the troll hero's hands, transforming into spinning blades as they soared towards Cola and Turtledove. As the axes sliced through the air, they left behind long, pitch-black lines. "Dodge!" Unyielding Heart shouted in panic. Attacks that caused spatial tears could even threaten mythic monsters of the same level. If current players received such an attack, even powerful MTs like Cola and Turtledove, they'd likely die instantly. However, just before the axes reached these MTs, Turtledove slid in front of Cola, releasing a black aura. Her attributes skyrocketed as she activated Power of Darkness, following which she swung her sword at the two flying axes. Silver Divine runes illuminated Turtledove's longsword, which formed a dazzling arc as it cut the two colossal axes down. Boom, boom. With two explosions, the axes crashed to the ground. As for Turtledove, she had been forced to take 3 steps back to stabilize her stance. At the same time, 2 damages exceeding minus 20,000 appeared above her head. However, to Turtledove, who had 140,000 HP after activating Power of Darkness, the damage was tolerable. Meanwhile, the rear-line healers, who had long since prepared for this moment, released several healing spells, instantly restoring Turtledove's HP to full. What is going on? She blocked both attacks all by herself? I'm not seeing things, right? How did she stop those attacks so easily? Is that really a mythic monster? Didn't you notice that she activated her Berserk skill? Even if that's the case, she shouldn't be able to stand against a mythic monster. Moreover, the boss used a skill. Those attacks had definitely been enhanced. Both the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Souls members gaped at Turtledove, who had resumed her charge towards the boss. When the troll hero charged at her in return, Turtledove smiled brightly. "Come." When less than 30 yards separated both sides, Turtledove activated the Steel Crown's additional skill, Steel Impact. Suddenly, her speed doubled. Raising her shield, she transformed into an afterimage. A moment later, she appeared before the troll hero and slammed her shield into the boss. Immediately, the troll hero flew back by over 20 yards. Chapter 1801, Sturdy Team. Chapter 1801, Sturdy Team. Hellscythe_Lucky Old Cat. As they watched the troll hero fly 20 yards across the arena and slam into the ground, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members watching from a distance were stunned. "She sent it flying? That's a mythic boss we're talking about. Just how much strength does she have? Is she really a guardian knight?" For a time, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members fell into a heated discussion. None of them could believe their eyes. Unyielding Heart was particularly shocked. Not even Unyielding Soul had an MT with such astonishing strength. Finally, Unyielding Heart, more or less, understood where Zero Wing found the confidence to raid the Hell Mode Eclipse throne. MTs played a crucial role in dungeon raids. Oftentimes, a failed dungeon raid wasn't a result of a lack of DPS. Rather, the team's MTs weren't able to survive against the bosses long enough. However, as long as a team had an MT that could tank the boss, even if the first raid attempt failed, the team would use the next few attempts to probe the boss for weaknesses and would eventually defeat it. The reason that the various superpowers didn't dare to touch a level 50 super large-scale team dungeon at this stage of the game was the lack of capable MTs. How did her strength improve by so much? Phoenix Rain was wrought with confusion as she watched Turtledove. When she had met Turtledove last, the female Guardian Knight had already been very powerful, easily tanking a Grand Lord by herself. However, after not seeing Turtledove for some time, the female Guardian Knight had grown to become capable of throwing a mythic boss. The speed at which Turtledove grew stronger was simply terrifying. Even after this shocking revelation, however, Zero Wing's members were still unsurprised. They knew that Turtledove had upgraded her Steel Crown to Epic rank. Meanwhile, the Steel Crown's additional skill, Steel Impact, had also improved. Now, instead of increasing her strength by 300% and speed by 100%, the skill increased her strength by 400% and speed by 150%. With such a boost, it was only natural for her to send a level 56 mythic boss flying. After the Troll Hero's clash with Turtledove, its HP fell by over 150,000. Turtledove had secured the Troll Hero's aggro. With an angry roar, the boss's muscles bulged, and it stomped on the ground before transforming into a blur as it charged at the female Guardian Knight. Fortunately, since the Troll Hero's axes were still stuck in the ground behind Turtledove, it didn't pose much of a threat. In fact, Turtledove did not even bother to avoid the charge. Instead, she thrust the point of her shield into the ground and prepared to receive the Troll Hero's charge head-on. Tier 2 skill, Backfolding. Backfolding was a Tier 2 skill Turtledove had recently acquired from the Primordial Divine Ruin. It was a super rare skill that could reflect an incoming attack from the front. Boom! When the Troll Hero crashed into Turtledove's shield, its massive frame stumbled 3 steps backward, a damage of over minus 500,000 appearing above its head. Good. Range players, attack. Sherfong commanded, when he saw that Turtledove had solidified her aggro. Spells and arrows bombarded the Troll Hero, and damages of over minus 10,000 appeared above the target's head, one after another. Occasionally, damages exceeding minus 40,000 also floated above the boss's head. These damages originated from Zhao Yueru, who wielded Frostflame's Wrath. Her attacks were particularly prominent among the bombardment. Her ice and fire-type spells were clearly stronger than the other Tier 2 elementalist spells on the team. What a high damage! Zero Wing actually has such a powerful elementalist. Unyielding Soul's magical class players were stupefied by Zhao Yueru's performance. They were bona fide Tier 2 players and wore the best equipment available at this stage of the game. The fact that they were able to deal over minus 10,000 damage to a mythic boss was already impressive and would attract the awe of many expert layers. However, Zhao Yueru's attacks had utterly changed their views on the world. Not only did Zhao Yueru's attacks consistently deal over minus 40,000 damage, but some of her attacks also dealt twice that without a critical hit. Her DPS alone could rival the total DPS of 5 of them. Unyielding Soul's magical class players couldn't figure out what was happening. Despite the fact that they were all Tier 2 players, the difference between them was massive. What these players didn't know was that Frostflame's Wrath improved its wielder's ice and fire-type spells by 1 tier. Now that Zhao Yueru was Tier 2, her Tier 2 spells had been upgraded to Tier 3. Not even Shifeng was confident of beating out Zhao Yueru's DPS. When the team saw the Flame Witch's damage, they became far more confident of defeating the Troll Hero. Under the unceasing magical bombardment, the Troll Hero rapidly lost HP. However, after 5 seconds, something happened that stupefied the team. The boss instantly healed all of the damage the team's ranged players had caused. What's going on? Why did it fully recover its HP? Didn't we take more than 1% of its HP in the last 5 seconds? These players were dumbfounded as they stared at the unharmed Troll Hero. They couldn't understand how the boss had recovered all of its lost HP. A passive skill. Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain quickly reached the conclusion that this disconcerting issue had been caused by one of the boss's skills. There was no other way to explain how the boss had recovered more than 1% of its HP in the last 5 seconds. This turn of events extinguished the little confidence everyone had gained from Zhao Yueru's performance. This boss's combat method is very simple. If the boss takes about 1 second to charge up, when it lifts both axes into the air, it'll execute an AoE attack. You'll be safe from this AoE attack as long as you remain more than 15 yards away from the boss. If it charges up for only half a second, it'll execute a straight-line attack. In that case, you'll be safe if you maintain a distance of more than 25 yards from the boss. So, pay attention to dodging. When you're attacking, you'll have a higher chance at hitting the boss if you execute 2-part attacks, Shifeng commanded through the team chat. If everyone's ready, then melee players join the assault. He's learned the boss's attack method. Already, Unyielding Heart could not help his surprise as he watched Shifeng calmly issue commands. Normally, a raid team would need 2 or 3 minutes to figure out a boss monster's attack pattern. Depending on the attack pattern's complexity, a raid team may even need over 10 minutes to figure it out. Yet, despite fighting for a few short seconds, Shifeng had already figured out this boss's attack method. Hearing Shifeng's orders, the team sprung into action. As Shifeng had stated, although the difference between a 1 second and 0.5-second charging time was subtle, the team's expert players easily recognized the difference. Hence, practically no one died when the boss used its 2 AoE skills. Moreover, when everyone assaulted the boss according to Shifeng's requirements, their hit rate was extremely high. As a result, the Troll Hero's HP steadily decreased. Once the melee players included their DPS, the boss lost HP even faster. Because of this, these players had a newfound admiration for Shifeng's leadership. If a team had such a capable commander, the team's overall combat power would no doubt rise by a small margin. While the improvement might not be significant, this small difference could become a deciding factor in whether or not a team could clear a dungeon. After another 5 seconds, the team managed to shave off a little over 2% of the Troll Hero's HP. However, when the Troll Hero's self-regeneration took effect, it instantly recovered 2% of its total HP, healing most of the damage. It was evident that the team was in for a long battle of attrition. Not even this is enough to beat it. Phoenix Rain thought, frowning. With the team's current DPS, it was possible to whittle the boss down and kill it eventually, but at the current rate that the healers were burning through their mana, they wouldn't last until the battle ended. Unyielding Heart had come to the same realization. It might be fine if they were raiding a 50-man team dungeon, but in super large-scale team dungeons, players were prohibited from using magic arrays to suppress the boss. Players had to rely on their own strength to defeat the dungeon bosses. This was also why the various superpowers couldn't raid super large-scale team dungeons yet. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the troll hero annihilated the team. Sure enough, it is too much to ask for current players to defeat this thing. Feng could not help but reveal a bitter smile as he watched the troll hero's HP bar. He then took out the ring of gospel from his bag and injected 7,000 magic crystals. World projection. Ring of brilliance. Chapter 1802, Set Equipment of Astronomical Value. Chapter 1802, Set Equipment of Astronomical Value. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. The moment world projection activated, the troll hero paused. Meanwhile, due to Ring of Brilliance's effect, everyone on the team felt a pleasant sensation course through their bodies, their basic attributes and physique instantly improving by 10%. What's this? A magic array? Didn't they say that magic arrays are prohibited inside super large-scale team dungeons? When these players noticed the troll hero's attributes decrease, they couldn't help but turn to Feng in astonishment. How is this possible? The boss's basic attributes fell by 20%. Shock filled unyielding Heart's gaze when he noticed the change. Turning to Feng, he thought, is this the real reason that he is so confident in challenging a super large-scale team dungeon? Unlike Grand Lords, mythic monsters had more resistance against magic array suppression and negative status effects. If one tried to suppress a mythic monster in the fields with an intermediate magic array, they would be very fortunate if the magic array suppressed the mythic monster's attributes by 10%, much less 20%. Although a 20% decrease in basic attributes did not seem like much, it decreased the raid's difficulty by at least 30%. This also reduced the equipment standard requirements for MTs and the DPS requirement for damage dealers. Sure enough, he came prepared. When Phoenix Rain sensed the ambient mana density and the increase to her basic attributes, she shot Feng a glance. Although she had assumed that Feng had prepared more trump cards than those they had seen thus far, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised once she actually saw them. With this development, the troll hero was at a disadvantage. Now, Turtledove was able to stop all of the troll hero's frenzied attacks, all by herself. The boss also recovered far less HP via its battle recovery. As a result, the troll hero's HP, which had barely moved thus far, began to fall at a steady pace. 99%, 96%, 92%. When Turtledove's Berserk skill ended, Feng had the other Tier 2 MTs activate their Berserk skills to tank the troll hero. Unlike Turtledove, though, the other MTs struggled to hold the boss by themselves. Hence, Feng had two Tier 2 MTs tank the troll hero at the same time, with Cola and Yuwumian offering support from the sides. Time passed quickly. After 5 minutes since the battle had begun, the troll hero received a small boost to its strength and speed. Fortunately, the improvement was tolerable for the Tier 2 MTs. Before 20 minutes had passed, the troll hero's HP fell below the 1% threshold. Seeing this, Feng activated Divine Providence before activating Lightning Slash to land the killing blow. The troll hero then collapsed and transformed into particles of light, disappearing. When the boss faded away, a small mountain of items took its place. The loot's brilliant glow made the players from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion an unyielding soul drool. The boss of a super large-scale team dungeon actually drops so many items. With a rough glance at the pile of items, Unyielding Heart determined that more than 50 items had dropped. That was more than double what dropped from a level 50 large-scale team dungeon's boss. The number of items before her surprised Phoenix Rain as well. Feng, however, didn't share their reaction. although a super large-scale team dungeon, and a large-scale team dungeon dropped roughly the same quality of items. The former tended to drop far more loot than the latter. Following which, Shifeng collected the items while the Reem took a break. The intense battle against the troll hero had lasted nearly 20 minutes. At this point, the healers had expended a considerable portion of their mana. The fighters also needed a moment to relax. "Guild leader, how's the loot?" Blackie, who rested on the ground nearby, asked Shifeng. "Not bad. We got a total of 63 items. 3 are level 55 dark gold weapons, one of which is a great sword that adds fire resistance. Aside from that, we also got 8 pieces of level 55 dark gold equipment, 3 of which add fire resistance. Of the 3 pieces of dark gold equipment that add fire resistance, one is the dark corrosion boots, a set piece for a level 55 plate armor set, and another one is the sundial arm guard, a set piece for a level 55 cloth armor set. There are also 7 pieces of level 55 fine gold equipment, 5 of which add fire resistance. As for the other items, they're mainly magic scrolls, potions, mana stones, and raw materials, Shifeng said as he shared the equipment statistics in the team chat for everyone to see. "Crap. Level 55 dark gold set equipment." Everyone's eyes glowed when they saw the statistics Shifeng had shared. Both the dark corrosion set and the sundial set were 6-piece, level 55 to level 60 dark gold set equipment. These 2 sets were easily the strongest set equipment they had seen thus far. If one equipped one of these sets, only players in full epic equipment could surpass them. Shifeng simply smiled in response to everyone's exclamations. The dark corrosion set and sundial set were some of the best sets available to players between level 55 and level 60. Not only did they provide superb fire resistance, but they also had effects that significantly enhanced fire-type damage. The full sundial set, in particular, would increase all basic attributes by 220 points and physique by 15%. The set provided a significant improvement in all aspects. No ordinary dark gold set equipment could compare. When they saw the dark corrosion set and sundial set, Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain's eyes turned slightly bloodshot. They hadn't considered that the Eclipse Throne could drop such valuable dark gold set equipment. If an MT equipped the dark corrosion set, that MT could easily tank bosses in fiery environments. Tanking level 50 mythic bosses would also become much easier. Guild leader Black Flame, if you can collect a complete dark corrosion set, Unyielding Soul will purchase it for 15,000 gold. Unyielding Heart declared, he Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is willing to offer 17,000 gold. Phoenix Rain said, Hen, Unyielding Soul offers 18,000 gold. Unyielding Heart hurriedly countered Phoenix Rain's offer. Seeing Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain competing over the Dark Corrosion set, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members present were stunned. Even Zero Wings members had similar reactions. They never thought that the VIPs of 2 super first-rate guilds would fight so fervently over the Dark Corrosion set. I'm sorry. While I can understand your interest in purchasing the set, but the Dark Corrosion set is very important to Zero Wing, so I have no intention of selling it for now. Shifeng refused the offer immediately. Of course, if Zero Wing obtains a second Dark Corrosion set, I will be willing to sell it. However, the minimum bid I'll accept per set is 24,000 gold. Of course, you can also offer rare materials or magic crystals. Shifeng's team members gasped when they heard his price. It was too expensive. One could purchase a very good plot of land in an imperial capital's central district for 24,000 gold. It was even possible to construct a town with that kind of money. Yet Shifeng wanted 24,000 gold for a single dark gold set equipment. Guild leader Black Flame, I believe you are aware that equipment has an effective time period. Although the Dark Corrosion set is a level 55 to level 60 Dark Gold set equipment, its value will decrease as time passes, Unyielding Heart said. If you gather a complete set within 7 days, I am willing to spend 24,000 gold to purchase it. However, if you offer the complete set after a fortnight or a month, I'm afraid that the Dark Corrosion set will no longer be worth that price. Phoenix Rain nodded in agreement with Unyielding Heart's words. As their levels and equipment improved, bosses that they hadn't been able to tackle would become easier to defeat. It was only a matter of time before they would acquire something similar to the Dark Corrosion set. They were only willing to buy the Dark Corrosion set now to jumpstart their plans, but as their time advantage shrunk, the set equipment's value would decrease as well. Rest assured, Zero Wing should have no problem securing a second Dark Corrosion set within 7 days. If we fail to collect a second set, I will put the first up for sale, Shifeng said. Although the Dark Corrosion set was precious, its drop rate in the Hell Mode Eclipse Throne was relatively high. He also had the Icarus's Heart. Super large-scale team dungeons reset once a week, and after another 7 days, Zero Wing would have far more Tier 2 experts. While Zero Wing wasn't guaranteed to acquire 2 Dark Corrosion sets after 2 dungeon raids, securing one shouldn't be an issue. After some negotiations, Shifeng decided to hold an auction for the Dark Corrosion set in 10 days. The set's final owner would depend on who offered the highest price, Phoenix Rain or Unyielding Heart. Once Shifeng had organized the loot, he turned his gaze to the magic crystal treasure chest in the gigantic iron cage above. When the troll hero had died, it had also dropped a pitch-black key. This key, without a doubt, was related to the massive cage. Shifeng then activated Gale Domain and flew towards the hanging cage. Chapter 1803, Greatsword Saint. Chapter 1803, Greatsword Saint. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. The iron cage above the arena was as large as a house. Although the cage was covered in rust, the divine runes on the iron railings were visible. Due to these divine runes, some kind of invisible energy constantly circulated the cage. When Shifeng landed on top of the iron cage, he discovered that he was unable to use any skills or spells. His body also felt heavy, his movements becoming sluggish. What powerful suppression! Shifeng felt the strange energy suppress his mind as he stood on the cage, becoming a little dizzy. If a Tier 1 player stood in his place, they'd likely pass out. When Shifeng tried to reach the cage's lock, a powerful force shoved him away. He transformed into a blur as he crashed into the arena below. What's going on? Didn't he already get a key? Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart were a little surprised when Shifeng's figure slammed into the ground. From their position, they had only seen Shifeng fly like a cannonball the moment he had reached the cage's lock. They had never seen anything like it. Once Shifeng stood, he shook his head, still dizzy. He then fell into deep thought as he stared at the iron cage. That one blow had dealt minus 60,000 damage. If a cloth armor or plate armor class with low HP had taken the blow, they would have died instantly. Guild Leader, is the key unable to open the cage? Aqua Rose asked curiously as she looked at Shifeng, whose HP had fallen to a critical level. No, we must be missing something, Shifeng said, shaking his head. He realized that they needed more than just the key. I think the rest of the bosses should have what we need. He hadn't heard anyone mention a gigantic cage above the troll hero during his previous life, so he had no idea of what he needed to open it. However, since this was clearly a reward for the first team that challenged the Hell Mode Eclipse Throne, the following bosses should carry what he needed. After Shifeng rested for a while, he led the team onward. The Eclipse Throne's castle was massive, and the troll hero was only the castle's gatekeeper. Under Shifeng's command, the team slaughtered the patrolling monsters inside the castle. After nearly 2 hours, the team arrived at a garden. Along the way, the team had killed a large number of monsters. Overall, these monsters dropped a total of 5 pieces of level 55 fine gold equipment and 1 level 55 dark gold equipment piece. Since none of them provided fire resistance, Shifeng decided to hold an internal auction for the 0 wing members on the team. This made the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and unyielding Soul members jealous. Even now, they did not have a single piece of level 55 fine gold equipment, much less level 55 dark gold equipment. Guild leader, there's a boss ahead. Fire Dance, who scouted for the team, reported through the team chat. Hearing Fire Dance's report, everyone went on high alert and ventured through the garden carefully. After about another minute, the team found a courtyard that could very well be described with the word paradise. Surrounded by greenery and gorgeous flowers, a giant wolf lay slumbering beneath a large tree. The wolf was 6 meters long and covered in crimson fur. Corrosive Wolf King, Demonic Beast, Mythic, Level 57, HP 400, 000, 000/400, 000, 000. This boss's aura is so strong. The corrosive gas this boss is giving off is really dense, too. I can already feel my stamina decreasing faster than before, despite standing so far away. The team members watched the Corrosive Wolf King with solemn expressions. If the Corrosive Wolf King were similar to the Troll Hero, they would not have to worry. However, bosses like the Corrosive Wolf King, which could cause constant damage or inflict debuffs, were the most troublesome. These bosses would place an immense burden on the team's healers. If the healers couldn't keep up with the constant damage, it would only be a matter of time before the boss annihilated the team. All MTs form groups of 3 and stand in these specified locations. Melee DPS split up into groups as well and stand beside the MTs. Healers and ranged DPS will run after the boss throughout the raid. If there are no problems, let's begin. Shifeng simply used the standard procedures for a boss raid and had his team move out. This left Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart speechless. Although they wanted to express their opinions about Shifeng's instructions, they held back and followed his orders when they recalled the swordsman's ability to adapt. As soon as the raid began, Shifeng activated Ring of Brilliance. This time, though, he did not activate World Projection. Ring of Brilliance only cost 2,000 magic crystals, whereas World Projection cost 5,000 magic crystals. Meanwhile, the biggest problem with the Corrosive Wolf King was the low mana environment, which weakened the effects of skills and spells. There was no actual need to suppress the boss's attributes, following which, under Shifeng's orders, the team shaved off the Corrosive Wolf King's HP. Whenever too much corrosive gas contaminated the MT group that tanked the boss, Shifeng ordered another MT group to take its place. By replacing the MTs responsible for tanking the boss, the contaminated MTs had enough time to recover. As for the healing aspect of the raid, Shifeng wasn't worried thanks to Violet Cloud's holy prayer and his life domain. By alternating these 2 AoE heals, the team's healers were able to conserve their mana. In the end, it took less than half an hour to defeat the almighty Corrosive Wolf King. When the Corrosive Wolf King had died, it had also dropped a pile of items, including the head and leg parts for the Dark Corrosion set. The team then proceeded toward the 3rd boss, the Corrosive Dryad. As with the last boss, Shifeng used the standard raid procedures, splitting the MTs into groups to deal with the Corrosive Dryad's numerous tendrils. Meanwhile, the melee players would open up a path for the ranged DPS to bombard the Dryad with fire-type skills and spells. During this raid, Zhao Yueru, with her Frost Flame's Wrath, shone brightly. Like the Corrosive Wolf King, it took less than 30 minutes for the corrosive dryad to fall. Meanwhile, the corrosive dryad dropped 5 pieces of level 55 dark gold equipment and 8 pieces of level 55 fine gold equipment, all of which added fire resistance. Among the 5 pieces of dark gold equipment, 2 were set pieces for the dark corrosion set, specifically the arm guards and belt. By the time the team defeated the corrosive dryad, including the 2 other bosses and mobs they killed, everyone on the team had gained roughly 20% more EXP. Their leveling speed in the dungeon was much faster than grinding elsewhere. This left the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Souls members speechless. They currently rated a level 50, super, large-scale team dungeons hell mode, yet not only hadn't they died and lost EXP, but their experience bars had also increased faster than grinding monsters outside of the dungeon. If they were to retell this tale, nobody would believe them. What surprised these super first-rate guilds members the most was the fact that they had only used the standard raid procedures to defeat every boss they had encountered. Despite facing mythic monsters, they had managed to defeat these bosses, one after another, without so much as suffering a single casualty. Since when were standard raid tactics so effective in super large-scale team dungeons? The bosses they had raided thus far were much easier compared to the bosses in large-scale team dungeons. However, unlike their companions, Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart realized what was happening. Their team hadn't defeated these powerful mythic bosses so easily because the standard raid procedures were so effective in this dungeon, but because Zero Wings MTs, healers, and DPS were astoundingly powerful. There was also Shurfeng's heaven-defying Ring of Gospel, which could weaken the bosses and enhance their entire team. Without these factors, all of these boss fights would have been incredibly difficult or ended in a team wipe. The Eclipse Throne had a total of 4 bosses. Now that they had killed 3, only the final boss remained. Both Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart felt as if they were in a dream. Following which, under Shurfeng's command, the team soon reached the throne room housing the final boss. The throne room was also on the castle's top floor. When the team reached the throne room, they encountered a young man lying before the room's tightly shut doors. The young man wore golden armor and carried a great sword that radiated a holy light on his back. If one inspected this young man, they would discover that he was a level 60 mythic NPC. When Shurfeng saw this NPC youth's name, he was stunned. Why is he here? Shock filled Shurfeng's eyes as he gazed down at the mythic NPC. At this stage of the game, most likely no player, other than himself, knew about this NPC, but during his previous life, every God's Domain player would recognize the youth. This man had been reputed as the Great Sword Saint, known by players as the strongest entity below Tier 6. However, the main reason for this NPC's fame was the weapon he wielded. It was also the easiest weapon to find among the 10 great legendary weapons. The Glorious Will. Chapter 1804, Epic Team Quest. Chapter 1804, Epic Team Quest. Hellscythe _ Lucky Old Cat. Shurfeng had never thought that he would actually come across the Greatsword Saint Edward in the Eclipse Throne. From what he remembered, the Greatsword Saint was stationed at the ruined mountain range in the continent of God's Domain. Although the Glorious Will was the easiest of the 10 great legendary weapons to come by, even after 10 years, no player had managed to acquire the real Glorious Will. There had been a player that managed to acquire a replica of the Glorious Will who had been titled the Glorious Sword Saint. Rumors had it that the Glorious Sword Saint had acquired the replica from a quest. Other rumors claimed that the replica came from the loot of a powerful field boss. There were also some that stated it was a commission made by a famed smith. Although the Glorious Sword Saint had eventually revealed that the Glorious Will replica came from a quest given out by Greatsword Saint Edward, nobody believed him. The reason for this was that many players had tried increasing their favorability with Greatsword Saint Edward after the revelation. However, no matter how high their favorability reached, the NPC did not offer them the same quest. Hence, everyone concluded that the glorious Sword Saint had lied to conceal the origin of his weapon. Could that person's weapon have come from here? Shifeng thought as he looked at the Greatsword Saint Edward lying quietly against the doors to the throne room. When he raided the Hell Mode Eclipse throne in his previous life, he had never come across Edward. Now that the NPC appeared in the dungeon in this life, Shifeng could not help but suspect that the quest the glorious Sword Saint had mentioned back then was related to the Edward before him right now. This discovery thrilled Shifeng. The glorious was one of the 10 great legendary weapons in God's domain. Even its replica was something that countless players dreamed of obtaining. Otherwise, the owner of the glorious replica wouldn't have become the glorious Sword Saint in the past. Guild leader, should we approach this NPC? Aqua Rose asked. Of course, Shifeng replied, nodding before walking up to the NPC. When Shifeng got within 20 yards of Edward, the resting NPC abruptly opened his eyes. Adventurers, this isn't a place any of you should come to. Armas has stolen the Sun Crown. His strength exceeds your imagination. You all had best turn back now, Edward said, somewhat exhausted. Upon hearing Edward's words, Shifeng immediately connected the dots and concluded that the quest to acquire the glorious replica came from this Edward. Lord Edward, we are not afraid of danger. If there is anything we can help you with, please say so, Shifeng declared. Since you are determined, so be it, brave adventurers. Armas has only recently stolen the Sun Crown. He has yet to absorb its power completely. I hope that you can help me reclaim the Sun Crown, Edward said, after giving the matter some thought. System, do you wish to accept the Epic Team Quest Sun Crown? Quest content. Help Edward reclaim the Sun Crown that Armas stole. Rewards unknown. Shifeng accepted the quest without hesitation. Everyone else in the team gaped in shock when they read the notification. They had never thought that they could receive an epic team quest in such a place. This situation made Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart Envy Zero Wing even more. This epic team quest was essentially a dungeon raiding quest. Successfully raiding the dungeon meant the completion of this quest. It was basically a bonus reward to Zero Wing. Brave adventurers, follow me. It is time for this evil lich to receive his due, Edward said as he stood up. He then pushed apart the tightly shut steel doors and stepped into the throne room. Everyone, follow the NPC, Shifeng commanded. Everyone trailed Edward into the throne room. Upon entering the throne room, everyone felt as if they had gone outdoors at nighttime. The ceiling of the throne room resembled the starry sky at night. At the far end of the throne room, seated high up on the throne, was a 2-meter-tall skeleton dressed in midnight robes, wearing a fiery crown on its skull and holding a golden staff. This skeleton was none other than the lich Armas. Currently, Armas was gazing down at Shifeng and the others as if he was the king of the underworld. Meanwhile, standing on one side of Armas's throne was a suit of pitch-black armor that was missing its head, and on the other side was a 6-meter-tall beast that had the body of a scorpion. Armas, Lich Mythic, Level 60, HP 500,000, 000/500, 000, Headless Knight. Undead, Mythic. Level 59, HP 360, 000/360, 000, Scorpion Snake King. Demonic Beast, Mythic. Level 59, HP 420, 000/420, 000. The statistics of these monsters had everyone gasping. The confidence built up from their success thus far promptly disappeared. Is this a joke? 3 mythic monsters. The system is too shameless. So, this is hell mode. No, that can't be right. Even hell mode shouldn't be this difficult. This must be due to the team quest. Everyone's hearts stopped as they stared in despair at the 3 mythic monsters at the far end of the throne room. It already took everything they had to fight 1 mythic monster. Fighting 3 mythic monsters at the same time was beyond a 200-man team of Tier 2 players. Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart currently wore somber expressions as they looked at the 3 mythic monsters. They felt that the system was playing a big joke on them. Guild Leader Black Flame, this quest is a little outside of our capabilities. Why don't we abandon this quest? With our team's current strength, it is simply impossible to go up against 3 mythic monsters simultaneously, Phoenix Rain suggested. Unyielding Heart nodded his head in agreement. This was no longer a feasible challenge for current players. At the very least, their entire 200-man team needed to be fully equipped in level 55 or even level 60 Dark Gold equipment, with the main members of the team having multiple pieces of epic weapons and equipment. Only then could they cope with 3 mythic monsters at once. At this moment, Shi Feng had a gloomy expression. He had never imagined that the epic team quest would be so vicious. If there were only 2 mythic monsters, he still had the means to deal with them. However, with his current team, challenging 3 mythic monsters simultaneously was asking too much. Must I give up? When Shi Feng thought about how much he had gone through to obtain this quest, reluctance filled his heart. No, if even my current team can't complete this quest, how could the glorious Sword Saints team possibly have completed it? As the first team to conquer the Hell Mode Eclipse throne, the glorious Sword Saints team might be slightly superior to Shi Feng's current team in terms of equipment standards, but there was definitely a limit to the difference. Not to mention, he had the Ring of Gospel to improve his team's basic attributes and suppress the mythic monsters. At this moment, the sound of a system notification suddenly entered everyone's ears. System, you have accepted the Epic Team Quest Sun Crown. Please select your challenge difficulty. System, there are 3 difficulties available: Bronze, Silver, and Gold. Depending on the difficulty selected, the final reward will also be adjusted. Please choose carefully. The difficulty cannot be changed once selected.